Live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and...
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
Look right into the camera, sir.
All right. Peace be unto you, brothers and sisters. This is your brother, Ishaka Musa Barashango, at the office of renowned scholar, historian, actually dean of scholars, the one that we all look up to, the one that we all look to, and the one that we glory in because of his enormous knowledge that we have been able to draw from and that we in turn have been able to pass on to others. We're speaking of none other than Dr. John Hendrick Clark. This is a great moment for me indeed because I've had the privilege of working with Dr. Clark on several occasions. We have been on the same podium at the same time or in the same building doing workshops or seminars. But this is the very first time I've ever had the opportunity to appear on the camera with him, and I am indeed delighted. Dr. Clark, how you feeling today?
Fine, fine.
Thank you so much for having this interview with us, and we're going to get right on into the subject matter at hand today. We're dealing with the topic generally of the African origin of the Bible, and we're approaching the Bible and its development from an African-centered worldview. And our first question to you, Dr. Clark, is according to your great research, and it is indeed has been prodigious, how did the African see his place in nature, and how did he see God, and how did he express his concepts of God in his everyday life?
The African saw himself in relationship to nature as he saw nature and God as one and the same. And we must remember that for most of the existence of man, the word God was not used. And yet, man had a great spirituality and a great affinity for the concept that man would later call God. Africa recognized that there was a spiritual force in the universe. He knew he could not make the rain, change the seasons, he could not make a hurricane, and he could not stop one. So he recognized that this force in the world was in charge, was a force bigger than himself. And he tried to bring man in harmony with nature, as against Western man, who often tries to defy nature. But he did not use the word God, and yet he recognized the spiritual force in the world that man would later call God.
Dr. Clark, I've often heard throughout the years that this word God is used in the English word language. Is actually the word dog spelled backwards.
Yes, and man was late in using it, and whether this is coincidental, I do not know, but it is somewhat ironical that that is the case, because the God concept that we know came out of the conference in Nicaea in Europe, 325 A.D. But the spiritual concept was always there, recognized by the African, who thought that the spiritual force that ruled the universe was in everything that lives. Therefore, the African would meditate sometime before cutting down a tree, because a tree was a part of life. It only cut down what he needed, and he thought that the spiritual force of the universe was in the water, so he could stand by the water and meditate or pray, or in a tree, and he could stand by the tree or in himself, so he could meditate within himself. And so he did not need a church as such, and he did not need someone to intervene between himself and the spiritual force of the universe, because he thought that he was a part of that totality and he could communicate directly.
Now, Dr. Clark, what is the difference between religion and spirituality?
Religion is an artificial form that came later when man organized spirituality into forms and denominations, into concepts. And each group tried to prove that their concept was the true concept and the one most entitled to prevail. Now you see hypocrisy entering spirituality and killing its meaning. Now, spirituality is the recognition of the spiritual force of the universe and the recognition of your relationship toward all living things and your responsibility toward all living things. I have examined a lot of African indigenous belief systems, and most of them are based on African spirituality as against religions. And as much as spirituality, you do not discriminate. Your wife can belong to one version of it, you can belong to another, and there's no conflict between you based on that. And this was carried over into the United States, because within my own family, I got nearly everything except the Catholic. I might have them now when I didn't have them in my growing up days, but we had Methodists and Holy Rollers and Sanctified people, although we were predominantly Baptists. We were predominantly Baptists, and even our best religious jokes were about the Methodists because they got sprinkled instead of being immersed in the water. See, with the coming of religion and denominations and churches and ministers, economics entered. Commerce entered. To have a church, you got to have someone to build the church. The church has to be maintained. To have a preacher, he has to be maintained. So once commerce entered, the Bible, the religion became a money-making entity with all of its pretense of holiness. And it could not sustain itself without funds. So it became a fundraising gimmick. And I say that going away from spirituality, which is the recognition of all living things in their worth, when in religion you give preference to your chosen denomination and people who adhere to your chosen denomination. Religion has a sense of prejudice throughout. In fact, nearly all religions are violations of the God concept by dictionary definition. Because if you take the dictionary definition of God, God is kind, God is gracious, and God is nonpartisan, which is just the opposite of religions. A Catholic will not concede that a Protestant is right or can be right. That's ungodly.
It certainly is.
So when you deal with the ungodly nature of religion, the Protestant nature of religions, the Protestant nature of religion, you can find out that religions violate, sometimes by their very being, the concept of God.
And truly one's system of belief or their spiritual identification directly impacts on how they relate to others.
Yes.
So
yes.
what were the elements of African culture that demonstrated our belief in democracy and true justice in our society?
The respect for the family and the assumption that elders had lived longer than others, therefore they were wiser in choices, and you created an atmosphere in which the elder automatically became wiser in making choices, because you created an atmosphere where he couldn't be corrupted. By virtue of being an elder, he got his sandals, and he got his clothing, and he got his food, and he was a professional thinker.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had a difficulty, you went to him to think it out and to resolve it. He had lived through youth and middle age, and now he's eldership, so he had learned a lot of things. And yet he never charged you for advice, but you never charged him for the sandals and the food and the clothing either. So it was an exchange that brought about stability. You always had someone to turn to. The uncle plays a major role in African family structures. So that family structure, based on these values, there was no word for prostitution because no one had ever been one. And the idea was unthinkable. When you look at the structure of the society, if a lady is not married at a certain age, two families got together to see what could be done about it, until they found a suitable man for her. Whether she found one for herself, they found one for her. See, this was a period before the invention, I'm using the word advisor when I say invention, of the romantic I love you marriage. So that's where we went wrong. That's where we began to have trouble, because the Africans' marriage was based on respect and bringing families together, and sometimes bringing villages together. So when two people married, you had a whole lot of cows and goats and came, because each side of the family put together enough means so that they could sustain themselves and make sure they had land. And they didn't have to petition. They didn't have to go into debt. They didn't have to take out any notes. But you belonged to that particular group, and you expected, by virtue of bringing children into being and by virtue of your behavior, to enhance that group. And that group, by virtue of you belonging to it, protects you by making sure that you had the means of sustaining your family. If you didn't have enough goats, they would go to one family, you give them one goat, you give them until you got 10 goats, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing, that each family gonna give you 10 cows. So you begin the marriage with 20 cows.
Now, how did that affect our sense of justice and fairness to one
It is the sense of justice, as much as it is understood that a human being has a right to live, has a right to have the things that sustain a good life, to keep the human being from begging for those human materials that makes human life livable and basically comfortable. There was no great riches, but there was no poverty at all. If there was poverty at all, then that poverty was shared by the whole group, as riches were shared by the whole group. Now, they already had what Karl Marx was advocating, a classless society.
Is what Dr. Chancellor Williams, peace be upon him, refers to as the African constitutional system.
Yeah.
Everybody's needs was looked after.
Each according to his needs.
Now, how was this incorporated into Christianity, or were any of these principles incorporated into Christianity, and can they be in any way identifiable, or are they manifested in?
See, they were what was incorporated into Christianity, idealistically and verbally, was the African family structure of doing to each one as doing unto others as you would have them to do unto you. Basic protection. And when St. Augustine heard about the converts at Nicaea, he said, these people make me laugh. They're giving us a religion we had 3,000 years ago. So now let's deal with that. Then let's deal with the formalization behind a personality called Jesus Christ.
Now, St. Augustine was who, for many people who may not know?
St. Augustine was the father of Catholic literature, and he was instrumental in creating the intellectual literature, the basic theories that went into the making of the Catholic Church.
Where did he come from? Where was he indigenous to?
Indigenous to North Africa.
Was he himself?
He was not Arab. He was not Arab. He was not Berber. He was African.
So he's somewhere in our ancestral line.
Yeah, no one has proved anything any different. I call St. Augustine the holy sinner, because in his early life he, like the ladies so much, he took up residence in house of prostitution and lived there and sired a child there. And like most men who tinge with a spot of hypocrisy, after that he began to blame a lot of the sins of the world on women. He was about exhausted by then. But he did. But I think his confessions and his other books laid the basis for intelligent church literature and the beautiful simplicity of his writing. He's not complicated in his theory and his writing. There was a lot of great writers for the church whose writing is just too complicated to read. It not for the layman, you know. And I've tried to read St. Thomas Aquinas and Cece.
And Justin Martin.
Yeah. Martin Luther was a little less confusing, but confusing enough.
Could it have been, Dr. Clark, that they weren't clear themselves on what Christianity was?
Yeah, it might be. I think the beautiful simplicity in the writings of St. Augustine, you know, that he had time to think things out, you know, himself, because between his years hanging out with the ladies, and he went through years of refinement and debriefing, of serious introspection.
Well, he was one in a long line of African church fathers.
Yes,
of the original African church.
And yet he was a little more significant than the three Africans who became Pope.
Then there was the Tertullian and Origen and Cipriani, all of these being African. And that brings to mind the fact that the original church, or Christianity as we have come to know it, was first established among African people.
It was established and brought into being by I mean, the Christian church as we know it today, I mean, the Christian church, let's make a distinction between the formal Christian church and the ideas of Christianity. That's a world of difference between that. Now, this is well documented in a book called Roman Africa. Roman taxation and Roman imperial brutality made people question old religions and look to new religions. And they turned to myth and suppositions and brought into being out of myth the story of a resurrected Christ.
What made them choose Jesus? And that also brings to
They
mind...
They didn't at first, because he was never referred to as Jesus in his lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the writing about him occurred 80 years after his death, and that he began to know as Jesus the Christ. The very word Christ is not of African origin. It's from Krishna. It's more of East Indian origin than African.
Well, Rogers tells us that the word means the black one, the anointed one, because the one kissed of the sun was worthy of being the most anointed.
It could well mean that.
Now, this Jesus, whom we know from the study of history, was a black man.
Whose picture we know.
Oh, yes, sure, I think it's the proper word.
Now, let's make a distinction between the physical Jesus and the picture that the Pope commissioned Michelangelo to paint in the 15th century. Now, at the Conference of Nicaea, where they lost the books of the Bible that they didn't want to deal with, by putting them on the table and said that in the morning the books that God don't want us to use will be gone. And so there were no lost books of the Bible. They were the books that was left out of the Bible, especially the book of Mary. It tells you what Joseph said when he discovered Mary was with child. He knew it wasn't his child. Otherwise, they could not create the Immaculate Conception had they left the book of Mary in there. Now, the idea of Immaculate Conception is old, because in Africa, a woman could have 9 children if her reputation is good and honorable, and if she's frequented only by one man, the African will say that her skirt is clean, her mouth is sweet. She is virgin. So the idea of virginity has absolutely nothing to do with whether you have had a child by process of cohabitation or not. Because the Europeans now wanted to create something that had a similar purity. They now would give a lady a child without having intercourse with a man.
Does this also have something to do with the fact that most of them were misogynists? They didn't want, but they couldn't get around exalting a woman to a higher state in the Christian church, because most people at the time that they were trying to convert to the religion was into the mother goddess concept. And in order to elevate Mary to that status, they had to take her out of the realm of humanity, so to speak.
They had to make a supernatural Mary. And I think it's unfair to her, because they had to dehumanize her by elevating her above human.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary, not Christ, should be at the heart, the focal point of the Christian religion.
Well, as ironic as it is, the Catholics in some way have done that.
They have done that in some of their rituals, but they have steadily fought against even having a minor female administrator in the church.
Now, this person who eventually came to be called Jesus by them,
the picture that we get, it wasn't painted until the 15th century.
what was he actually like? What was happening in the Hebrew? He was a Hebrew, we know that. And what was happening with the Hebrews? What was the dynamic going on between them and the Roman government at that time, who were occupying their land in that little nation of Judea?
Well, the Romans occupying their land until they got on the Romans' nerves, and the Romans destroyed the last temple at 70 A.D.
Well, they say it was a hotbed there, especially where Jesus was raised, around Nazareth in Galilee, was a hotbed of rebellion. They were constantly carrying out some type of revolt.
Well, they're still doing it. We're talking about people of the Hebrew faith as distinguished between people we call Jews. The word Jew had its greatest development in Europe. There are people of the Hebrew faith all over the world, in India and China and South Sea Islands, who never used the word Jew, who still belong to the Hebrew faith, and whose conversion to the Hebrew faith is older than that of Europe. The Europeans, Hebrews, were converted in the 8th century, 850 or thereabout.
Well, they felt that the Romans really had no right to rule over them, not only because they were invaders, but their laws said, their Torah said, that only God ruled them. Only the Creator was their ruler, and ruled through their king that came out from their midst.
But the Romans were no respecter of local customs or local laws. And even with the trial of Jesus Christ for sorcery, the Romans did not want a part of it, but because the Roman law, the crime of sorcery was major and therefore had to be taken to the Roman government. Minor crimes, they could try themselves. And so when they took him before the Roman emperor, the Roman emperor realized that he was no enemy of Rome, and he wasn't telling Romans to give their money to the poor or turn the other cheek. He wasn't driving Romans from the temple. He was driving his own people. So the Romans had no vested interest in interfering with all of this internal matter between the people they had colonized. And so he pushed them back to the crowd and said, he's your king. And they pushed him back toward the Romans. It's not my king. So we see the essential beauty and loneliness of the story. And the man who eventually emerged as Jesus Christ was one of a number of itinerant ministers roaming through the land at that time and who had the smallest amount of followers. Why did he survive? The others got lost. His people were then what they are now, great record keepers.
And evangelizers.
And they are also, when necessary, great record changers. And maybe some of the greatest liars under the eye of God.
Now, the first Christians we know were Africans. So the original church was first developed and had its strongest hold in Africa.
See, but the African Christian developed before the church developed as a physical body. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying that was not the birth of Christianity, or the African concept of Christianity developed before the church. The church, in the physical sense, began to develop when the Romans decided they could use it, and therefore encouraged it after the Romans stopped killing Christians and began to join the church for political reasons.
They found it was more economically expedient
to
join it than to continue the expense of
and this was when Constantine made the Christian religion of the Eastern Roman Church, and subsequently the others didn't. Plus the fact that many Roman emperors were entertaining themselves on Saturday by seeing the Christians killed with the lions and the gladiators. And finally one Roman looked down in the arena and saw his uncle, so he didn't stop the show. He says, "Oh, he's old weirdo, let him." Next Saturday, he looked down, there was his wife and the child, willing to die in the arena. He said, "Stop the show. I'm going to investigate this thing."
Well, Constantine's own mother, Helena, had been converted to Christianity, and that had a great impact on him making that decision.
Well, making that decision also with the little-known people called the Essens. And the Essens were, in addition to being moralists, were vegetarians that day. And they approached him about fornicating in the palace, and he agreed to stop that. Then they told him he had to stop eating red meat. Then he told them equivalent to go to hell with your religion. So they left him alone. So all right. If you stop the fornication, we'll leave you with your meat, So then he tolerated it enough to make it the religion of the Eastern Roman Church, although he never really, with any degree of sincerity, joined the church.
Now, St. Augustine said in one of his writings that the true religion, which had existed from the foundation of earth, came to be known as Christianity. So he very well knew. Came to be known as Christianity. Right, he very well knew, obviously, that this was no new concept. This was no new thing.
John Jackson is Christianity Before Christ. Did a good job on this in another work called Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth. John Jackson is so terribly underrated because John Jackson was a cynic and one of God's angry men, but
a man of superior intelligence.
Yeah, and a fine memory of almost everything that ever touched his life. And died an angry, disappointed man. But he was my friend for more than 50 years.
I, too, learned so much from him. I never got to meet him in person, but from his writings.
Mm-hmm.
And his writings would prick me so I would sometimes have to go for weeks just wrestling with a point of view. When I first read Man, God, and Civilization, I had to wrestle with that book, but it opened up a whole new area of enlightenment. So
but see, in addition to his own writing, he introduces you to other writers that you need to investigate. Jackson introduced me to Joe Massey and Alvin Boyd Kuhn and writers of that nature. Pro-African Europeans that Europeans still ignore.
Now, when Constantine finally, when he decided that he was going to take this, what he considered to be a new religion, and now use it to revitalize the empire, and also use it as a mechanism to control the mind, he said the only way we can do this is to have an orthodoxy. If you have an orthodoxy, that means the people are not allowed to think or question beyond a certain level of belief.
But
how did he go about that?
This, by really designating certain priests to interpret the Bible. The Bible wasn't widely read or widely circulated. The Catholic Church up until the end of the 19th century, a lot of Catholic laymen didn't even read the Bible. They had it interpreted to them, but they didn't read it. Either you had the blind faith and to believe what the priest said, or you wasn't a good Catholic.
Well, I understand that in some places the Bible was chained to walls, and only certain priests could read it. Not even all the priesthood could. And you could get varying degrees of punishment if you were caught reading it, even up to death, depending upon what your station was in life. And this went on for many, many years throughout Christendom as it was dominated by the Catholic Church.
Most Christians don't know it today. Don't know the different versions it went through. before it was changed. The final version it's in right now.
Well, some folks say, well, since it's gone through all this, since it's been polluted so much, what do we need with it? What can we do? Why don't we just throw it away and start all over again? Should we do that, or what should we do with it?
I think we should try to understand it as part of religious literature and mythology, but I question the intelligence of anyone who thinks the Bible is true or supposed to be true.
St. Augustine said the same thing. He said, anyone who takes the book of Genesis literally is accrediting to God those attributes that are not worthy of him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And most of the book of Moses was written after Moses was dead.
Now, there were men and women during closer to our times in antebellum slavery or during our captivity that went to the Bible, which had been denied them. They were not permitted to read the Bible on pain of death, actually, by their captors. But when they did get to it, when some quote-unquote well-meaning white person would teach them a text or something, they had a unique interpretation that was relative to their situation. Among them, we think of men like the Right Reverend Nat Turner and Reverend Gabriel Prosser and Denmark Vesey and Harriet, Right Reverend Mother Harriet Tubman and people like that.
But then Bishop Turner at the end of Bishop Henry McNeil Turner at the end of the century.
And Henry Harlan Garnett.
Who used it as a revolutionary weapon.
So does that say we can take it now and use it as a tool for liberation?
Right now. We can use Islam the same way, if we would. But religions are authoritarian, and there's such thing as religious fascism. And some ministers have turned it into that, a way of dominating the mind and controlling the body.
But Dr. Clark, we certainly thank you for this opportunity. This has been a wonderful and enlightening session. And in closing out here, I'd like for you to just sum up in your own thoughts, feelings, and words the subject matter we have been discussing here, and share with us that which you think would help it to take us to the next stage of understanding in this.
See, a discussion of religions in general and Christianity in particular gets us into the question is what can we use for our own liberation and the maintenance of liberation once we achieve it. And what is good for us is what brings us to that point of liberation, independence, and maintenance. When I say independence, I don't mean independence to commit crime, or independence to violate morality. I mean to be free of exploitation, to be free of being demeaned, and to have the right to project yourself as a part of the totality of history. We have to restore the humane apparatus to religions that has been extracted by exploiters who have used religion the wrong way. I think we must use religion to give the world a new humanity. But we have lost the meaning unless we understand that we must first give it to ourselves, because you cannot change the world until first you change yourself. I think all religion is good depending on its application, and all have the potential of being bad depending on its poor application. I think all of us should have the integrity to make that distinction and apply it for the good of ourselves and for all humankind, while giving each one the right to choose the interpretation that suits that particular case without demeaning the interpretations that suit other cases for other people. I have long ago left the adherence to any form of organized religion. And I belong to an African belief system, and I am comfortable spiritually with that belief system that furnishes me the integrity and the spirituality and the support that I think I need in my life. And because this is a humane belief system, I'm not ready to deprive others of having an opinion different from me, but I'm also have the nerve to let others know that when any belief system that fails to serve the basic human needs of people and the basic protection of people is open to question, and I'm not above asking that kind of question.
In other words, you see that bringing spirituality back to religion.
Yeah, bringing spirituality back to religion, and religion will become non-partisan and not clannish and selfish.
Thank you again, Dr. Clark. Brothers and sisters, we have just had the opportunity and the great privilege of engaging in an interview with Dr. John Henry Clark, Dean of African-centered scholars and great African thinkers, whom we have the privilege of walking the planet with in this day and time. We pray that his work will continue to be blessed by our ancestors and by the Creator, and we pray that he will be with us for many, many years to come, because he is a great treasure to us all, greatly beloved by all of us. Thank you so much for being with us. This is a part of the ongoing series of the African origin of the Bible. Thank you again, Dr. Clark.
Okay.
This is one, I have been like a little child on his way to a candy store all day, because I had never been on camera with you. And I was really looking forward to doing this. I am so glad.
Well, I'm sorry that I just got the message while I was away in Philadelphia that my tickets for the conference in London has arrived so late I thought they'd forgotten about it. And Thursday, early in the morning.
To complete this interview with Reverend Dr. Shaka Musa Barashinga.
As long as you've known me, too.
Dr. Barashinga, we're trying to look at the political, economic, and cultural conditions of the Hebrew Israelites during the time that Jesus would have been on the scene in Palestine and the Roman occupation. What would it be like? Kind of give us an overview of one, why Rome, number one, occupied that area, what did they gain from that occupation in terms of its wealth, perhaps its food products and so forth, and what was the socio-political climate like? Why did the people rebel? So what were their treatment? Give us an overview.
Well, the Romans were there because they needed to be able to feed their armies. And at that time, the yield in Palestine was very great in terms of grain and food crops. It was a part of the Fertile Crescent. Of course, we know the most abundant ark in the Fertile Crescent was the one in the Nile Valley in Africa. And they had also conquered Egypt, as they called it, or Kemet as well. They even went to try to go further south to conquer the Cushites, or whom they called the Ethiopians, but the battle was so great that was put up against them, as it was led by the Queen Mother. In fact, they said this particular Kendaki, this Queen Mother, in 27 BCE was the date. In fighting the Romans, she was struck in the eye by an arrow, and her eye was hanging out the side of her head, and she still fought the Romans for the rest of the day. They say the Romans won that battle but they were anxious to sue for peace, and they granted the Cushites anything that they asked for because they wanted to get out of that land. They really didn't want to have to fight these people anymore because they doubted that they could win a battle against them if they fought them again. So now their efforts were stepped up in Palestine because they needed the food there. So they crushed the Israelites in Palestine. They became the overlords there. In fact, they came in actually as partners to help one group in a dynasty fight the other group in this Hasmonean dynasty. There were two separate families fighting for who would rule the throne. And I think it was Aristobulus who called them in to help him against the other faction of his family, and the Romans in turn ended up taking over the whole thing and appointing their own king, who was Herod, who was not even related to the Hebrews. So that was their primary reason for being there. Now, the Romans were not really known for anything in the ancient world except their strict laws, which were enforced by their military power. They had a very complex and efficient military machine. That's what they had going for them in their favor. In terms of intellect, they had never been known for that. They had to get their intellect from the Greeks, who themselves admitted that they got it from the Africans. But the Romans had that organizing skill. They're something like the Germans of today. They had that organizing skill. So they now come into Palestine. They are overlords in Palestine, and they're ruling over a people who are very difficult to rule over, because if you are a foreign ruler, if you're a foreign potentate, because they believed, according to their laws, the laws of Moses, the Torah, that no one was to rule them but Almighty God. And that Almighty God would rule them either through their king or their judges or their prophets or their priest. But whoever the ruler was in the land, they had to be connected with them as a people, born out and bred by them as a people, and practice, at least claim to practice, their religion and their culture. And they said as long as they were not ruled by someone like that of their own, then they were in disfavor with God. And therefore, to get back in favor with God, they had to have sovereign independence. Those two things were one and the same in their thinking. So they kept a holy war going on consistently, a stubborn holy war against the Romans. Now, they did not have the arms and the might and the organizational structure that the Roman military complex had. But they did have the tenacity. And they fought what we know as guerrilla warfare, which is very effective when you have a smaller force or ill-equipped force fighting against a more advanced or sophisticated force. You use guerrilla warfare. And they...
What was the Roman army like? Chariots and so forth? Can you kind of explain it? They had something called a pilum, I think, or whatever.
The flanks. The flanks, the Roman flanks was very difficult to break. It was, they would send out, I forget, I believe it was a cohort. It may have been about a cohort of soldiers. And they would come in this flanks, and they would march with these shields, these rectangular shields with like a spear point on them. They would march with these shields. When they got in place, when you would shoot arrows at them or throw spears at them, they would turn those things in precision and form a flanks around them. They would form a protective coat around them, from the sides, from the front, from the back, and the top. The ones in the middle put theirs on the top, and the ones on the side turn theirs to the side, to their flanks, and the ones in the front turn them out front. And that was very difficult to break them that way. Their cavalry was very good. They had expert cavalry. And of course their charioteers were outstanding. Most of their charioteers were from Persia, or from out of Africa, or some land of where black people lived. That's where many of their charioteers came from. And their most outstanding legion, the greatest of all the legions they possessed in their army, was the 10th Legion, and that was the African Legion, the leopard men.
So Rome had a multicultural army.
Well, yeah, like most governments will get anybody to fight for them. They had Germans, they had a German contingency fighting for them, they had a Gaul contingency fighting for them. Any place where they had gone and had taken conquest of the people, they conscripted those people to go to war for them,
just like any imperial state does, just like America does. That all imperial countries do that, and Rome definitely was an imperial country. So they ruled stringently, very stringently. And when they came into Palestine, which is actually a part of Africa, they didn't come with any women. Very few of them had women. A few of the officers or the governor may have brought his wife with him, but they didn't have any women. So they took the women by force who were there. So there was a struggle over that, because the men didn't want them coming in and taking their women. You had a group that went to the mountains and fought from the mountains. This group was known as the Zealots. They were the freedom fighters of that nation. They were beloved of that subjugated nation, and they were supported by the people of that subjugated nation. Their headquarters and their hotbed was in the hills of countries of Galilee. And Nazareth was one of their main places where they came to get their supplies, where Jesus was raised up. That's where they came to get their supplies. So they constantly waged war against the Romans. Now, at times it was more intense than others, because when Tiberius Caesar, who was the Caesar, or the president of Pax Romana, as you would call it, of the Roman Empire at that time, sent Governor Pontius Pilate to be governor over that region, which incorporated Judea, Syria, and I think a couple of other places and provinces. Judea was a small nation within it, but Judea thought of itself as separate and apart from all the rest of it. When he was sent there, one of the first things he did was take money from the temple treasury, which was forbidden. And even the Uncle Tom preachers, who were these Pharisees that you heard Jesus riling against so much, you scribes and Pharisees, because of their betrayal of the people. They were the Negro preachers of that day. And when they took the money from the temple, even the Pharisees now, who generally kept the people in check, kept it from being an overall outright people's revolution and uprising, they now even began to join the Zealot movement and to fight against the Romans. And the thing which was the camel, the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, was when Pilate came in and had an eagle, a Roman eagle, placed over the temple, which was the center of worship for the Israelites in Jerusalem. And that's when everybody became involved in rebellion against them, because that was a desecration, a sacrilege, that was idolatrous as far as they were concerned. And they would die rather than offend their God. So everybody went to war. And that rebellion was led by one Judas of Galilee. Yeshua ben Judas of Galilee was his name. And he led thousands upon thousands against them. He was taken, it was in the year 6 CE. The one whom you call Jesus may have been about 12 years old then. And he had to, on a particular day, a very sad day in the nation of Judea, he had to walk home through a row of crosses that these black men were hung on, because as we have talked about before in previous sessions, the Israelites were black people before and they were black people then. You had some admixture there, but not to the degree that it later became. And so on those crosses hung approximately 2,000 men who had been in rebellion against Rome. That's how they punished those who rebelled against them. And at the head of that was Yeshua ben Judas of Galilee. And this obviously made quite an impression on the young mind of the Yeshua ben Joseph, or Jesus as you call him, the Christ as you call him, that we know of in the New Testament. So what the Romans said was this. Tiberius said, look, Pilate, we can't afford this, because these people are hard to rule in the first place. And it's taken a lot of expense to rule them, and it's actually not cost efficient if we have to keep fighting them on this level. And we can't keep fighting them and fighting all over the empire to maintain the empire. You cannot go in there and do anything that is opposed to their religious sensibilities. Leave them and their religion alone.
So how did they have the people, what did the Romans make the people do? What was life like under Roman domination?
Under Roman, let me just finish this point here, where Tiberius says to Pilate, don't you ever do that again, because if you do that again, I'm going to recall you from this post. And I may even send you into banishment, because you're costing the Roman government money. So there was agreement made with the preachers, the priests, the Pharisees, that we won't do this desecration anymore if you keep these people in check and quiet them down from carrying this rebellion out any further. So that again was a source of a problem when Jesus and John the Baptist rose up. This was a thorn in the side of the Negro preachers who wanted to keep everything cooled out, wanted to keep the people from going to war. As a matter of fact, you remember when they took Jesus to the Romans, and when they had him on trial, before they took him to the Romans, they say it's better that this one man should die than the whole nation.
Yes.
They were afraid of those Romans. They didn't have a case against him, but they said, look, we can't have him run out here stirring these people up like this. We made a deal with these Romans, and we have followed through on this deal. That was the political situation. Now, the Romans could conscript your house. They could grab you and make you carry their burdens for a mile. And later in the book of Mark, it comes up with this lie that Jesus said, if they tell you to carry the burden a mile, offer to carry another mile. If Jesus had told those people something like that, they would have left him. Nobody would have come out to listen to him at all, because he would have gone completely against the sentiment of the people. And there was no way that he could be popular among the people and not speak to their desire for freedom and liberation from those Romans. They could come and take anything virtually from these people they wanted to. They could go in these people's houses and get their wives or daughters or anything. A lot of that went on. And many Hebrew Israelite died trying to defend the honor of his woman or his daughter or his home before these Romans.
So they made the people work and they took the crops. Explain that.
It was a form of enslavement. It was a form of bondage. They subjugated the people. And when a person comes in as a captor and puts you in captivity and subjugates you, then they treat you all kind of ways. They don't treat you as a human being. And they were not treated as human beings. And they were very unhappy people. And that's why every child, that male child that came first in the family, most of them was named Yeshua, which in English is Jesus. And in Matthew it says, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now people think you're talking about fornication or smoking or drinking or adultery or stealing or something. It wasn't referring to that. Sin to them was an imbalance. The word meant imbalance. And as long as the Romans were ruling over them, and not a king who was there as to stand in the place of their God ruling over them, to rule as a representative of their God, as a son of God. That's what they called their kings. So it wasn't unusual for Jesus to be called that, and it wasn't the first time. As long as that wasn't happening, they were living in sin. Because they said we have to be living in sin because we're in God's disfavor, and if we're in God's disfavor, that means we're doing something wrong. And the thing that proves that we're in God's disfavor is that a foreigner is ruling over us and making us do all sorts of things that we would not be doing, things that are contrary to the laws of Moses and according to our culture and to our morals. So that's the kind of situation you had there with those Romans and the Hebrews. And it was a very unhappy situation. It was not a friendly situation, except in those few cases where I said you had the Pharisees and maybe some other people who would collaborate with the Romans. And when that was found out, the people stoned them and did all kind of things to them. Or they would send the Sicarii. The Sicarii were the dagger men. They were the elite forces among the zealots who moved at night. And they would assassinate those who had betrayed the people. You would hear a dude walking down the street, a priest, a Pharisee, and you'd hear a scream in the night. And you'd see him laying there with a dagger in the center of his chest, but you wouldn't see anybody. Because they could come in and they could leave. They could fade into the night, into the terrain.
So Jesus now is born, and let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk a little bit about Jesus' background. You know, he went into Egypt and he was went to school at the age of 12. Well, where did he go to school, and what did their scenes? Let's talk about them. Then he comes on the scene, and what is he trying to do? What is he about?
Well, we know that he spent at least several years in Africa, in Kemet, in the Nile Valley, which is called Egypt. Just exactly what period of his life this was done is debated much among scholars. We know that in his infancy he was there, because that's where his parents went. Whether he was taken back at another time or not, we do not know. But we do, I know that Dr. George G.M. James says in the book Stolen Legacy that Jesus had achieved the level of the Herogrammat in the mystery system of the Nile, the high culture mystery educational system, which was that he had studied the 8 books of Tahuti. Now, I have never seen any documentation to corroborate that, but from the things that he taught and the things that he did, he obviously possessed a knowledge that was not common in Israel at the time, that no rabbi could have taught him in Israel, because they did not have that advanced a culture as you would find in the Nile Valley or in India or in Persia or even in Babylon. They had not advanced to that level. So to be able to do the things he said, he did, and many of the things he said which were not original. These things were said by Buddha, these things were said by Akhenaten, these things were said by Hotep, Kejimni, Ptahhotep. I mean, these things have been spoken many, many thousands of years ago. And you have to therefore have been taught in their institutions or by someone who had been trained in their institutions. What more than likely happened was that Jesus was taught by the Essenes, who were like the Buddhists, were like Buddhist monks there. They lived a very, they lived a life off away from everything else. They lived, what type of life? A kind of monastic life they lived. And they didn't get caught up in many worldly things. And the knowledge which they possessed, and which you find in their writings in the Qumran rediscovery they found in the Qumran Valley, of the Dead Sea Scrolls, their writings and their commentaries on those scrolls, on the book of Isaiah and the book of other prophets, show that they had a knowledge which was far greater than that possessed by the normal Hebrew Israelite at that time, and that knowledge was somehow linked with the knowledge that came out of the Nile Valley, which in all probability their order was established by priests from the Nile Valley, because they had established and given the authorization to Solomon to institute many of these teachings in Solomon's temple in the day that that was built. So it was a very common thing for this close-knit relationship between the Nile Valley high culture scientist priest, the Israelite priest, and priests of many other nations. Because the Nile Valley was the source of all knowledge at that time, and the University of Waret, which the Greeks call not Luxa, the Greeks called Luxa, was the center, the hub of all knowledge and learning at that time. And most everyone had to refer back to it, or get their credentials from there, or get their accreditation from someone who had gotten their credentials from that institution.
Now, I've heard that Jesus was bringing about a revolutionary movement, a socialist or African-based way of living. What was his teaching? What was he trying to do? How did he go about it?
His teachings was a cacophony of Buddhism, Judaism, the old Nile Valley teachings. So much of what he said was said by Asar, as you find in the book of the Coming Forth by Day or by Night, Mishnah, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or by Heru. So much was said by Buddha. I mean, definitely, you can see the teachings of Buddha in what Jesus had to say. You look at the movement he structured. You look at the 12 basic people he had there, the 12 basic lieutenants he had with him, because he had 127 actually, who were the people who were the ministers of that movement. But there was a basic 12, and within them was another core group of 3. And among them was Simon the Zealot, zealots were known for their militancy against the Romans. And when you look in that group, you will see a motley of people from different kinds of institutional bases or philosophies of life within the Hebrew Israelite or Judaic structure. So it seems as though he was trying to pull together a black united front. because he was supported by all these groups. Even some of the Pharisees who couldn't stand the fact that the other Pharisees were collaborating with the enemy joined unto him. In fact, he had to be buried in a Pharisee's tomb. Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea were great followers of Jesus, and I probably supported him economically. Many of the women in his movement were married to men who worked in the governmental structure. And they would be what we would consider today to be GS-10s, GS-15, GS-17, as high as that. Some of them, one worked at high up in the cabinet of Herod. So they were well-to-do. They were middle-class people. So these women were able to follow Jesus around. And the book of Matthew, the Gospel of Matthew, tells you these women were the ones who put the money in the movement. So they were financed. So he had just a complex of different people from many walks of life, and that's a movement. And it wasn't called Christianity.
It's called the Kingdom of God.
It was called the Kingdom of Heaven was its purpose. Kingdom meaning government of heaven, not in heaven. Note the word said Kingdom of Heaven is at hand. And it was called the Nazarene Party because he was called the Nazarene, the Nazarene, from the word nostrim, the Hebrew, meaning keepers of the nation, guardians of the nation. And that's what he had. There was no Christian church or anything at that time. And that Nazarene party had incorporated in it people from the Pharisaic party, people from the Zealot party, people from the Essene party, from different parties. So it was like an umbrella for all of those parties to come up under this movement.
Well, what do you mean party? I mean, they didn't elect presidents and things like that. How do you mean party?
It was a political party because the aims of the Hebrews were political as well as spiritual, because they did not separate the two. The political aim was also a spiritual aim, because they had to fulfill the will of God for them. And in their minds, the will of God for them was to live as a sovereign, independent people, following the laws of God as they were revealed to them through the laws of Moses. Now that was their understanding at the time. Anything else being said to them would have made no sense whatsoever and would not have been entertained, not even for a moment. Jesus would have been laughed at as a clown. He certainly wouldn't have had these crowds of people around him like he had. And the reason why these people came out to hear him was because there was a great expectancy. They were looking for a deliverer to come. Had he not extended to them some hope of that, if he had said to them at any point that, look, I'm not interested in your desire to be free of these Romans. I'm not interested in your political goals and aspiration. I'm only interested in making everybody love each other and we get ready to die and go to heaven. Those people would have left him out there by himself, because they were not interested in anything like that. They just were not. So this was incorporated later into the New Testament. Some 300-400 years later, people made Jesus say this, because they needed to use these documents now to placate and to keep under control the masses of the people once the Roman Empire adopted Christianity as an official religion. It was therefore used to keep the people tranquilized.
No, we want to get to that, but didn't his party was the Black Panther Party?
No, what it was is the symbol of the dynasty that he was born to. He came out of, if you look at his genetic tree, his genealogy, you will find that all of those people in there had been of the family of Hasmon, of the recent, I'd say about the last 10 or 12 of them, of his predecessors, of those he descended from, his ancestors. They were of the family of Hasmon. Hasmon was the great father out of which came the Maccabean family, which made a strike for freedom and got it from the Syrians, who were subjugating them at the time in the year 167 BCE under Judas Maccabeus and his brother John and several others, Judas Maccabeus, meaning Judas the Hammer, there, and they struck for freedom and established them as an independent nation until the Romans came later and subjugated them there. When there was a fight between one member of the Hasmonean party and the other for power, then they called the Romans in to help, I think it was John Hyrcanus, come into power. Or it was either John Hyrcanus or Aristobulus. I forget which one it is. But anyway, one was called against the other. And when the Romans did come in and take control, then they took the power from him as well and gave it to a foreigner, an Idumean, named Herod there. So now, Jesus' family line in terms of as a dynasty was the Hasmonean dynasty at the time. And their symbol of their household was a panther, a black panther. Now I got that from the writings of Sir Godfrey Higgins in the book Anacalypsis. And he seems to substantiate it very well, because this panther, black panther symbol went all the way back to ancient Greece. Bacchus, their god of wine and dance and singing, also had a black panther as his symbol. So it was a very popular symbol in the ancient world. So you might say there was a Black Panther party even at that time and in that place. Would you go by that symbology?
Okay, now let's move on to Jesus and his movement, and as it began to, it was only 3 years old. So what are some of the things that happened during this time?
Several things. One of the things, too, that must be kept in mind is that even though the Gospel of Mark does everything it possibly can to apologize for the militancy of the Nazarene party and to separate the Roman Christians and these other people who are coming into Christianity now from the Nazarene party, because they're scared to death at this time, because this book is written after the Romans came in and tore up Jerusalem and burned it to the ground, not leaving one stone upon another. They're so afraid now that this Gospel of Mark comes out saying, no, we don't have anything to do with those fighting people over there. We are turn the other cheek kind of people. We are nonviolent, pacifistic people. We don't have anything to do with that. So they now put words into Jesus' mouth that he probably didn't speak, but when they put it into their mouth, it becomes contradictory to what other words they say he spoke, such as, I'm sent only unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which says he was a separatist. A woman came to him for healing who was a Syrophoenician woman. She came to him to heal his daughter, and he cut through this whole long thing about you don't give the crumbs of the children to the dogs. I'm sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And it's only after she persists that he says, all right, I'll do it. And after his disciples said, you better get her away from you because she's calling the attention of the Roman soldiers around here, that he does it. He goes on to say to them, go only unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Cover all of the land of Israel and carry the gospel, and then shall the end come. He doesn't tell them to go to the Greeks or the Romans or anything. He also says to them, the kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, and the violence presses it by force. That's a very violent statement there. I've heard preachers try to do all kind of exegesis on it, and they still can't get away from the fact that he says the kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, and the violence presses it by force. There's another occasion upon which he says, now is the time to sell your clothes and buy a sword. What would be the reason for that? If you're not going to use that sword. So you have a contradiction there. They say, well, when Peter cut the man's ear off and Jesus put it back, this was a part of the thing of trying to separate Eurocentric Christianity from the Nazarene party. The question has to be asked, what was Peter doing with a sword in the Garden of Gethsemane if Jesus was nonviolent? He wouldn't have let him carry a sword in there. And why did Jesus say just before going into the Garden of Gethsemane that now was the time to sell your cloak and buy a sword? Why did he go into the temple and commit a violent act of driving the money changers out of the temple? That was not a nonviolent act. And there was no way you were going to get them out of that temple unless they were afraid of you, unless you had some show of force. which obviously had some contingent with him that had some military thrust to it. So these are some of the things you have to keep in mind. You're showing a schizophrenic personality here. He's violent on one end. He's telling you that in order to get what you're after, the kingdom of heaven, you have to have violence. But on the other hand, you're telling me that he's nonviolent, and that he's opposed to violence, and that he's a pacifist. So you have a contradiction right there.
So he builds a movement. Let's take it from there.
He builds a movement.
Highlights in his life.
And the movement becomes very, very strong. It becomes a popular movement among the people. And this is why the Negro preachers are concerned. Now, they may not have been able to take Jesus because they had attempted to take him before. They sent soldiers to arrest him, but the people were so strong and pressed around him that they came back and they said, well, what happened? They said, never a man spoke like this before. But they couldn't take him. They were afraid to take him. The reason why they were able to get him this time, it appears, is that when Jesus did go into that temple, which was obviously a move to take the temple, which would therefore take the control of the economics that those Negro preachers had at that time, because it was at festival time. They was coming up on the festival of the Passover, so a lot of money was changing hands in Jerusalem. People from all around different parts of the nation were coming to Jerusalem. Is that his forces got bottlenecked there and he lost out. Because they had attached to that temple, they had a Roman, not a cohort, but they had, and not a legion, but it was a company of Romans who were assigned to protect it, to protect these Negro preachers. And they came down, and what probably happened is there was a swelling of his forces, the zealots and so forth, and they got bottlenecked in those narrow passages leading into the temple precinct. And they were cut off from the main body of their forces. Now, Donovan Joyce says in the book, The Jesus Scroll, and it seems most probable, that his son was taken and arrested. Barabbas, because the word Barabbas means father, son of the father is what it means. And in the and even in some of the newer translations of the Bible now, they put it back Jesus Barabbas. It means Yeshua, son of the father. That is, he had the same name as his father. In all probability, he may have been the son of this Yeshua. Donovan Joyce lays out the case that Barabbas was taken. Being the son of Yeshua, or whom you call Jesus, there was a deal made, you can take me in place of my son. Because there is no tradition in all the writings of the annals of the Roman Empire, and they wrote about everything, of them letting go of a political prisoner at Passover. They wouldn't have done that. This man was dangerous to them. There's no tradition of the give us Barabbas. Should I give you Jesus Christ or give us Barabbas? No, no such thing probably happened. There was probably an exchange of Jesus for his son. And since Jesus was the one who had, at this Last Supper, people don't understand, this Last Supper was an inauguration ball. And he was being anointed. When this woman anoints his feet with this oil, they say, well, she's anointing my body for death. That was spikenard and saffron that was used only to anoint a king or a high priest. Jesus, therefore, had been accepted by his family in the Hasmonean dynasty, had been accepted by the elders of the tribe of Judah as the next legitimate king of Israel. Now, what he had to do was to take that political power. He had to take that power by force. And obviously, he failed at that and was taken captive through betrayal of Judas, Iscariot, or someone. Now, when Jesus is finally charged by the Romans, he is not charged with being a sorcerer. He is not charged with calling himself God, because nobody really cared. The Romans had so many religions, they could have used another God. They didn't care. He wasn't charged with any of this by the Romans. He was charged with stirring up the people. It's very clear. He stirred up the people. In fact, Pilate said, I believe these Jews are trying to set me up. I think these Negroes are trying to set me up. and make Tiberius Caesar angry with me and call me out of here. I'm not going to buy into this. I don't have nothing to do with this man. I don't see where he's done anything wrong. They said, well, he has offended Caesar. And if you don't condemn him, you're not a friend of Caesar. So here Pilate's caught in the middle here. So well, what did he do? He says he's a king. He said, well, isn't he your king? He said, we have no king but Caesar. That's all we have. We don't have any king. So Pilate decides to interrogate him himself. Pilate says, look, I don't go along with all this stuff. As far as I'm concerned, you're an innocent man. My wife has dreamed that you're an innocent man, said don't take any part of this. And I'd like to let you go, man. But I got to find this out. Are you the king of Israel? And Jesus looks at him and says, you said it, brother. Or as we would say, sure, you're right. He said, well, if you were a king, where's your kingdom? He said, well, my kingdom is not of this world, and I have forces and legions you know not of. So people thought he was talking about angels coming out of heaven and everything. What he was talking about is those forces in the hills, in the Judean hills, that Pilate didn't know anything about, had heard about, but didn't know how strong the force was. That he was not interested in the Roman Empire. He was not interested in being linked to the Roman Empire, that his kingdom was separate and distinct from that. Pilate understood that very clearly and finally had to condemn him to death for asserting himself in treason against the Roman government. Because only a king who was appointed by the Roman imperial powers could rule in Israel at that time, because they were being subjugated by the Romans. And Jesus carried out to the fullest that he was a king. In fact, he had been adored and given all of the manifestations that a king was given when he rode in on the donkey that time into Jerusalem before going into the temple to clear it out. These people are saying in the Gospel of John, long live the king. Hosanna to the Son of David, which is a title for the king. Hail to the king. Read the language. It says that very clearly. They didn't say, oh, the Son of God is come. Or they might have said that too, because Son of God meant king to them. It didn't mean somebody out of heaven somewhere. And they didn't say, oh, here's a Savior who's going to die and bleed for us and save us from our sins. They didn't say any of that. They said, Hosanna to the king. The king's here. Our nation will be free now. The one we have waited for has arrived. He's here. And after the Romans crucified him, they put over his cross in 3 languages. They put his name, King of the Hebrews, or the Jews as they called him, which was like saying King of the Niggers. Because that's what a Jew was, a derogatory term like that, same as nigger is today. So they put it in 3 languages, so they let you know what their concern was. We're not killing this man for any other reason that is he's usurping, trying to usurp power from us. Trying to take back power from us. That's all we're concerned about him. And that's why we're killing him. That's why we're getting rid of him, because he had too great an influence among the people. And then we see his disciples walking along later, several of them on the road to Emmaus, and they said, we thought this was the one. We thought he was really going to be the one to liberate, because they had seen so many men come as messiahs and be crucified. They said, we thought that this was going to be the one. And then, of course, you know, you go on from there and they build around this, the idea that he's still alive. This mysterious person says grace with them and says it in the same way that Jesus does when he blesses the bread, which is the way all Essenes monks said it, blessing. And he said, oh, wow, did not our hearts burn within us while he spoke to us? He is the one. And then there's this mysterious meeting on the Mount of Olivet where nobody really gets to see or touch him, except they do talk about him coming into the room and Thomas putting his finger into his side and all that. This is later written by Luke, who is a friend of Paul, who is supportive of Paul's idea of Jesus, which is completely opposite to what Jesus was about historically. But that's another whole study in itself, the Pauline Christianity. Is so much different and was always opposed to the apostolic Christianity of Peter, James, and John and the other disciples. So now, this Jesus is mysteriously standing on the side of a mountain, and he just disappears on this cloudy mountain. And they said he has descended up into heaven. But it takes them 50 days to figure this out, because they're up in a room for 50 days. Now, And they're saying, what happened? What are we going to do? And they're struggling with each other over this because it is not until the day of Pentecost that they're on one accord. So that meant they were not on one accord for 50 days. They're debating this issue of where do we go with this movement now? What do we do now that the leader of the movement is dead? What are we going to do? How do we carry on, or should we just let it go? And it is on that day that Peter stands up and speaks to all of these people. There are thousands of people gathered in Jerusalem there because it's for this celebration. And they're speaking many languages because they come from many nations. They're Hebrews that come from many nations. And he speaks to them in a tongue that they can all understand. And so the scripture says, and he preaches to them that Jesus, the one whom he was crucified, is not dead. He still lives. He's among us. He's with the Father in heaven. He's safe. Seemed like they came together with a formula that would work to keep the people's spirit up. And that is, they have been killing our messiahs one after the other. They have killed this one. What shall we do? Say, make this one eternal. Make this one eternal. They did the same thing with Viva Zapata in our day. When Viva Zapata was shot down, 150 federales shot him down in the square, in the piazza, in the plaza. His horse ran away. And you could see his horse in the distance, rearing up as though the rider was on him. So the people said to each other, that's not Viva Zapata. That's not Emiliano's Viva Zapata. This is Emiliano Zapata. He's on the horse in the mountains, and he will direct us from the mountains. That's what happened with Jesus. And they carried on. They kept that movement on and swole that movement up, in spite of the fact that Paul came in and started something altogether different, which we have discussed in the tape, The African Origin of the Christian Church. But in spite of that, that Nazarene party continued to lead them in a outright revolt against the Romans until it swelled in 66 CE, or what they would call AD, of the Common Era. And they had to bring an army against them under Titus, General Titus. The Roman legions came against them, but was it Tiberius who was in? No, Tiberius was long gone then. I'm trying to think, it wasn't Caligula. I think it may have been Caligula at that time, but don't quote me. I forget who was the Roman Caesar at that time, emperor at that time. I get them kind of confused, man, in their order of how they came in. I think it was one before Nero, I believe. I think it was before Nero. Anyway, he calls his forces back. The Caesar, the emperor, calls his forces back to send them to Gaul or somewhere to quell an uprising there. So the Hebrews think, and the Zealots said, man, we done won this. They'll never come back messing with us now because we put a beating on them. Because they did go and catch the rear end of the Roman guard and just tore it down. They just axed them. They beheaded, they killed them. So they said, we have our liberation. And for 4 years they did have it. But the Romans came back again, this time under Vespasian. And he came back with a larger contingency. And this time they brought with them the feared, the indestructible 10th Legion is what it was called, the leopard men out of Africa. They brought Africans to subdue Africans. And they tore Jerusalem down to the ground. The people had put up such a resistance that the Romans were so angry they burnt the thing down to the ground and leave one stone on top of another. Over 100,000 people were killed in there. They said blood flowed like up to the horses halted through the streets. That was the kind of siege that was laid to that city. I forget how long the siege lasted. But it was an awful thing. A lot of black people died in that. And those Hebrews were very stubborn people, and they would die for what they believed in. But it didn't even stop there. The Zealot movement went underground, and it continued to go on, and it wasn't crushed until 135 of the Common Era, when the Romans took down the great fortress of Masada. That's when they finally crushed it once and for all. So here we have now a resistance that's going on even before Jesus is born, and continues to go on even after he is crucified, because there are other men after him who are also killed by the Romans, assassinated by the Romans, who also carry the title of the Messiah, or as they say in the Christian terms, Christ. There was Yeshua ben Bukakba. There was Yeshua ben Menachem. There were many of them. Yeshua ben Tgis. There were a whole lot of them who came after him, who the Romans also assassinated for their uprising against the people.
Just let me ask you a couple of questions in regard to some of the scriptures. Jesus on the temple wall, where Satan offers him the whole kingdom, and that kind of biblical symbolism. What was going on?
Well, it would probably a temptation to acquiesce to the powers that be. Just like Nat Turner went through that. Nat Turner, when he was called, he ran away from the call. He did not want to strike a blow for freedom and from slavery. He was frightened, and he ran away from it. And then the Lord made him come back and take on the task that he had called him to do. So here now, Jesus is going through a temptation. It's an hour of temptation. Here now, you're becoming the leader of a people who are subjugated by the mightiest military force in the area at that time. But the only force that could beat it was the Cushites. That was the only one that could give it a hard way to go. And the Parthians could give it a hard way. They had whipped the Parthians over and over again, too. So here you had this power, awesome power now. And you have your people divided as to whether they should fight against it or not, although they're discontent, want their liberation. And then you had these preachers telling them, just be cool and do the rituals, and God will deliver you one day. You got all this you have to face now and come up against. And here you are, a humble little prophet from a family that is now wealthy, and you have to go out in the midst of all this. And you have to be a leader to these people. So that's a great temptation. So what he's hearing is this force of evil saying to him, if you bow to me, if you bow to Rome, if you just go along with the program, I'll give you a strong position. I'll even give you Herod's position. I'll make you king. You know, I mean, you're the rightful ruler anyway. You're the Hasmonean dynasty. I'll put you on in there. But you got to follow my program. So that's what he's dealing with. And also he's dealing with sustenance and survival. He's hungry. You know, he's been on a fast for 40 days. And the thing that really that directly deals with the people is that which sustains them and gives them nourishment. When they don't have that, many times they can take their will to fight. And so he's tempted on that note. And then he's also tempted to curse God, to bow down to the powers that be as God, bow down to Caesar as God, bow down to me, the devil, as God. Because, you know, if you were the Son of God, and if you were God's chosen, he would help you now. And he's not here to help you. I'm the only one who can do something for you. You're in my power. You're in my grasp. So he had this temptation to go through there. And he's now seeing the condition of what he has to try to build from, having nothing, almost. And he's shown all of the finery of the world. Said, look what I got. And I can give this to you. You ain't got to go through all this struggle and building a movement and trying to get the people to follow you, build a popular movement and all that. It's already here. But you got to do it my way. And Jesus would not do it his way. They come up with this thing about, they come to him and ask him, should you pay taxes? Which is a test question from the people, because if he said yes, the people would have put him down instantly, because they felt they shouldn't be paying the Romans taxes. On their own land, on that which they produced. And if he had said no, the Romans would have locked him up for tax evasion. So what did he say? Who put you on the money? They say Caesar. They say give unto Caesar that which is Caesar, unto God that which is God. And what he was saying is this money doesn't mean anything to us. It has Caesar on it. It has no value to us. The thing that has value to us is the land that produces the wealth. That belongs to God, and God gave it to us and told our father Joshua that every place that the soles of our feet should touch would be given unto us. So this is God. So that's what you render unto God. This land, the freedom of this land. Let Caesar take his money or anything else he may have.
Now, was as a priest, an Egyptian priest, and some say that Jesus was an Egyptian priest, could he have done some of these miracles that are ascribed to him, heal the sick, walk water, things of that nature, because it has been said that the priesthood couldn't do these things?
Well, he acted like a Kemetic priest anyway. Then this story had been told about so many people as well. But let's say he could do these things, that he had the knowledge of how to do it. What appears to people that they don't understand is considered to be magic or miraculous, if they don't understand the scientific principles behind doing it. We know that the Kemetic priest had the ability to levitate and to levitate things. I've seen people even today who just had a little practice in that be able to take a big strapping brother on a chair and just put their fingers together, a group of them, and put all the points together and lift it off the floor. Now that's a very minor thing, but it's the principle of levitation. So if he did indeed have access to that kind of knowledge, which he probably did, if he didn't get it directly from Africa itself, he received it from the Essenes who had received it from there, then he would have been able to do many of these miraculous things that they talk about.
Now,
but it wasn't unusual because he said himself he wasn't the only one doing this stuff, that there were other people. He said there were other people who were doing it who had came to deceive the people. So that wasn't the thing that made him, if you want to say, well, this makes him the Son of God, or this makes him different from any other man because he was doing these miracles. Because he admits that other people were doing the miracles, and that people would come after him and do the miracles, and that his disciples, even after he was gone, would do greater things than he had done. You know. So that must mean that they would have been exposed to more knowledge than he had, obviously.
Now, if we can, very quickly, because I know your time is limited, let's talk about the overtaking. What happened after Christ died? I mean, the movement continued. There was resistance. People fed to the lions, and then eventually it became a state religion. But kind of go through that and give us kind of a capsulization over.
Well, what had happened is the Apostle Paul, when he had come along, and that's a long story, and I do go into some detail on that tape, African Origin of Christianity. The Apostle Paul had started up something that was completely different from what the apostles were following and what Jesus had taught. Paul had never met Jesus. Paul, he really was, they were at odds with one another. That's where the statement coming from, robbing Peter to pay Paul, because they were really at odds. But what he had going for him is he could read and write in 8 different languages. He was far more educated than the disciples. So he could write his down, and his could survive. You see. And he began to write his letters and incorporate his doctrine about the idea of Jesus before any of the Gospels were written.
Well, what was Paul's motive? Paul was Saul, and he was really persecuting churches. Did he? At first,
he was persecuting these Nazarenes, but he says that on the road to Damascus, he met with Jesus, and Jesus told him not to do it. What he actually had was an epileptic fit, because anybody who has studied theology in the background of biblical history knows that Paul suffered from epilepsy, and I think he himself alludes to it several times in his letters. So he had an epileptic fit and a sunstroke. And coming out of that, he became quite a deluded person. And the one thing he felt guilty about what he was doing, and now he wanted to be a super Jew. He wanted to be a super Israelite, but he was not trusted. After spending 3 years in Arabia on the desert by himself, he formulates a doctrine. He doesn't go to see the disciples. They have to make him come see them. So what happens is he formulates his own idea about it now, and whatever internal struggle Paul is having to reconcile himself with that internal struggle, he now comes up with this idea of this Satyr, or this dying Savior God, which is very Greek. And the Greeks, of course, had gotten it from the Kemetans. but it is not Hebrew. The Hebrews had no such concept at that time. So he takes this and he attaches to it the fervor of the Nazarene movement, and he takes it to the Greeks and the Romans. And he's an excellent salesman because he sells it to the Greeks and the Romans. And when the apostles at Jerusalem, who had been with Jesus and who had studied with Jesus for 3.5 years, and unto whom the movement was bequeathed, call him in to challenge him because they're saying you're not teaching what Jesus said to do. He stops along the way in Thessalonica and Corinth and in Rome and all of these other places and in Ephesus, and he picks up money from these people. And by the time he gets to Jerusalem, where the headquarters of the Nazarene movement is, he has all this money. And the Nazarene party is broke, just like the nationalist movement of today. It's always broke. So he says, look, this can't be all bad because I got all this money. So the brothers get together and they say, well, look, we don't care what you teach the Greeks and the Romans. And they lay down some stipulations to, deal with their authority, as long as they don't eat flesh that has been strangled, and they do some of the other dietary laws and things like that. They said, but you go ahead and be the apostle to the Gentiles, because Jesus didn't send us to the Gentiles in the first place. He sent us to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But you keep pumping this money in here. But what happened is, after the destruction of the party, and as the party remained under such great attack and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Christians in Rome and in the Greek cities and in the Asian cities did not want to be identified with the Nazarenes because they didn't want the Roman government to come down on them. They didn't want to be seen as the purveyors of sedition. So they said, we're not connected with that. And that's when the book of Mark came out. That was the first gospel to be written that we know of. Matthew, even though it is in priority in the New Testament, was written after Mark, actually as a counter to Mark, to put the thing closer to its Hebrew Israelite perspective. Yeah. So that's how all that came about. And a very fine work that gives you some detail on that is Jesus and the Zealots by a white theologian, Dr. S.G.F. Brandon. S.G.F. Brandon. Jesus and the Zealots is the name of the book. Now, it can be difficult to read sometimes. You have to bring yourself to it because he's talking strictly theological jargon. So, and you have to kind of know that. But if you go to somebody who knows that, they can help you with it. But it gives you enough clarity there to show you how this movement that was originally a militant movement was co-opted and became a pacifist movement, and why they thought that was very important at that time, because the Romans were on a rampage then. And there was nobody called Christian until it was decided to be called Christian in the city of Antioch. So Peter, James, John, and all of them were not considered to be Christians. Maybe not even Paul, because they say Paul and Silas was there, or Paul and Barnabas was there. But historically, the appellation Christian was not applied until maybe 100, 140 CE at Antioch, maybe even longer than that. But even that had been done by the time of Paul, Jesus certainly couldn't have been called a Christian, because he had been crucified. He had been assassinated by that time. So he never called himself a Christian. He never talked about Christianity at all. He never even talked about anything but Judaism. And people get confused because they say, upon this rock I build my church. Not understanding that the word church is a Greek word, ecclesia, which means a place of gathering, a place where you organize and unite. And it could have been used for a political gathering. It was usually for community gathering. It was only later that it began to take on what is called, quote-unquote, sacred overtones, and to be used exclusively for religious services. So it's a long story from then on, because Christianity did not happen overnight. It took a lot of bloodshed. It took a lot of debate over it until it was finally settled by the sword, not by prayer, not by the Holy Spirit, not by God, nor by Jesus. It was settled by the sword of the armies of Emperor Constantine of the East Roman Empire in the year 325 of the Common Era.
How was that done?
That we discuss in detail on African origin of the Christian church.
We have that. Then let's just close out then with looking at the early church here among slaves in America. We want to get a look at the militancy of the early church and how black people, Africans here, were introduced to Christianity or reintroduced to it, but kept some of their Africanisms and how they saw it and came to use it as a weapon.
Well, about the time of the destruction of Jerusalem, I have to go back there a minute. Christianity went in two different directions. It went toward the Romans, the white folks, the Greeks and the Romans, and it went deeper into the heart of Africa. The one that went deeper in the heart of Africa was a Christianity that was more akin to the Nazarene movement. And even though it developed a lot of the mythology, it was not in sync with the Roman Christian church. And it was the strongest Christian church in the world.
What,
the African church, the one in Ethiopia and what they called Egypt, in the Nile Valley, the Coptic church. And the outstanding personalities of that, the early church fathers was, I don't remember them in their order, I think Tertullian, Cipriani, Origen. I believe Origen was first. No, he came behind him. I think Tertullian preceded them. Then was Cipriani, Origen, St. Augustine, Perpetua, all of Boetius. You had all of these different. I don't remember the exact chronological order in which they came, even though I've written about it. I don't exactly remember what the chronological order, but I know Augustine was the one who came in about the 4th century, you know. And he was the most outstanding of them all and the most learned of them all. Tertullian was responsible for the Latin language becoming the language of liturgy, the language of the church there, because it actually came out of the Punic language, which was the tongue of the Carthaginians or the Carthaginians, as they should properly be called. So it was originally out of the root of an African language. So he was responsible for that, and he was also responsible for dividing the Old Testament and the New Testament, for setting that distinction. Because really there had not been fully developed the New Testament at that time. There were just a few books, 13 letters of Paul, the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel and the Acts, the Gospel of Luke and Acts, which was written by the same person, Luke the physician. And John Marcion in 140, a Syrian Greek, introduced that because he said the Old Testament talked about a God that was just too violent. And he wanted a sweeter God, a tenderer God. So he didn't even use Matthew or any of the others. He just used Luke, Acts, and the 13 letters of Paul, which shows that he was more in tune with the Pauline doctrines of Christianity than he was with the apostolic doctrine. And I mean, this was a great debate, which drew much blood, and was partially settled at the Council of Nicaea, not totally settled, because the debate went on for several hundred years more there.
Well, how was it settled at Nicaea?
By the authority of the emperor. The emperor said whatever he called in the 325 bishops, and he said Africans were included, and the Africans were in total disagreement with the other bishops, and he threw them out. 310 bishops, I'm sorry. They threw the Africans out of the council because they were not in. They didn't accept this thing about Jesus being born of a virgin without the help of a man. They didn't accept this thing about, because the relationship between a male and female in terms of cohabitation was very sacred to them. So they didn't see this as an evil thing, that he had to come through, the Son of God had to come any other way than by the seed of, and they said the text said he came by the seed of David, you know. They didn't agree on Xmas as his birthday. They didn't agree that Jesus was one in the same power and essence with God Almighty. There was a lot of disagreement there. And they were driven out of the council, and what the European bishops decided on, that is what Constantine said would be the official doctrine of the Catholic Church, or the Universal Church, is what they began to call it at that time. And any other doctrine would be heretical. You would be considered a heretic and punished accordingly. So it was backed up by the power of the sword of the Roman army.
So they slaughtered many of the African bishops.
They slaughtered them, and they slaughtered anybody who was contrary. Somehow, this idea that the Africans had under one named Arya spread up into Germany. And they slaughtered the Germans over that. They didn't settle that problem with those Germans until about 538 CE. Before they actually felled the last Gaul and Frankish and Germanic tribes who were still following the concepts that these Africans had about Jesus. And that's when the Catholic Church came into complete power at that time. And this doctrine was the one and only doctrine, and no other doctrine would be tolerated or entertained. And that's when it began to be called the Orthodox Church. And anything other than this is considered to be a sin against God, and is punishable with the severest punishment, even unto death.
So the Coptic Church was more in line with traditional African religion?
Yes, and it stayed primarily to itself. Actually, the European church always wanted to get in contact with what they call this mysterious creature called Prester John, this priest king who lived in Africa. But it was so distant to them, was so exotic to them, because they wanted to enlist his aid against fighting the invading Saracens, as they call them, the Moors, the Muslims. And also the Muslims were giving the African Christians hell and taking over their land. So they had to band together at one time. The Byzantine Empire had to ally itself with the Africans, and the Africans with the Byzantine Empire, which they never should have done. Because the Africans actually provided more of the strength of the military force then. But what happened, and they could have held their own, they could have held out. They've always been able to protect that Red Sea corridor. What they did align themselves with it, and in the end, they lost culturally, although they maintained a lot of their culture in the process, much more than many others. But the Roman Church became the church, and the dominant church from that point on. And that, I think, is a good place for us to close that, because we're going in a whole nother dimension of this, which is covered in the African origin of the Bible.
Do we have time just to deal a little bit with the early black church?
The black church, yes, of course. I went back to that to show that we had always been able to adapt any kind of philosophy or doctrine to our needs as a people. And if we found ourselves subjugated to somebody, that made no sense to us unless it spoke to our need to be free. Thus it was here on the plantation. Even though our first introduction to Christianity, or Eurocentric Christianity, because we have to make a clear distinction here, and the imagery of Eurocentric Christianity, and the white supremacy attitude of Eurocentric Christianity, was on the plantation. Our first introduction for most West Africans to Christianity was on the plantation. And we know that your captor never teaches you anything that will liberate you. Only that would further serve them. But in spite of that, we took this same thing that had been corrupted, and somehow we found an identity with it. Somehow we went deep into our historical selves, deep into our spiritual being, and reconnected with it the way we first knew it before it was taken over by the Roman army and co-opted by Europeans. And we therefore began to retranslate it in terms that were useful to us, so that we have such great Christian theologians, such black liberation theologians as the Right Reverend Nat Turner, the Reverend David Walker, and the Reverend Gabriel Prosser, and the Reverend Denmark Vesey, and the Right Reverend Mother Harriet Tubman, and the Reverend Sojourner Truth, among many others. And then you bring it on up to Henry Highland Garnett.
He was a minister?
He was a reverend. He was a Presbyterian minister at that, who said, let your motto be resistance, resistance. And that God didn't make you to be used by somebody else to be a slave. And there was Henry McNeil Turner, who was a minister. The Reverend James Jasper in Richmond, who they arrested him and put him on a train, and the train wouldn't move, and they couldn't figure out why the train couldn't move. They checked it out, everything was in order technically. They went back there, James Jasper was praying. They said, that nigga's praying, stop him from praying. And when they shook him, the train moved. So that's how powerful these black ministers was, because the church didn't start out as just a place for us to sing and shout and feel good. It started out as a place for us to organize slave revolts. And it was the only kind of institution that would be permitted by white folks, because they thought we were setting up something that would continue to perpetuate Eurocentric Christianity. And when they found out that it was the hotbed for the planning of slave revolts, then they passed a law that the only way that you could have church on the plantation is that if a white minister was present. And the text could not be chosen and read by the black preacher. It had to be read by the white preacher. And the black preacher repeated to the people. And the white preacher only read those texts that said, slave, obey your master and all that, which was supposedly written by the Apostle Paul. Because you can see if he did write them, with no friend of the Hebrews or us either. So that's what, and it was later co-opted. It still remained. The black church is always, no matter how it is co-opted and brought into the status quo, or to serve the controlling forces, or to collaborate with them, there's always that element of the black church that is in the process of resistance. Dr. King was produced by that. The Nation of Islam was produced by that. Malcolm was produced by that. Johnny Youngblood was produced by that. I am produced by that church. You know, we come out of that liberation. Ben Chavis, all the people who espouse the doctrine of black liberation, the gospel of black liberation, come out of that, because that is the true root of the black church. And whenever it strays from that, it is no longer serving the people. And the people then have to go and make that church come back and serve their needs. And this is the church that it will make it from the 20th century to the 21st century. The church that continues to espouse Eurocentricity and the plantation theology will not survive until the 21st century. Because the knowledge of our true history, the true knowledge about Jesus, about all of the religions, is just bursting and exploding all around us. And the youth are not going to accept things on blind faith. It must appeal to their logic and reason. Even though they may not fully understand it, they know what they're hearing is not satisfying and is not changing their condition from what it is to what it ought to be. They look and they see the same condition persisting, except for a little change for a few black people here and there. And that itself is precarious, because at any time they wish, white people can take whatever that is, whatever so-called gains we have made, with just a stroke of a pen or any such thing, that it can change their law. These youth can see that. And they say, how can you stand up in church and say, look what God has done for us, how good God is to us, when our communities are going to hell? Now, true, God is good to us. The Creator is good to us. But we must use more than he woke me up this morning, because he woke the head of the Ku Klux Klan up this morning too. And that's not good for us. Everything woke up this morning that woke up. So we thank God for that. But more than that, we must realize that the scripture said, I made you to be the head and not the tail. Thou art to be above only and not beneath. And that the only way, just as the Hebrews in Jesus' time believed, and Jesus himself obviously believed, that you could please God, was to live a quality of life that is in harmony with what God intended for his people to live. To enjoy the bounties of the world. That the Lord would trust in the Lord and he would give you the desires of your heart. And if our communities therefore are corroded, and all this evil and all this dope and prostitution, all this waywardness and the killing of our youth of each other is in that state, then we obviously are not following the principles of the Creator. Because if we were living by those kind of principles, that type of activity would not continue to exist. Well, you say, well, the devil's doing it. Then you're saying that the devil is more powerful than God. That you go and pray to and testify to every week. Because you testify to all this goodness, but when you come back, what you experience is just the opposite. But you cannot blame this on the Creator. You must blame it on us, who have not carried out the will of the Creator, which is to take faith and change our condition from what it is to what it ought to be, and to do it fearlessly. We claim to believe so much in God, but yet we fear white folks more than we have the respect of the Creator to do what we're supposed to do, to even take a stand when we know something is wrong. And if you really had all this belief in God, you can take the stand because you know that the Creator is going to be with you and protect you and carry you through it. But if you don't take that stand, that means you have put the white man in the place of God. That's a very serious thing we have to consider. Thank you, Minister Brown. I really have enjoyed this session with you, but I have got to get on up the road. Okay, man, I wish my man was still here to drive me over there, but I'm going to have to beat a path.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this guy larking. When the fighting like dogs that barking. I'm marvel out yourself, for start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female.
If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
The impact of slavery is something that must be seen from two different fronts. From the perspective of the enslaver, it was one of the most lucrative industries, if you may, that they ever undertook. If you look at the history of Europe, the history of America, to mean the United States of America, to mean Latin America or South America, you will discover that those civilizations were built on the back of slaves. But to the slave, it was debilitating and humiliating, and the impact is alive today. And the impact, it is not only economic, it is spiritual, it is cultural, it is political, it is total. And one need only see what happened to the slaves who were taken to the United States of America. First of all, you lost your language. And I think Alex Haley has done a very good job in dramatizing it through his movie Roots. They took away your name. They took away your God. They took away your language. They took away all the things that you valued. And if you go to Latin America, you also discover, you go to Colombia, you go to Brazil, you see how devastating it was. You go to the Caribbean, whether it's St. Kitts and Nevis, or whether Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, you see the impact of slavery. And not only that, if you move out of the slavery that we call the transatlantic triangle, and you go into the Arab world, where we now know that over 18 million people are transported, and we now know that men were castrated, you can see how they have completely been Arabized, so that they do not even think of their African roots. That is how devastating slavery was. And the impact continues because once you have lost your all, you've lost your humanity. To claim it back, it is an intergenerational thing. We now know quite a number of people who suffered in the manner that they did and continue to suffer, trying to reconnect with their root. The DNA tracing is in itself a quest for people to find themselves so that they can be who they were and so that they can pay homage to their ancestors. The continent remains the richest continent on earth in terms of many things. And whenever people talk about riches, we are quick to talk about natural resources. But to me, the most important of the resources is the human resource. Africa was invaded and people were enslaved because of the human resource. In fact, I know of a story about slavery in Costa Rica, where the Spaniards were trying to build a railway from Port Limon to San Jose in Costa Rica. And they tried the Chinese, they died of malaria. They tried everybody until they went to Jamaica and picked the slaves who had been there, and they are the ones who came and built the railway to Port Limon. Because of human resource before industrialization. If you look at every other sector, look at the sugar plantations of Sao Tome, off the coast of Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They took people from the Congo Kingdom and took them to Sao Tome. The rubber plantations, your human resource. Africa was rich and still remains rich. But what Africa is famed for is her natural resources. Talk of gold, talk of iron ore, talk of cobalt, talk of uranium, talk of rare earth, talk of copper, talk of all these things, talk of timber, even in terms of looking at our flora and fauna, and you look at what we have in terms of what gives the world the pharmaceutical products. It was true then, it is true now. And that is why when the European powers came to the continent of Africa and they were fighting each other, remember they were fighting each other in different corners of Africa. In Angola, the Dutch were fighting the Portuguese. In the other part, the Germans were fighting, the French were fighting, the colonialists were fighting. And then they said, why are we fighting? This hunting ground is so rich that we had just better divide it into spheres of influence. That is the context in which the conference in Berlin that was put together by Otto von Bismarck must be understood. So they divided into spheres of influence because of the riches. Even the decolonization process the colonization process before decolonization was based on the better management of the resources, so that the human resource continue to be a resource, but you're also using the natural resources to industrialize Europe. The Europe that we now see industrialized did so on the back of African resources. The America that we now see industrialized did so on the back of African resources. The Latin America. So Africa has been the place where you get resources and take it to other parts of the world, particularly Europe and America, and use it for purposes of the benefit. And to that extent, Africa has been impoverished. So that Africa is the least industrialized of all the continents, because at critical moments, both her people and her resources have been taken away, and all her attempts at industrialization have been frustrated to the extent that they have not realized their potential. So the impact is huge. But that does not mean that Africa is poor. Africa, with a population of 1.4 billion and increasing, the youngest population in the world, with most of the resources already still resident in the continent of Africa, we only have to change our mind and stop exporting raw products or primary products and begin to have them made here, value addition. Then, sooner rather than later, we will be flying on a different plane in terms of converting our resources into things that will improve the quality of our lives. The paradox of Africa is so rich, yet so poor, a paradox. It used to be said, and it was right, that the flag followed the cross. That is as regards Christianity. And as Europe and America were subdividing Africa for economic reasons, they were also subdividing Africa from a religious perspective. So that when you look at Africa, you see the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church to be specific, is one of the largest landowners across the continent of Africa. In every African country, the Roman Catholic Church has large tracts of land. They are the sphere of influence, whether you are talking about their presence in Uganda or in Kenya or in Angola or in all those other countries. Remember, the Roman Pope was a politician. And in the 15th and 16th century, when the oceans were being subdivided for exploration, it is the Roman Catholic Pope who divided the oceans between Spain and Portugal at that time. That is the Roman Catholic Church. The Anglican Church, whenever you saw the British, they also came with the Anglican Church. And remember, I keep on reminding those who are in the Anglican tradition that the Anglican Church was created through a rebellion in 1534 when King Henry VIII was denied the right to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon so that he could marry Anne Boleyn. And he became the head of the Roman Catholic Church. The British monarch is the head of the Roman Catholic Church. So this is an established church. Wherever they went, you see the governor's house, and next to the governor's house is the archbishop's house. Either it's in Kenya, or in Uganda, or in Tanzania, or in Ghana, or in Nigeria, or in Zimbabwe, spheres of influence. And where the Germans were dominant, you see the Lutheran Church. And where the Scots had a presence, you see the Presbyterian Church. So it is true that religion was used. And the Bible has been used in very negative ways. The Dutch Reformed Church, which gave the religious legitimacy to the apartheid regime in South Africa, proceeded on the premise that the races were unequal. So religion was used to dehumanize the black South Africans by the Dutch Reformed Church, which founded and formed the so-called spiritual basis for the apartheid regime. The churches were there when people were being colonized. They were there when people were being discriminated against, while the same Bible that they read said that there is no Jew, no Gentile, no man, no woman. Yet they allowed it to happen. Religion was used to pacify, and the culture and the whole idea of turn the other cheek. Religion did not preach being a keeper of one's brother or sister. Religion did not assert that we should be good Samaritans. The people in religion became bad Samaritans. And it is instructive that in the recent past, the Roman Catholic Church has apologized. The Anglican Church has apologized because they know that they were complicit both in slavery and in colonization, and that they continue to do harm in the name of religion. Islam is not innocent. Islam, which is articulated in the Quran, is quite clear about the things and how you should deal with people. But Islam also became an instrument of Arabization, which was not what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prescribed. But those who are bringing Islam to the coastal part of Africa also used it to Arabize the population. The net effect, therefore, when you talk about the impact and the influence of religion in the continent of Africa, is that it's part of the problem rather than part of the solution. That does not take away the fact that there are certain good things that these religious organizations also did. We must not be all negative. It's true that in a number of areas they improved education, therefore eliminated illiteracy. It is true that they built hospitals and therefore helped in the reduction and elimination of diseases. But when you put it on the weighing scale, the negative impact of religion psychologically and otherwise continues to be an albatross that hangs on the neck of the people of color in Africa. And something must be done to decolonize religion in order that we may indeed enjoy the dividends of a relationship with God. And if you look at the history of Africa, there have been attempts at fighting that. In the 16th century, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, what we call it now, in the Congo Kingdom, there was a lady called Kim Pavita or Donna Beatrice, who told his people that indeed, of course, debatable, Jesus was black and was a Congolese. But I can understand where Kim Pavita or Donna Beatrice was coming from. She was trying to tell the people that we should not simply accept the version of Jesus that has been brought to us from Europe and America. And when Donna Beatrice left, in the same Congo, there was Simon Kimbangu, who also came and made certain contribution. In fact, when Kimbangu died in 1951, he had already predicted that Congo would be free. He had already predicted that there would be economic recovery. So there have always been Africans who have tried to appropriate the good aspects of religion, whether it is Islam or it is Christianity. In the Islamic tradition, we remember the activities of Uthman Dan Fodio or Uthman Dan Fodio in the northern part of what is now Nigeria, and his version of Islam, trying to give it an African flavor so that it's something that is positive to the people. So whenever we talk about religion, we must understand that it had and continues to have a very negative impact on African peoples, preaching a gospel where we think that prayer without work will be the mother of all the things we have ever wished for. Yet we know that the divine instruction was that you shall eat by the sweat of thy brow. You know, religion is man-made. And anything that is touched by man and made by man, particularly many of these organizations, including religion, they have an agenda, hidden or otherwise. So the more religious you are, sometimes the less spiritual you are. Because religion creates hierarchy. You have the archbishop, you have the pope in the Roman Catholic, you have the cardinals, you have the archbishops, you have the bishops, you have the priests. And all of them enjoy a Pharisaic life. They love life. And we have history of popes who engaged in all manner of criminal activities. And they wanted to be worshipped. In fact, when I look at the history of the Roman Catholic Church, and I look at how Martin Luther came out with his 95 Theses at the church in Wittenberg, when he's saying that the popes must stop using the church for evil purposes. It was a rebellion against religion. When you look at the Anglican Church, you can see how religion was used to deify man. When you look at Islam, we have had versions of Islam where people preach everything that is contrary to the instructions of Allah and the Prophet of God, Muhammad, peace be upon him. And all these tell you that we lost our spirituality. And one of the things that Western religion did was to attack African spirituality, so that you lost your connection to God. Because in many African communities, the connection between man and God was a direct thing. And you had your ancestors interceding for you, which they said was unchristian, but yet when you are Christian, you pray to the God of Abraham, Moses, and Joseph, who are their ancestors, and they tell us we must not mention our ancestors when we are praying. So it is true that one of the things that attacks spirituality and creates a distance between us and God is organized religion, which we now know by dint of history, and even as we observe today, has some of the most corrupt practices, some of the most pernicious practices against men. We have seen cultic religions which have come where individuals become rich at the expense of their congregants. Religion is the thief of spirituality. You know, when you look at religion, specifically spirituality rather than religion, God, in his own divine way, having created man, ensured that man's environment, wherever he or she was, whether he's in Europe or America or in the Middle East, there is a sense in which your connection with him, to mean God, was mediated through many ways, including nature. And you look at every tradition, even if you choose to look at the books which are written, many African spirituality is not rendered in written books which were destroyed. But look at the Christian Bible and the Old Testament, which is fundamentally the Jewish Torah. You can see how they were praying to their God, how they went to the mountains, how they had prophets such as Elijah saying that it will not rain, and then it did not. What is the difference between Elijah and some of our seers amongst the Agikoyo of Kenya, or amongst the Zulu of South Africa, or amongst the Luo then of Sudan, or amongst the Yoruba, or amongst the Igbo, or amongst the Nama in what is present-day Namibia, or amongst the Temne, or amongst the Wolof, or amongst the Dogon in Mali? There is no difference. And those who want to destroy and confuse you, when they come and attack you, the first thing they do is to attack your God, attack your spirituality, because once there is a spiritual disconnect between you and your God, then you can be dominated, and then you lose everything. Look at in the area of pharmaceuticals. We had healers in African land. We now know that brain surgery was undertaken in the continent of Africa. We now know that there were cesarean births in the continent of Africa. But when we were disrupted, we lost all that, and we now think that in order to be a doctor, you must be trained in the tradition of the Western world. But if you look at other civilizations which have borrowed and which have survived and which retained their mode of doing things, they continued with their way of doing. Go to China. You still talk about Chinese medicine because they did not lose. And that has not prevented them from embracing what is good from other civilizations. Go to India, Ayurveda, and you find that the Indians have continued with that particular tradition. But when you come to Africa, when we have our herbalists, because we are mentally confused, courtesy of miseducation and spiritual dominance, when we have people who are healers in our society, we condemn them as witch doctors. So it is the battle against the impact of slavery and colonization combined is a battle of unlearning many negative things which were pumped into our minds so that we could become robots. And robots we have become in many ways because we do things simply because certain information was pumped in our heads. We have been taught consistently to hate ourselves and to love the things that belong to others. So when we have conversations about religion and about the impact of slavery, it is a conversation which is reminding us that we should go back to ourselves. There is a beautiful saying in the Kiswahili language called mwachamila ni mtumwa. If you abandon your culture and tradition, you become a slave. And that is exactly what happened to us. We abandoned our culture and tradition and way of doing things, and even when we deny it, we are still slaves, mentally. When you look at African traditional religion, and we use the word religion because I'm speaking in English. If I was talking in some of the African languages, perhaps I would not use the word religion, but spirituality. One of them as we know, is Simon Kimbangu, who was himself a Baptist, started as a Baptist preacher, and then moved on to form his own church, if you may, or his own religious movement. And Kimbanguism is an example of one of African religions which has survived today. In fact, in the year 2011, during the presidency of Joseph Kabila, they held a conference to discuss the life of Simon Kimbangu. And there are many Kimbanguis. In fact, it is estimated that there are 6 million people in the Democratic Republic of Congo who follow the diktats of Simon Kimbangu. And Kimbangu is not the only African who has been in that space. In Kenya, for example, we have had several African religious movements which were called African tradition religions. Akorino is such a religion in Kenya. Nomia is such a religion in Kenya. Legio Maria is such a religion. And if you go to West Africa, you'll find similar activities, and even in Southern Africa. And what has happened is that these African religions have much more spiritual rigor as opposed to the very formalistic Western religions like the Catholic Church or the Anglican Church or the Episcopalians who are now in the United States of America and are in communion with the Anglican Church, or the Methodist Church or the SDA Church. African religion is indeed alive and well. And where it is, it resonates with the people. If you go to Benin, for example, you'll find them. And of course, those who are in the business of condemning everything Africa, including us Africans, are quick to dismiss them, that those are not in keeping with what we understand religion to be. Yet they forget that many of these religions are man-made and have corrupted the message of God.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs start barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sewer. Breeze it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in your beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. the Global Independence Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independence Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the 27th day of February 2024, and we are at 7:13 a.m. in the morning, coming to you live from beautiful, hopefully sunny. It looks like it's going to be a sunny day. Bridgetown in Barbados. Yes, Bridgetown, Barbados, here in the what they call the Caribbean, which I call Western Northwest Africa. In any event, here we are. Yours truly, Philip Catlin Springer, with you as your host today. We've been going through a number of videos already since 4:30 this morning when I went live at 4:30. Trying to survive this. They were spraying chemtrails again last night over above us. I saw a whole bunch to the south of me. And I'm finding, and I said it yesterday and I'll repeat it again, I'm one of the people that seem to be getting affected by this darn thing. And I can feel it in even my toes, my fingers, all kinds of places. It's not nice. It's not a nice feeling. But I'm persevering. I will write it out with you today till 2. Yes, we want to put things in their perspective. And we will continue to bring you conscious images and information. We have coming in with us today Dr. Stephen Williams, Dr. Strange, as he's often referred to lovingly. We have the brother Gabriel Epi from Ghana. And we have Ara Flower, our dear Ara, Queen Ara, Sister Ara, whatever you want to call her. I call her by many different names. She will be coming in as well, and we'll write this thing out into the 2 o'clock hour today. I am trying to make sure that I'm okay, and I think I'm doing a good job of it, but they are spraying us down, folks. No two ways about that. And it's not no Sahara dust. This is the chemtrails that I saw it yesterday with my own eyes again. I was out watering my plants in the evening and I could see them lacing the skies with these chemtrails. It is not a nice thing. It is definitely not a nice thing to be doing. When government, the people that we elect, and let me talk about this. Now you're going to get me fired up. The people that we elect are not the government. They are the servants of the government. We are the government. We, the people who give them the vote, is where the authority lies, in us. But we give these people the authority, and what do? They wrestle it out of our hands, or we voluntarily give it up. And then they go and they rule against us, is what they have been prevalent in doing, by coming out with adverse policies that will affect us, even to the point of spraying us with chemicals. It is not natural to spray chemicals in the skies. That has to come down, and eventually it filters down on everything from your food to your own personal space where you breathe. You imagine the nastiness of trying to kill off a population of the earth. And what is this agenda? To what purpose? Those that are trying to kill us will end up dying themselves anyway, because they can't live forever. And the same effects that we're going to suffer, they have to eventually suffer it. I don't know then what is the purpose. What is this mass suicide that they try to attempt to perpetrate upon us? Okay. We have many commentators who come on these airs and literally talk about this stuff But it goes on deaf ear, day after day after day after day. I'm hearing many people complaining of headaches all around me now. Every time you turn around, somebody's got a headache that they didn't have headaches. I had about 3 or 4 myself in the past couple of months where I haven't had headaches for 10, 20 years without a headache. All of a sudden, my 4 eyes, every day I'm rubbing my eyes and the water's coming out. My cousin came here the other day, just came back from overseas. And guess what? Man, can't even breathe. Eyes puffy, wife, same thing, everything. Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. But this is the people that we give a vote to. We give them the vote and tell them, go ahead and do it. And they take it literally and work it against you in the interest of money, in the interest of their personal grandizement. They simply are diabolical, and the system needs to be changed. Because if the system does not change, folks, this whole planet is destined to die. These people are just determined to destroy this planet. And look what they're doing. When you're throwing chemicals down on top of people every day, that's getting into your body one way or another, whether it's going through your eyes, whether it's going into your food, through your pores. It is affecting all of us, not some of us. I'm sure they don't have any special gear to prevent them. The only thing they may do is stay in their bunkers or whatever the hell they plan to do. Okay? But they're spraying us down with these chemtrails. You know, that's where Dr. Strange is going to come in today, and he's going to teach us how to overcome some of this, even with the 5G and all of that. So we look forward very much to seeing Dr. Strange on our air today, along with, as I said, Brother Gabriel from Ghana, our travel consultant, and our sister Ara. That should give us a pretty full rotation right up to about 1 o'clock today or slightly beyond, and we will roll it into 2 o'clock. So I'll sit back, relax. If you've had your breakfast already, this is the breakfast edition, but if you've had your breakfast already, and you're not going out anywhere today, feel free to put your feet up, grab a warm cup of tea or coffee, and or a good glass of water. Doesn't go wrong either. And sit back and let us help you get through this day. It's 7:20 a.m. on the 27th day of February 2024, and you are watching the Global Independence Square here on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live with your host, Philip Calvin Springer. And I tried to tack now to another small piece of knowledge, and let us see how we can best. Well, before we do that, let me bring in a man that I wasn't old enough to meet him, but I'm certainly a fan of his, and I'm certainly inspired by his contributions to the race that we live in. I'm trying to see. I'm speaking of the one and only Marcus Messiah Garvey, but I was sure that I had a video of Her Excellency that I also wanted to play this morning, and I'm sure I had put it into. I'm not seeing it though. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it. But, interested. I'll have to go back in the library during the next commercial break and see if I can find that video. But Her Excellency Dr. Arikana Chiangboy Kwao, and I'll see if I can pull that up. But in the meantime, I'm going to give you a little inspiration at 7:22 a.m. with
of Africa. I greet you in the name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League of the World. You may ask, what organization is that? It is for me to inform you that the Universal Negro Improvement Association is an organization that seeks to unite into one solid body the 400 million Negroes of the world. to link up the 15 million Negroes of the United States of America with the 20 million Negroes of the West Indies, the 40 million Negroes of South and Central America, with the 280 million Negroes of Africa, for the purpose of bettering our industrial, commercial, educational, social, and political conditions. As you are aware, the world in which we live today is divided into separate race groups and distinct nationalities. Each race and each nationality is endeavoring to work out its own destiny to the exclusion of other races and other nationalities. We hear the cry of England for the Englishman, of France for the Frenchman, of Germany for the German, of Ireland for the Irish, of Palestine for the Jew, of Japan for the Japanese, of China for the Chinese. We of the Universal Negro Improvement Association are raising the cry of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. There are 400 million Africans in the world who have Negro blood coursing through their veins, and we believe that the time has come to unite these 400 million people for the one common purpose of bettering their condition. The great problem of the Negro for the last 500 years has been that of disunity. No one or no organization ever succeeded in uniting the Negro race. But within the last 4 years, the Universal Negro Improvement Association has worked wonders in bringing together in one fold 4 million organized Negroes who are scattered in all parts of the world, being in the 48 states of the American Union, all the West Indian Islands, and the countries of South and Central America and Africa. These 4 million people are working to convert the rest of the 400 million scattered all over the world. And it is for this purpose that we are asking you to join our ranks and to do the best you can to help us to bring about an emancipated race. If anything praiseworthy is to be done, it must be done through unity. And it is for that reason that the Universal Negro Improvement Association calls upon every Negro in the United States to rally to its standards. We want to unite the Negro race in this country. We want every Negro to work for one common object, that of building a nation of his own on the great continent of Africa. That all Negroes all over the world are working for the establishment of a government in Africa means that it will be realized in another few years. We want the moral and financial support of every Negro to make the dream a possibility. Already, this organization has established itself in Nigeria, West Africa, and is endeavoring to do all possible to develop that Negro country to become a great industrial and commercial commonwealth. Pioneers have been sent by this organization to Nigeria, and they are now laying the foundations upon which the 400 million Negroes of the world will build. If you believe that the Negro has a soul, if you believe that the Negro is a man, if you believe the Negro was endowed with the senses commonly given to other men by the Creator, then you must acknowledge that what other men have done, Negroes can do. We want to build up cities, nations, governments, industries of our own in Africa, so that you'll be able to have a chance to rise from the lowest to the highest positions in the African Commonwealth.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio 246 Live. This is the morning show, the breakfast edition of the Global Independent Square, coming to you from sunny Bridgetown in Barbados. And yes, since I spoke about 10 minutes ago, the sun has broken through very nicely. It's still not too warm. No, sorry, not too cold. It is lovely. It's not hot, but it's not cold. It is that mild, beautiful space in between there. I want to give thanks, praise to Most High God for giving us another day, a breath of life into our bodies, and we ask that you will continue to be safe this day as we go through it. If you go out to work, or even if you're working at home, watch the items you're dealing with, and so on and so forth. You know, though something don't fall down on you or something sharp should come in contact with you or whatever, and just work safe, play safe, be safe. There's enough troubles out there that you don't need any more than you already have. We give thanks for that. All right, in saying that, though, I'm waiting 8 o'clock. We have Gabrielle should be coming in anytime now, but 8 o'clock we'll have Dr. Strange, and he'll go right through till 10. And then we have Ara at 11, and that she'll go right through till 1. So we are looking forward today. I don't know who Ara's guests are, but I know it's women's turn. It's the women that are going to be shouting out today and doing the reading. I welcome each and every one of you in advance of that happening, and I say shalom. Let me now do this. No, I was going to play something there, but I think I'll tackle it from that. We have a most interesting piece that we have all seen before, but I'm debating whether or not I will play it. I don't think I'm going to at this moment in time. But, you know, let's have a conversation for a few minutes here. Let's see. I'm not going to go out because I'm waiting to see if Gabrielle is ready to come in. Matter of fact, call him and see if he's ready to come in now before Dr. Strange comes on. That ought to be interesting.
The recent announcement by Senegalese President Macky Sall to indefinitely postpone the presidential elections scheduled for February 25, 2024, has sparked uproar and criticism from the opposition and the people of Senegal.
The president is violating the constitution in a very flagrant manner.
They have deemed the move a coup against them, and it's not difficult to see why. In a democratic society, the only legitimate way for power to transition from one leader to another is through a free and fair election. However, in this case, President Sall has cited an investigation being conducted by the National Assembly against 2 justices in Senegal as the reason for the postponement. While this may seem like a legitimate reason on the surface, it raises questions about the true motives behind the decision and who is behind this whole plan as well. It's clear that this move is nothing but a blatant attempt by President Sall to extend his tenure in office. By postponing the election indefinitely, he effectively ensures that he will remain in power until a new election is held. This is a clear violation of the democratic process and undermines the will of the Senegalese people. The opposition has rightly pointed out that this move is a coup against the Senegalese people.
People are here to protest peacefully against injustice and were fired on with tear gas.
President Sall is effectively denying them their right to choose their own leader through a free and fair election. It's a worrying trend in a region that has seen its fair share of coups and authoritarian leaders. The question now is this: what will the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, do about this? As a regional body committed to promoting democracy and good governance, they cannot turn a blind eye to this blatant violation of democratic principles. They must take a strong stance against this move and call for an immediate return to the democratic process. It is frustrating to see corrupt politicians getting away with actions that military personnel would not even consider doing. Despite being elected through democratic means, these politicians seem to feel entitled to commit all sorts of impunity, including excluding opposition members from candidate lists and postponing elections indefinitely. Such actions undermine the very principles of democracy and threaten the stability of the country. As it stands right now, the political situation in Senegal is becoming increasingly tense. On Sunday, January 4th, 2024, the streets were filled with hundreds of people from all walks of life who had heeded the call of some opposition candidates. Among them was former Prime Minister Aminata Touré, who is now a leading opposition figure. However, she was arrested upon arriving at one of the protests she was attending, according to a post she made on social media platform X. Touré had served as the premier during the tenure of the current president Macky Sall before joining the opposition. Since then, she has become one of Sall's most outspoken critics, frequently denouncing his policies and actions. In the wake of Sall's decision to postpone the upcoming elections, Touré described it as an unprecedented democratic regression and urged the people to mobilize in defense of their rights.
Today, we cannot accept that the Constitution, which gives the President his powers, is violated.
This has led to concerns that a military coup may occur to remove President Sall from power, which will now result in the imposition of sanctions by the Economic Community of West African States and possibly the African Union. Now that something can be done to remedy the situation, it seems like they are giving it a blind eye. It should be noted that last year, President Sall went as far as dissolving the opposition party. This move was met with widespread condemnation from both local and international communities. However, this did not deter the ruler from using his power to prevent the opposition from gaining any foothold in the country. This opposition, led by Ousmane Sonko, has been vocal in their criticism of the president's actions, particularly his decision to postpone the election indefinitely. This move has prompted protests on the streets as people demand that their voices be heard and their democratic rights respected. The situation in Senegal is not unique, as we have seen similar political upheavals in neighboring countries such as Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. France, which has historically had a strong presence in West Africa, is losing influence in the region as more and more countries assert their independence and sovereignty. Senegal's main opposition figure, Sonko, who is known for his outspoken criticism of the government and his calls for reform, even still behind bars, made some bold statements about his plans for Senegal. In particular, he has stated that he intends to expel France from the country, close down their military base, and remove Senegal from the West African Monetary Union. These statements have not gone unnoticed, and many believe that they are the reason behind the government's recent actions. It is no secret that France has long had a presence in Senegal, and many citizens have grown weary of their influence. Sonko's promise to remove them from the country has resonated with many, and it is clear that the government sees him as a threat. Similarly, his plans to remove Senegal from the West African Monetary Union have raised concerns about the country's economic stability. Despite the challenges facing the opposition, they have continued to fight for the rights of the people. They have remained steadfast in their efforts to bring about change in the country. Their resilience has endeared them to many Senegalese people who are tired of the ruler's oppressive regime.
Country where people are mistreated. It's really tough for us. The world needs to understand this. This is a cry from the heart.
I'm a struggling entrepreneur. I have a master's degree. I'm left selling coffee on the streets. There's no work. Jobs are given to those with political connections. We want work. We want to work for our country. Our time has come now.
President Sall, who has been in power for quite some time now, is facing opposition from the people of his country. Despite his efforts to suppress the voices of the opposition, they continue to gain traction among the Senegalese people. In fact, the more he tries to silence them, the more popular they become. His actions have been seen by many as actions against the principles of democracy. The people of Senegal are about to be denied their right to free and fair elections. They may not be given the chance to choose their leaders based on merit and vision. Whatever the case, It is time for the people of Senegal and African countries as a whole to stand up and take charge of their own destinies, free from external interference and influence. What are your thoughts? We are eager to hear them in the comments section. These other videos on your screen will equally be of great interest to you. Check them out and consider subscribing to the channel for more of such videos. Thanks so much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you in our next video.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle you on the floor. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. We are here again. We're having some difficulties with the codes. They weren't working, so I had to readjust that again. And bringing our brother Gabriel. He is in the studio. I hope the other guests are aware that I have changed those. So without further ado, we'll bring in our brother from Ghana, Gabriel. My dear brother, how are you?
I'm doing well. What about you?
Yes. How is the weather over there? It looks nice and bright and sunny over there in Ghana.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Tell us now. I didn't queue up your video. I did actually, but what happened is because of the mess up there with the codes, I had to go back out and it kind of cleared my screen. So what I'm gonna do while we're talking, I'm gonna go in and pull it up again. So tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in the meantime, and let me go find this video of yours.
That is really good. On May time, I'm planning for the tour that we are going to have on 29th to 11th August. So working with the airline because we're supposed to have a domestic flight from Accra to Kumasi that will be in and out. So I'm working on the airline so that I will be able to get a very good fare for my people. So preparation is ongoing on and everything is moving on smoothly. By next month, I will be traveling to Kumasi and Cape Coast to make sure that everything that is put in place is well arranged for my people. Accra will be the last thing because I based in Accra, so I will have times to do that before my people arrive on the 29th. So early this month, that is will be 30th of March, we'll be having our Zoom meeting. I need to talk to all the tourists who will be on board so that I will give them the update and what we are going to give them a brief explanation and what we are going to do so that they will have a fair idea on every step that we will be taking. So those are the things that we plan of doing this month and the next month. So everything is going to be on point for us, and we are very happy that the tour is going to be a successful tour. You're never going to regret of coming on this tour.
I just want to correct one statement that you made there. Not that it's a mistake or a fault of your own, but I would like you to correct that from a Zoom meeting to a Meetup One meeting, because we will be supplying you with the technology to be able to bring in your meeting on Meetup One. So just so that you're aware, I will discuss that with you off the air later on today. But that way, not only you, but the audience here can also participate in that without having to go through all the rigmarole of Zoom and all of that at one time. I'll patch you into my whole network with that particular opportunity. Since we last spoke, and not to cut into your presentation, because you're gonna have a few minutes still, longer than usual, since we messed up with the code. Since we last spoke, I've been now promoted to CEO of ADDI. I'm now the boss, and under Her Excellency, and of course our dear senior brother Cook. And we are now running this thing in the global space, which means now that all of your even presentation for the trips that will not be Zoom right now. Look, let me take that. See, I just use the same word. Zoom will be on Meetup One so that they can see in real time what you're presenting. That will give us a bigger platform, a bigger opportunity to make the folks around the whole organization aware of the various programs that we have that we're planning. But also, in addition to that, sir, I'm going to move to see that the board sanctions this as the travel and tour company for the ADDI, and I think we should be able to achieve that within the next month, easily, next 2 weeks anyway. But I don't want to say next month at our next board meeting. I will make a proposal for such. We've been working hard, Gabrielle, and we deserve to be able to have these benefits. You have been with me from get-go. Before this program even started, we were in collaboration together, and you've done a wonderful job. We want to know, Your Excellency, in our last meeting last week, said to me, Philip, it's time to tie the Caribbean in particular and the continent together. It's time to do that. But my mission is bigger than that, not just the continent and the Caribbean, North America, Europe, all of it. You're the man on the spot there. We want to bring you into the space. I'm going to ask permission to have you added to our network of persons so that when anyone in our network wants to think about travel or where they want to go or any plans that you have, they'll be able to see it in real time. So Meetup One is the program, is the platform that we will be using for that purpose. So when you refer to the future of the trips and so on, we will be using Meetup One. So keep that in your mind. I know you didn't know that before. I didn't have a chance to discuss that with you in advance, but it's a good thing. See, out of every era, there is a chance to learn. When I sent the codes out this morning, I know you were trying to get in because you called me. I couldn't figure out what the heck. So I took a screenshot, I took it on my phone, and I sent it to you, and you got in. So I had to do that for everybody else in the process.
Instead of Q, you put Jean over there. That is cause
Yeah, they changed it and made it look so sad, and it was like, whoa. And so I was sending out the wrong codes all morning to the people. So we're gonna readjust. But in the meantime, let me do this here because I like to introduce you with the commercial. And of course, now that we're going across the entire network, I want to be able to use this more often. But I want us to improve on not just this, but other pieces that I can use within the organization going out from here. So let's take a look at one.
Hello! Have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Yes, so here we are back after that. I mean, that says it all. That says it all. But tell the people now a little bit about this tour. This is going to be your next big one coming at you there in July. And I want to get this here up on our system running through ADDI over the next 2 weeks or so that we can get that as a most successful venture that we will be doing. Also, I discussed with Her Excellency the other one, which will be going from here in the Caribbean into as a cruise ship into Africa. We've had some discussions on that. I'll be having a meeting tomorrow with them on that, and so that's when you are going to come in prominently now within the organization relative to setting up these groups. Tell the people about this one, though. Tell the people about this. This is something you've been working on since last year. Give them a little heads up on this one.
Thank you very much. We thank God once again for life. G&G Travel and Tour is presenting Black History Festival and Culture Tour Ghana 2024, which will be held on 29th to 11th August. The total trip is going to be 2 weeks, that is 14 days. Start from the day of departure from the home country. This program is about to discover our identity, our history, our festival, know much about our festival and understand what we have as the Black people, our culture, where we are coming from. Life is all ruled by your culture. Your culture determines your identity. So if you are from any tribe that you are from, if you are from America, you are from Asia, you are from Africa, you are controlled by your culture over there. So your culture speaks about who you are to the world. So that is why when we dress in our culture uniform, you can be identified that no, you are from West Africa, because West Africa culture is different from East Africa. East Africa culture is different from southern parts of Africa. Southern part of Africa culture is different from northern part and central part of Africa, but we are all one people. But it all depends on where we are located in Africa and our way of life. That is it, our way of life. So it is the time for us as the black people to know much about what we have, the culture that we have, the history that we have, and our festival that we celebrated as the black people. Unfortunate that our father, our mother, our grandmom, our granddad, brothers and sisters were taken from us to exile, but that is not the end of the world. So far as we have life, we are together as one people, and home is home. So this is the time for you to come home to learn about your culture and identify your culture and know the value of your culture, so that if you want to come back home, you already know what you have and where you are going. Yesterday, I was so happy when I received a call from Panama that a brother of mine wanted to come and settle in Ghana. And they called me that they will fall on me for any help. I'm so happy for that. So this is the time for us to identify ourselves that we are African. When we know that when we are together as a unity, that is where we can conquer what we have. We can have dominion of what we have. But if we are not united in heart and mind, and we don't know the value of what we have, the culture, the festival, and our history, how can we come together as one people to conquer or to force our enemy not to destroy us? Both materials that we have, the brain, first of all, they will start with our brain. So when they are able to destroy your brain, that is where they can steal what you have, because they already put you at the place that you can't think to protect the aspect that you have. So this is the time for us as the black people to discover what we have, to learn about what we have, and to come together to protect the assets that we have. So I'm inviting everybody to come on board, to come and learn. It's not about discover. It's not about educational talk, history talk. Learn about your culture. Learn about the festival that you have, so that you will be able to achieve what you want to achieve. We are going to have enjoyment, entertainment part as usual, but the focus is to learn, is to know our identity, our history, and where we are coming from, so that we will know where we are going together as one people. So for you to be able to come on this tour, you need a mandatory document that will be able to allow you to come into Ghana, West Africa country, to participate in this tour. The first document you need is your airline ticket. No, your passport. The passport is the first document that you need. The passport will determine whether you are visa-free country to Ghana or not. But that is not a big problem. The moment you are ready to come, that is my responsibility to make sure that you need a visa or you don't need a visa. If you need a visa, I'm ever ready to help you on the visa on arrival for you to be able to join this tour. The second document is your airline ticket. You're supposed to book your ticket on time to be able to fly to Kotoka with the departure date and arrival, how do you call it, uh, departure date and arrival date to your home country. And you need a yellow fever card. Yellow fever card at the age of 60 above, you don't need it. But 60 below, that is where you need it. And I'll advise you to um, do that 2 months or 1 month time if you need a yellow fever card to travel to this tour. to both do it so that if there will be any body reaction towards the vaccine, you'll be able to do that before you take up, because we are all one, but we have different body reaction towards medicine. So that is what I really want you to do. Then you are ready to come on board, to join this talk, to experience and learn about our culture. When we are going to have our meeting as a group meeting, I'm going to give the program lineup, and I'm going to give a little talk about how things are going to be, how things are planned for the tour, so that you will know what to do. And the costume, we know we need to dress like Africans. So it's going to be lovely tour for us. So we want you to come on board to do that. So this is why we are calling upon our brothers and sisters to join us, so that we will be able to celebrate this festival together as one people. So if you want to contact me, you can reach my host, or you can contact me +233 0548 63 1009, +233 0548 63 1009 on my number, or contact my host. I will send the brochure of the tour that contain all the information that you needed. If you don't understand, just WhatsApp in 24 hours. I'm ever ready to respond to you for us to work together.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Yes, thank you. That was very informative. I see your phone is busy there. I can hear all of the calls coming in. That is very good. That's what we want to see happen. I want to thank you again for taking some time out to come and talk to us today. I'll be in touch with you. I know you're 7 hours ahead of me, so most likely now it'll be in the wee hours of tomorrow morning. I'll speak to you about the network and so on and so forth. All right. In the meantime, let me let you go with this with your video. Again.
Hello! Have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
All right, my brother. I'll see you on Wednesday, God willing. No, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Thursday.
Yeah, and if you have some people who are interested, the name is very important, because today I'm going to send those names that are the name I have to the airline, so that they receive a seat for them. So the names are very important. If you have some people who wanted to join, so that I will do that and secure
Whatever
their.
I will forward to you, and tomorrow morning around 4 o'clock my time, I will be speaking to you, which will probably be closer to midday for you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Take care and have a pleasant one. Shalom. That was Gabrielle from Ghana, our travel tour agent there in Ghana and in the Africa continent. Doing a very wonderful job. I'm looking forward to a couple of projects that we're working on together. and we'll be working on with the ADDI crew and sponsored by them. And it's very exciting times. We are moving right along here with some historical tours and so on and so forth. So I'm waiting for my next guest to come in. He's just called me. He's having difficulties with the codes as well, but I've directed him how to, that I've sent out new ones. So in the meantime, let me tack to a small commercial break here and come right back to you.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins in May. Peace begins in May. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm able to yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins in May. Peace begins in May. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner, 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
You're listening to
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome, greetings and welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio 246 Live. I am still having a little bit of trouble getting my guests on. I just text another one to see if we can get this little kink ironed out. We should have it momentarily, and I didn't want to start on something else until the next guest is in. So I'm kind of here working behind the scenes to walk our guests into the studio. Bear with me. I'm going to just take another minute or so and come right back to you.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below to cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle, you're on the sewer. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
History has been shaped by slavery and colonialism. It went from a Spanish colony to a British one with a long tradition of resistance throughout. And yet it did not gain independence until 1962. Since then, its path has been uneven. To see why, join me for this brief explainer on the history and politics of Jamaica. The Spanish were the first Europeans to set eyes on the island, when Christopher Columbus and his men landed there in 1494. What they encountered was a group of local Taínos, subsistence farmers who organized themselves into communal villages and called their home Zamaca, or land of wood and water. After a brief stay, Columbus claimed the island for Spain and christened it Santo Yago. He would be back nearly a decade later, when on his fourth and final voyage to the Americas, on his way to Hispaniola, his worm-eaten ships became no longer seaworthy around St. Anne's Bay, and he ended up marooned in the island for nearly a year. While he sent men to Hispaniola for help, he and his crew lived off the goodwill of his Taíno hosts. According to Spanish chronicles, the Taínos eventually tired of providing for them, but Columbus was able to frighten them back into submission when, after consulting his almanac, he predicted that their vengeful god would show his anger with a sign in the sky. The lunar eclipse, of course, came to pass, and Columbus and his men were able to survive until help reached them from Hispaniola. It would not be the last time the Spanish would force the Taínos to provide them tribute. In later years, when the Spanish crown terminated the claims of Columbus's heirs to the entire Caribbean, as part of the settlement, it made Jamaica a fiefdom of Luis Colón de Toledo, Columbus's grandson. Even now, the title of Marquis of Jamaica is held by Columbus's descendants. Meanwhile, once the Spanish decimated the Taínos as a result of their enslavement and ill-treatment, in 1517, the Spanish began introducing kidnapped Africans as laborers. But lacking gold or much else, the colony languished as a post for provisioning ships between Spain and Central America. The first settlement had been in the northern part of the island, Sevilla la Nueva, but by 1534, the Spanish moved their capital further south into Villa de la Vega, now called Spanish Town. Given the overall lack of interest in the colony, however, it was poorly defended, so in 1654, when Oliver Cromwell sent an expedition to invade Hispaniola as part of his design to disrupt the Spanish trade monopoly in the Caribbean, and this failed, the English forces turned south and attacked Jamaica. On May 10, 1655, under the leadership of Sir William Penn, they finally succeeded. From that point on, Jamaica would remain under British control well into the 20th century. Not that British authority wasn't challenged. In the early years, they had to deal with a small band of Spanish loyalists who were eventually completely defeated at the Battle of Rio Nuevo in 1660. The much longer problem would be the cimarrones, or maroons in English, enslaved people who had managed to escape in the wake of the invasion, who took to the hills and defended their freedom fiercely. In those early decades of English rule, the colony began to prosper though. Because Spanish Town had been so severely damaged in the invasion, the capital was unofficially moved to Port Royal, where a trading economy boomed. As a plantation economy developed around cocoa, coffee, and sugarcane, settlement increased. By 1662, there were 4,000 colonists on the island, including exiled felons as well as impoverished Scots and Welshmen who arrived as indentured laborers. Because the British were constantly at war with the French, Spanish, or Dutch throughout the 17th century, they began sponsoring privateers to capture enemy vessels, raid their settlements, and contribute their plunder to the British Crown's coffers. These buccaneers evolved as a motley band of seafaring miscreants, ex-slaves, heretics, political refugees, and escaped criminals. They grew into a powerful and ruthless force, feared throughout the Antilles, even by their English sponsors. Initially, the new governor of Jamaica, Sir Thomas Modiford, joined with the Spanish in attempts to suppress the buccaneers, but the outbreak of the Second Dutch War against Holland and Spain in March 1664 forced England to rethink its policy. Modiford arranged for the buccaneers to defend Jamaica. They left the island of Tortuga, and Port Royal became their base. Their numbers swelled astronomically, and within a decade, Port Royal was Jamaica's largest city and one of the largest British cities in the New World, second only to Boston, a place famous for its gaudy displays of wealth and loose morals. With England at peace with Spain, buccaneers were now regarded merely as pirates. Mother Nature lent a hand in their suppression when a massive earthquake struck Port Royal on June 7, 1692, toppling much of the city into the sea. More than 2,000 people, one-third of the Port Royal population, perished, and many survivors fled and founded Kingston, believing the earthquake to be punishment from God. All the while, Jamaica's English elite had grown immensely wealthy from sugar and from the trade in kidnapped Africans. Of the estimated 11 million enslaved people who survived the transatlantic crossing, around 1.5 million ended up in Jamaica, the large part of whom originated in West Africa. The trip was brutal. It lasted anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks in cramped and festering holds where many died of disease. Those who survived the voyage were made more presentable in oil to make them appear healthy before being auctioned. Bidders paid between 25 and 75 pounds for kidnapped Africans, perhaps 300 or more for those trained as carpenters or blacksmiths, and no more than a shilling for the most wretched. From Kingston, the kidnapped Africans were re-exported to other Caribbean islands. The slave ships then returned to England, carrying cargoes of sugar, molasses, and rum. It was cruel and immensely profitable, but it also meant that there was the constant risk that enslaved people might rebel. The first major slave uprising occurred in 1690 in Clarendon Parish, where many enslaved people escaped and joined the Maroons, who had fought off the British for decades. These groups were concentrated in the remote Blue Mountains and in cockpit country of southern Trelawney, from where they raided plantations and attracted others who sought freedom. The eastern community became known as the Windward Maroons. Those further west were called Leeward Maroons. In 1729, the British attempted to eradicate the Maroons once and for all. They launched an offensive that came to be known as the First Maroon War. The thickly forested mountains, however, were ill-suited to English-style open warfare, and the Maroons had perfected ambush-style guerrilla fighting. Nonetheless, after a decade of costly campaigning, the British gained the upper hand, enough to negotiate a truce. On March 1, 1739, Colonel Guthrie and Cudjoe, the leader of the Maroons of Cockpit Country, agreed to a deal where the Maroons would get autonomy and 1,500 acres of land in exchange for helping the British put down rebellions and return any enslaved person who might seek freedom among the Maroons. The Maroons of the Blue Mountains, under a leader named Quao, signed a similar treaty 1 year later. These deals were absolutely crucial for the British because by the late 18th century, Jamaica had become the largest sugar producer in the world, the profits of which depended heavily on enslaved labor. The planters built sturdy, great houses in Georgian fashion, high above their cane fields. Many planters were absentee landlords who lived most of the year in England, where they formed a powerful political lobby. In Jamaica, the planters lived a life of indolence, with retinues of black servants. Many overindulged in drink and had sexual relations with slaves. Some of the mulatto offspring were freed, known as quote-unquote free coloreds. They were accorded special rights and often sent to study in Europe. By 1700, there were perhaps 7,000 Englishmen and 40,000 enslaved people in Jamaica. A century later, the number of whites had tripled, and they ruled over 300,000 enslaved. Tens of thousands were worked to death, many building factories, houses, and roads, most working on plantations. Others were domestic servants. Some planters showed kindness and nurtured their slaves, but most resorted to violence to terrorize the enslaved population into obedience. The extreme treatment was eventually regulated, but plantation society remained tied to the rule of the whip. Not surprisingly, and even despite the treaties the British established with the Maroons, there were constant rebellions. There was Tgis War in 1760, a rebellion led by a Ghanaian man in the northeastern part of the island, and a second Maroon War in 1795. But the largest of all was the Baptist War, an insurrection that lasted 11 days and began on December 27, 1831. Led by Samuel Sharp, it involved somewhere between 60 and 300,000 enslaved people. At first, it was a peaceful general strike demanding better working conditions. But once reprisals by the plantation owners occurred, the enslaved began burning crops. This, in turn, led British authorities to put down the rebellion swiftly and brutally. Hundreds of rebels were killed, but even after the rest surrendered, the plantation owners made sure to make an example out of them. The cruelty was such, however, that this paved the way for the British Parliament to pass the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. It would still take a while for all restrictions to be lifted, but finally, unconditional emancipation of chattel slavery would take place in 1838. Abolition improved a lot of those who had been enslaved only marginally. For one, although now paid, wages remained quite low. For another, the British, afraid of what might happen if the former slaves gained power, introduced high poll taxes to restrict their voting. By 1864, in a population of 436,000, where blacks outnumbered whites 32-1, only around 2,000 blacks were eligible to vote. Add several floods and a 2-year widespread drought prior to 1865 to the widespread poverty, and the economic and political conditions were turning the island into a powder keg. It finally exploded on October 6, 1865. Once again, a process that began peacefully and was led by a Baptist preacher, this time Paul Bogle, soon turned into a wider rebellion. Bogle had intended to march along with the crowd to the courthouse in Moran Bay to have their grievances heard, but after a government's volunteer militia killed a few of the protesters, the enraged crowd burned down the courthouse and several nearby buildings. For the next 2 days, the rebellion grew, and a total of 25 people died. In response, Governor Edward John Erie declared martial law and proceeded to execute the rebels and leaders like Bogle, along with many innocent people, including women and children. One of those who had nothing to do with the rebellion but was killed anyway was wealthy businessman George William Gordon, one of the local representatives. Some members of the British government were so outraged by the governor's actions that Erie was subsequently stripped of his post and Jamaica was made a crown colony, that is, one directly ruled by the British Parliament. In the following decades, Jamaica would see dramatic change. One was the transfer of the capital from Spanish Town to Kingston in 1872. Another was a shift from sugar to banana production. The banana trade began in earnest in 1866 when an American, George Bush, began taking bananas to Boston for profit. Within a decade, the trade was booming. It peaked in 1921 when 21 million stems were exported. The banana business also expanded the tourism business, as banana traders looked to defray the cost of transport. So they began to promote the virtues of the island and began to take on passengers. This, however, would not become a major source of GDP for Jamaica until the 1950s. In the meantime, Jamaica's black and disenfranchised population continued to demand changes and began creating a new social and political identity. Two of the most influential movements from the early 20th century were black nationalism and Rastafarianism. The first was best exemplified by Marcus Garvey, who believed that black people needed to secure financial independence from white people and founded Jamaica's first modern political party in 1929. The second was an Afrocentric, Abrahamic variant religion that believed that Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia, fulfilled a biblical prophecy and which promoted the idea of Africa as Zion, or the Promised Land. At first, mainly concentrated among the most impoverished people in Jamaica, Rastafarianism gained respectability and visibility in the 1960s and 1970s because of the popularity of Bob Marley and other reggae musicians. It was two particular men, however, who would end up having more concrete political impact on the island. Their names were Norman Manley and Alexander Bustamante, a pair of cousins who began their political ascent in the 1930s in the wake of the Great Depression and who would fight separately for economic and political reforms. The watershed moment was the 1938 labor riots. These were strikes and unrest that occurred as a result of a lack of steady jobs that were also poorly paid, and which at its peak had the participation of roughly 20,000 people, who paralyzed Kingston for several days. Bustamante was one of the original leaders and was quickly jailed for his trouble for 17 months. Once freed, he founded an influential trade union known as the BITU or Busta Union. Meanwhile, Manley supported the movement and worked to have universal suffrage and autonomy granted to the island. The former was finally granted in 1944, and in 1947, virtual autonomy was granted, though Jamaica remained a British colony under the jurisdiction of Parliament and the Crown, a prelude to full independence. This process, known as constitutional decolonization, finally culminated on August 6, 1962, when Jamaica became fully independent.
The new flag was about to be hoisted over the stadium, the higher rank in accord with the new status of Jamaica as full member of the Commonwealth.
Period, Bustamante and Manley founded the two political parties that have gone on to dominate Jamaican politics since then. These are the Jamaican Labour Party, or JLP, founded by Bustamante, and the People's National Party, founded by Manley. Every single prime minister in Jamaican history has been a member of one or the other, 3 for the PNP, 6 for the JLP. The Jamaican Labour Party, although with vast historical ties to Labour, is the most conservative of the two, and is currently ruling Jamaica under the leadership of its premier, Andrew Holness. But that was still in the future. Political competition right before and right after Jamaica's independence was a direct contest between Bustamante and Manley, with Manley becoming the first premier in 1959 and Bustamante the first prime minister after independence in 1962. But Bustamante had a stroke in 1965 and retired from active public life, and Norman Manley died in 1969, and thus from that time on, the debate has been shaped by their legacies, but no longer directly between the two men. Manley's son, Michael, led the PNP towards democratic socialism in the mid-70s. His policy of taxation to fund social services deterred foreign investment and caused capital flight at a time when Jamaica could ill afford it. Bitterly opposed factions engaged in open urban warfare before the 1976 election. A controversial state of emergency was declared, and the nation seemed poised on the edge of a civil war. But the PNP won the election by a wide margin, and Manley continued with his socialist agenda. Unsurprisingly, the U.S. government was hostile to Jamaica's socialist turn, and when Manley began to develop close ties with Cuba, the CIA purportedly planned to topple the Jamaican government. Businesses pulled out, the economy went into sharp decline, and the country was under virtual siege. Almost 800 people were killed in the lead-up to the 1980 elections, which were won by the JLP's Edward Seaga. Seaga restored Jamaica's economic fortune somewhat, severed ties with Cuba, and became a staunch ally of the Reagan administration. Relatively peaceful elections in 1989 returned a reinvented Manley to power, He retired in 1992, handing the reins to his deputy, Percival James Patterson, Jamaica's first black prime minister. The Patterson-led PNP triumphed in the 1993 and 1997 elections. In spring of 1999, the country erupted in nationwide riots after the government announced a 30% increase in the tax on gasoline. Kingston and Montego Bay, where sugar canes were set ablaze, were particularly badly hit. After 3 days of arson and looting, the government rescinded the tax. In the lead up to the 2002 elections, violence in West Kingston soared to new heights as criminal posses battled to control electoral turf and profit from the largesse that victory at the polls in Jamaica brings. Rival political gangs turned the area into a war zone, forcing residents to flee and school businesses and even Kingston Public Hospital to close. In 2004, Hurricane Ivan bounced off Jamaica en route to the Cayman Islands, causing widespread damage. And Edward Seaga, still representing the JLP as opposition leader, retired after over 3 decades of life in politics. 2 years later, Prime Minister Patterson resigned, giving way to Portia Simpson Miller, Jamaica's first female prime minister, and Michael Manley's protege. Mama P was initially popular with the masses, but 18 years of PNP rule bred voter disillusionment with the party. In the 2007 elections, Bruce Golding of the JLP carried the day, inheriting high rates of crime and illiteracy, as well as threats to the environment through deforestation and overdevelopment. Problems with criminal organizations have continued. One of the most infamous events was when Jamaica tried to extradite Christopher Duddas Coke, the most powerful gangster and drug trafficker in Jamaica, in 2010. Between May 24th and 27th of that year, heavy fighting broke out between Duddas's gunmen and the Joint Police-Military Force, leaving 67 dead. Duddas himself remained on the road for a month before being apprehended, disguised as a woman at a roadblock. He was eventually convicted in the District of New York and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Since then, the homicide rate has gone down, but still remains one of the highest in the world. Meanwhile, Jamaica's economy had been growing in the 1990s and 2000s. It slowed down in the 2010s and has remained nearly flat in the last few years before COVID. The pandemic hit the island particularly hard, especially the slowdown in tourism, in a country whose poverty rate was already high. Thus, as Jamaica approaches its 60th year of independence, it faces massive challenges with regard to crime and lifting its people out of poverty. Whether the island will be able to do much about it remains to be seen.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown, Barbados, and all parts of the world. Right now we have in the studio Dr. Stephen Williams, or lovingly known as AKA Dr. Strange. And without further ado, since we're having some problems with getting these people in with these codes, I'm not going to take any further introduction, but to introduce our brother, Dr. Williams. Greetings to the show, sir. How are you? You need to adjust your camera down slightly. Just
yes, greetings. So I'm good today. Yes, I am okay today. All is well.
Adjust your camera down just slightly.
Sure. Like here you go.
Okay. Good.
Better?
Perfect. There you go. There you go. Much better. Yes. How are you doing
Yeah.
today, sir?
I am doing great, sir. I'm doing great, doing great. I got up this morning, got some exercise, some breathing exercise, did a little meditation, then I did my reading, and here I am ready to rumble, to let the people know that we have hope, we have great things around us that we can use to make life better. We just have to come to the stage of knowledge, of knowing it. And when we know it, we don't have to believe it, but apply it. So I'm great this morning. Um, I want to thank you for having me on your show this morning. I want to thank the world at large, those who are viewing from different countries. All right. I am in Trinidad and Tobago. Again, it's the only country, the only place you can born in two countries, Trinidad and Tobago, at the same time. Yes, that was
I
just
got
some joke.
news for you. I got news for you. Antigua and Barbuda as well. You could be born in two countries at the same time. It's amazing, but you're right. I like the idea of having that as a handle. That's a beautiful one. Being born in two countries at the same time. Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda. I don't think there's too many places that you can claim that. Yes. Go ahead, sir. Tell us a little bit about what you got planned for us today. Looks like my guest is frozen. But in the meantime, we will continue to try to see if we can get Dr. Williams.
We are having
Okay, let's give Dr. Williams a minute or so to see if we can get his bandwidth back up.
Philip, are you hearing me clear? You are hearing me clear. Okay, good, very good. Yes. So again, this morning I want to start off by thanking the for having me here, for them that I have gathered over the years. All right. Today we are talking about health. And I think one of the first thing I will talk about is breathing exercise, because it's very important that we understand what part, how critical it is for breath, breathing, understanding how breathing can help clear up most of the problem that we experience, headache, high blood pressure, all right? And give your mind that cool, calm, collective on what you want. So breathing is very important. It's very important.
Stephen, you're Dr. Williams, you're freezing. So what we're gonna do? I think you should take the camera off for this time, because the camera, I think, is using up a lot of your bandwidth. So shut the camera off for now until you stabilize and just speak into it.
Good.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. So as I'm saying, the breathing exercise is critical and very important for our everyday life. It helps relieving headaches, joint pains, memory loss, energy loss. So breathing helps one to balance their whole being, because one of the first things that was said to us In the beginning, all right, when God created man, he breathed the breath of life into man, and man became a living soul. So the breath is very vital and very important for one to gain good consciousness and for one to be balanced in this world. So rising in the morning will help you. Rising up early in the morning, practicing your breathing exercise will give you that balance and that focus. The next thing I want to talk about is water. Water has been a very, very water molecules to your cellular level, and the water they are seeking medical help in all different form and fashion and having problem to correct their health because of the water that they are drinking. Most of the bottled waters, they are cellular. You have absorbed it. The is not problem. The water that you put into your system is not alkaline. Of not being alkaline, it cannot go to the cellular level, as I said, and there you have a lot of problem. Another one I'm going to go off. I want to go to is the other thing I want to go to is the event in today. All right, we are having serious problems.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. They heat that they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. .246BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Sorry, I guess we are having some serious problems with that transmission out of Trinidad. The bandwidth is just not holding up. And as a result, I've decided to terminate that part of the broadcast for now. And we will instead take a look at this video on a great ancestor, a lady who was a trailblazer and certainly a pioneer in our space, in the African American space. Ida B. Wells. Take a look, folks.
Coming up.
She was the ultimate agitator and feared because of it.
As racial terror reigned over the South,
there were close to 200 lynchings in Tennessee alone.
A young African-American woman struck back with her pen.
She was writing not just to inform, but to shame.
She says, I'm going to challenge you on this threadbare lie that African-American men are lynched because they rape white women.
She fled to Chicago, where she emerged as a radical black leader.
There was never a time when Ida B. Wells was not getting pushed back, especially so in Chicago.
And became an inspiration to a new generation.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter is addressing the same issues that Ida B. Wells took up in the 1880s and 90s.
Ida B. Wells, next on Chicago Stories.
Lead support for Ida B. Wells, a Chicago Stories special, is provided by the Nagani Foundation. Additional support is provided by Jim and Kay Mabey, Strategic Growth and Transformation Partners, and by the following donors.
It seemed the entire world had come to Chicago in the summer of 1893. Most were so captivated by what they saw at the World's Fair, they were oblivious to what was missing. For one visitor, a 31-year-old African-American woman from Mississippi, the omission was glaring.
The fair itself was a monument to extravagance, building after building constructed to display to the world how far America had advanced.
Ida B. Wells had come to Chicago to point out what the fair's organizers had ignored.
She was angry about the exclusion of the African-American story, especially the progress that African-Americans had made.
Post-slavery, African Americans started doing a lot of phenomenal things. They were elected to Congress. They were elected to public offices locally. They became doctors and business people.
But the signs of black culture Ida B. Wells found at the fair were mostly along the midway, and they represented stereotypes, not progress. Nancy Green, 59-year-old former enslaved woman, proved a crowd favorite, playing the role of a Southern mammy to promote a new pancake mix. Non-white nations were presented as savages or even sideshow acts. The slight was all the more appalling to Ida because she herself was a testament to the strides made by slavery survivors. Since her emancipation, she had become a widely published journalist.
So it's like, let's show the world what a great country we are without showing any of the contributions of Black Americans.
Ida's friend, Frederick Douglass, was the notable exception. He was the only Black American in charge of a pavilion, one built by the nation of Haiti.
The Haitian government are the ones that invited him. So he wasn't even invited by the United States. And he was one of the most famous, people in the country at that time.
The irony didn't escape Ida B. Wells.
It seems strange to me that but for an accident, Mr. Douglas would have had no part in the World's Fair because of race prejudice in this country. Yet whenever he went out into the grounds, he was literally swamped by white persons who wanted to shake his hand.
And so, Ida stood at the entrance to the Haitian pavilion, handing out copies of a pamphlet.
A clear, plain statement of facts concerning the oppression put upon the colored people in this land of the free and home of the brave.
It's around 90 pages. It's really like a little book. And Ida's the only woman represented in the book.
Wells had written it with Douglas and two other men.
She's also the one who raised the majority of the money to have the pamphlet published. So you have these three men that are willing to sort of be led by a woman. So this, to me, is her publication.
The exhibit of progress made by a race in 25 years of freedom against 250 years of slavery would have been the greatest tribute to the greatness and progressiveness of American institutions, which could have been shown the world.
The preface was written in English, French, and German.
She was standing in front of the Haitian pavilion every single day, handing out the pamphlet, with the idea that people would go from this fair all over the world and say, what the heck is going on in the United States?
It was simply savvy strategy, and Ida was a savvy woman.
Ida B. Wells's battles at the World's Fair were just getting started. But if there was one thing she had shown in her 31 years before coming to Chicago, she never went down without a fight. Ida Bell Wells was born into slavery 6 months before emancipation in Holly Springs, Mississippi, to James and Lizzie Wells.
James was actually the product of the slave owner going into the slave quarters. So allegedly, he did receive better treatment than other slaves. Lizzie was one of 10 children. All of them were parceled out and sold to different places, and she didn't see her siblings after that happened.
When freedom came, Ida and her parents remained on the estate of their former enslaver, and James continued to work there. But now, he was paid for his labor.
There was extreme ambition during this period. African Americans were really committed to moving into the mainstream of American life as quickly as possible, with as many skills as they could acquire.
James Wells joined the Board of Trustees of the newly founded Rust College. Ida's mother attended school alongside her 8 children until she could read.
James had, friends of his come over to the house and they would read the newspaper. They asked Ida to read the newspaper to them because, a lot of people were not literate.
Displayed by Ida B. Wells doesn't come out of nowhere. She had parents who were very excited about their newfound freedom. And she observed her father, especially his political activism.
I heard the words Ku Klux Klan long before I knew what they meant. I knew dimly that it meant something fearful by the anxious way my mother walked the floor at night when my father was out to a political meeting.
4 years after emancipation, her father got his first opportunity to vote. Suddenly, James Wells found himself at odds with his now employer.
He challenged even his employer, who demanded that James Wells vote on the Democratic ticket, and James Wells refused. And then he found that his former master had locked him out of the shop where he was working, and James Wells didn't argue with him. He just went to town, bought a new set of tools, and opened up a new trade as a carpenter.
There was optimism and hope as far as every citizen is entitled to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And Ida took that seriously.
But Ida's world would be turned upside down when she was 16 years old. It was the summer she left home to visit her grandmother's farm.
There was an epidemic of yellow fever that went throughout the country, and particularly in the South.
She knew that people had fled Holly Springs and assumed that her parents and siblings were among those people. But then one day, some people came to her grandmother's farm and handed her a note saying that both of her parents had died. Ida was 16 years old at the time, and against her grandmother and several other people's advice, she decided to get on a train and go back to Holly Springs.
She returned to find that her youngest brother had also died. Well-meaning charity workers were already there and busy making plans.
There was talk of how different people were going to take different responsibility for Ida's siblings. And Ida was like, no, we're not dividing the family. We don't do that.
She had grown up hearing stories from her mother about being separated, sold from her family.
So there was supposedly a shotgun on the mantle, and she got the shotgun. I was like, look, I'm going to take care of family. Like, oh, why didn't you say so?
"16-year-old Ida found work as a teacher and took on the role of breadwinner with the help of her grandmother.
After teaching a country school all week, I came home Friday afternoon, 6 miles out from town, and spent the time from then until Monday morning washing clothes, cooking food, and preparing things so they could do without me until the end of the next week.
Ida's Aunt Fanny saw the family was struggling and eventually invited them to live with her. They hopped on a train, bound for the big city.
She moves to Memphis, and Memphis is the place to be. It's a metropolitan city. It is a transportation center, even in the 1800s, for the entire world. She saw it as exciting as a young woman. We shouldn't be surprised by this. She was a shopper. She liked to look nice. She often talks about her expenses exceeding her income, in part because she was supporting siblings. But the other part, too, is that Ida was a clothes horse. She enjoyed shopping downtown.
Although Ida had hoped to secure a teaching post in Memphis, she'd settled at a small school in Woodstock, Tennessee, a short train ride away. But a fateful ride along the Chesapeake rail line would carry her on a much different path. Just weeks after her 21st birthday, Ida boarded the morning train to Woodstock, a first-class ticket in hand. She was dressed in white gloves and a corset, carrying a parasol.
She was petite. She was a little under 5 feet and very well dressed, obviously very well spoken.
During Reconstruction, blacks had the rights. So she had ridden on that car several times over the past couple of years and was entitled to do it.
She chose a seat toward the back of the first-class rail car. But minutes later, the train's conductor brusquely informed her that she was seated in the ladies' car, a fact Ida was well aware of. The conductor insisted she move to the smoking car, a lower-class carriage where men could often be found cussing and gambling.
As I was in the ladies' car, I proposed to stay. He tried to drag me out of the seat, but the moment he caught hold of my arm, I fastened my teeth in the back of his hand.
It took 3 men to forcibly remove her from the rail car, in which she put up a fight, literal fight. And when she was removed from the car, the passengers cheered. You talk about something that infuriates someone, that absolutely infuriated her.
Ida struck back by filing suit against the railroad company.
She sued the Chesapeake Railroad and won, and was awarded $500.
The judge found the railroad company had violated the law by forcing Wells to ride in a car that was separate but unequal. But the lower court's decision would not stand.
The Tennessee Supreme Court essentially attacked her personally to say that she was just being disruptive, that she wasn't a lady as she pretended to be.
I have firmly believed all along that the law was on our side and would, when we appeal to it, give us justice. I feel shorn belief and utterly discouraged. And just now, if it were possible, would gather my race in my arms and fly away with them.
When we think about the modern civil rights movement in Rosa Parks, she had the NAACP behind her. In 1884, it's just Ida B. Wells and her attorney.
Ida B. Wells was starting to make a name for herself. She took a teaching job in Memphis and joined a lyceum founded by black teachers.
It was a community of sort of thinkers and artists, and she actually took elocution classes, which is speaking classes. And in her diary, she writes about how she was like trying to scrape up the money to pay for her next lesson. And so you wonder, like, what in the world was she preparing herself for? But she was honing her skills.
Each program ended with a reading from The Evening Star, a gossip-filled newspaper which Ida called a spicy journal. She was shocked when asked to start writing for it. As Ida B. Wells first put pen to paper, she found writing to be nothing short of a revelation.
She felt like she could sort of explore more of who she was and express who she was through writing, more than she ever could in teaching.
I wrote in a plain, common-sense way on the things which concern our people. Knowing that their education was limited, I never used a word of 2 syllables where one would serve the purpose. I signed these articles, Iola.
When Ida B. Wells first starts writing, she was writing about the things that one would expect a woman who's writing for a church publication to write for. But that started to change pretty early on. As a school teacher, Ida starts to document the segregation in the schools and how the black schools were not getting the same resources and the educational inequities.
She wrote an article in 1889 about the Memphis school system, which is unfortunate because the article could be literally printed today and you wouldn't know the difference.
She railed against her fellow educators.
Some of these teachers had little to recommend them, save an illicit relationship with members of the school board.
You have to think about the type of person who will start writing editorials and news articles about their own employer, but that's what she was doing.
She did not get fired immediately. When the next school year came up, they didn't renew her contract.
While teaching had served a practical purpose, writing was now Ida's true passion. She bought a partnership in the most radical Black newspaper in Memphis, the Free Speech and Headlight, and became its editor. The paper's circulation tripled.
What's unique about that moment is not only is she African American at this time, but she's also a woman. And being a woman in a Victorian America, where she is essentially playing the role of what was then considered what men do.
Ida B. Wells was ascending at a precarious moment. As she and other newly emancipated African Americans made waves, white supremacist fervor flooded the South.
We kind of gloss over this period as if once the South is beaten in the Civil War, that all of a sudden white Southerners just acquiesce to the people whom they had enslaved now coming into power, serving in political office. That is not the case. Black freedom, Black political power was always contested. And so all across the South, we saw Black men, women, and children being lynched. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't considered shameful. Newspapers would advertise that a lynching was going to occur to give these crowds a chance to come and watch.
One such murder would change the course of Ida's life. She was spending the week in Natchez, Mississippi on newspaper business when word came that 3 men had been lynched in Memphis: Calvin McDowell, Will Stewart, and Thomas Moss. Moss was like a brother to Ida.
Thomas Moss and Moss's wife were essentially her best friends here in Memphis.
She was so close to Thomas Moss, Tommy, she was godmother to his child.
Everybody in town knew and loved Tommy, an exemplary young man. He and his wife Betty were the best friends I had in town.
3 years before their murders, Moss and his friends had opened a store called the People's Grocery.
The People's Grocery was located in South Memphis in an area that at the time was called the Curve.
The Curve was a predominantly Black community, and so you have these 3 Black men that decide they're going to open up a grocery store in their own community.
But their new grocery put them in direct competition with William Barrett, a white store owner making money off the Black community.
William Barrett was infuriated, like, how can these people take business away from him?
What started as an innocent game of marbles outside the People's Grocery grew heated.
And the interesting part is this was an integrated game of marble with white children, white boys and Black boys. There was a fight, and eventually adults joined into this skirmish.
The white store owner was injured. He convinced the county sheriff to deputize him and gathered a posse.
They came late at night, this group of white men, the People Grocery owners, including Thomas Moss. They knew that they were coming. They had gotten word.
So they were prepared for this, and they armed themselves, and they were in the store when they got there. And there was a fight.
Several white deputies were wounded.
The headlines talked about rounding up every Negro that was involved.
Ida's friend Thomas Moss was arrested with Will Stewart and Calvin McDowell and held at the Shelby County Jail.
But then a lynch mob decided that they were going to exact their own justice. And so they went to the jail and took them to a sort of a rail yard north of there and killed them. Shot them, beat them, just lynched them.
I do think that we should take a second and really explicate what that word means. Lynching was not simply tying a rope around someone's neck and hanging them, though that is brutal and inhumane enough. Lynching was designed directly to send a message to the larger Black population. In the South, in many places, Black people were in the majority. So how does a white minority that has lost power and wants to gain that power back do that when they are in the minority? It was through terrorism.
Lynching had become a common and accepted punishment for Black men who had allegedly raped white women. But now Ida B. Wells, who'd grown accustomed to the brutality of Southern justice, began to wonder.
Like many another person who had read of lynching in the South, I had accepted the idea meant to be conveyed, that although lynching was irregular and contrary to law and order, unreasoning anger over the terrible crime of rape led to the lynching, that perhaps the brute deserved death anyhow, and the mob was justified in taking his life.
After Thomas Moss, who really was lynched because he was competing with a white business owner, something clicks in Ida, a vengeful spirit, I think. And she decides that she is going to focus on the lie of lynching really for the rest of her career.
Ida set out in search of the truth. Notebook in hand, she traveled across the South, interviewing eyewitnesses.
There was no grasp of exactly how many Black people were being lynched. She would find where lynchings were occurring by looking through white newspapers. And she began to keep basically spreadsheets.
Of the 728 murders she investigated, Wells found that only a third of the victims had actually been accused of crimes. She sat down to pen a blistering editorial.
8 Negroes lynched since the last issue of the Free Speech. 3 were charged with killing white men, and 5 with raping white women. Nobody in this section believes the old threadbare lie that Negro men assault white women.
Her writing was used to create a sense of outrage, and every word was chosen for that manner. Her writing had this simmering rage. She was writing not just to inform, but to shame.
If Southern white men are not careful, they will overreach themselves, and a conclusion will be reached, which will be very damaging to the moral reputation of their women.
Within days, Edward Ward Carmack, editor of the Memphis Commercial Appeal, reprinted Ida's editorial.
And she got the attention of the white community and certainly the white press.
Unaware that the author of the editorial was a woman, Carmack called on the men of Memphis to avenge the honor of Southern ladies. Quote, "The black wretch who had written that foul lie should be tied to a stake at the corner of Main and Madison Streets. A pair of tailor's shears used on him, and he should then be burned at a stake."
The white community of Memphis was outraged.
A mob of angry whites converged on the offices of the Free Speech on Beale Street. Finding the newspaper deserted, they demolished the presses and destroyed the offices. But by then, Ida B. Wells had already fled Memphis. By the time Ida arrived in Chicago for the World's Fair, she had been traveling more than a year.
She had lost everything at age 30. Not only her physical property and her printing press, but also her friends, which is no small thing.
Having lost my paper, had a price put on my life, and been made an exile from home for hinting at the truth, I felt that I owed it to myself and to my race to tell the whole truth now that I was where I could do so freely.
Ida B. Wells circulated 10,000 copies of The Reason Why the Colored American is Not in the World's Columbian Exposition. Her plea for inclusion was largely ignored, though the fair's organizers made one token concession. August 25th was designated Colored American Day. Frederick Douglass arranged the program, but Ida refused to even attend.
We resented this sop to our pride in this belated way, and we thought Mr. Douglas ought not to have accepted. I was among those who differed with our grand old man.
But Ida had another mission at the World's Fair. With the eyes of the world on Chicago, she would use the international stage to expose the terror of lynching.
She was probably more looking at it as an amazing opportunity to get the message out and hit thousands of people all at the same time from all over the world.
Her message was growing more militant, sharpened through her internationally published works Southern Horrors and A Red Record. She pulled no punches in describing how armed blacks had beaten back lynch mobs.
The lesson this teaches, and which every Afro-American should ponder well, is that a Winchester rifle should have a place of honor in every black home, and it should be used for that protection which the law refuses to give.
I would call Ida B. Wells someone who was very comfortable hanging out in the left, which was not very comfortable for people who were sort of straddling the middle or to the right.
At the close of the World's Fair, Ida B. Wells set out to find allies for her anti-lynching campaign. For a year, she crossed the globe.
Her motivating factor was to inform the world about how this country was treating its own citizens.
If you're going to go to the root of the problem, you've got to find support among whites. So she was very good at building allies and very strategic.
By the time Ida returned to Chicago in 1895, she'd been a refugee from the South for 3 years. Despite her many successes, she was financially strained and weary, in need of an anchor. She found just that in Ferdinand Barnett.
He was 10 years older than Ida when they got married, so that would have made him 43.
Ferdinand was a widower. He liked strong black women. Met Ida, he was like, yeah, we're gonna need to get married.
His first contact with Ida B. Wells is because she needs a lawyer. Frederick Douglass recommends Ferdinand Barnett.
Barnett was the third African-American lawyer admitted to the Illinois bar and the owner of Chicago's first black newspaper, The Conservator. Their wedding was announced in black newspapers nationwide and, in a highly unusual move, in the New York Times.
This was the same newspaper that a few years earlier had called Ida a slanderous and nasty-minded mulattress because of her writing about lynchings. And now her wedding announcement occurs in that very same paper, the New York Times, the paper of record.
Wells took the hyphenated name Ida B. Wells Barnett, and she also took over Ferdinand's newspaper.
Having always been busy at some work of my own, I decided to continue work as a journalist, for this was my first, and might be said, my only love.
The Conservator's circulation of about 1,000 readers represented a healthy chunk of Chicago's roughly 6,000 African Americans. But the city's black population was growing.
Ida B. Wells and 24 more arrive in Chicago in the 1890s and thus put themselves in a position to be the institution builders of Black Chicago.
Ida and Ferdinand lived alongside most of the city's African Americans in a narrow strip of Southside land known as the Black Belt. Its boundaries were often enforced by violence.
If you go west of State Street, you're in the Stockyards community, a largely Irish community, and you're likely to get beaten or killed. You're not going to move too far east because middle-class whites don't want you there, and they certainly don't want you on the lakefront. So it's about 4 blocks wide, but it keeps moving southward. This will be the hub of the African American community. And what's important here is that it is entirely self-sufficient. African Americans find employment within their own community. African Americans build businesses, newspapers, their political leadership. African Americans are virtually institutionally complete within these southward migrating communities, which came to be called Black Metropolis.
Ida took delight in the community's cultural riches. There were churches, Olivet Baptist, Bethel AME, and Quinn Chapel AME. And there were Black social organizations. Ida B. Wells Barnett took her place among the cream of the 400, a social registry of Chicago's Black elite.
Ida B. Wells and Ferdinand Barnett were the political power couple, certainly in the African American community in Chicago.
The couple gave birth to their first child, Charles, in 1896. Ferdinand hired a nurse so Ida could return to the lecture circuit with their newborn baby.
Ferdinand was attracted to the fact that she was out there doing things, and he provided the support for her to continue doing that.
I honestly believe that I am the only woman in the United States who ever traveled throughout the country with a nursing baby to make political speeches.
The following year, Ida gave birth to Herman, then Ida Jr., and finally Alfreda in quick succession.
This is a woman who's quite aware of the sacrifices she was making as a mother and the sacrifices her children had to make because she was often on the road.
While Ida B. Wells Barnett continued to shine a light on injustice through journalism, she also started looking to politics as an agent for change. In this new arena, she faced the same obstacle as every other American woman. She could not vote. So instead, women like Wells made their voices heard through women's clubs.
These were enormously popular and also beginning to be very influential and powerful. They were really the means by which women could have some influence in society.
Ida helped found the League of Colored Women. Her supporters even created an Ida B. Wells Club.
The women's clubs were an opportunity for women to pursue some self-education. And then they began to move from there into improving education for children, beginning kindergartens, beginning libraries, and ultimately to lobby government about getting the right to vote.
As Ida B. Wells Barnett found opportunities in Chicago's civic life, she now started urging Southern Blacks to flee north as she had.
Literally, she tell people in the South, like, look, come north. It's not perfect. I'm telling you it's not perfect, but it's way better than what you're experiencing. And so people would come.
Because the new migrants had only one neighborhood to choose, the Black Belt was swelling. The beating heart of the Black Belt was now a strip of South State Street known as the Stroll. This was where the action took place.
There were juke joints, restaurants, hidden gambling dens, and people constantly walking or promenading from about 2700 South down to about 3500 South. And so people could prominently show off their clothes, their gait. You didn't walk, you strutted.
But cracks were forming in the Black Belt. As new migrants met up against the forces of segregation, housing became scarce and crowded. The Barnetts refused to be contained. They moved to a new home at 3234 Rhodes Avenue, making them one of the first Black families to move east of State Street. Ida B. Wells was known to keep a gun in the house for protection.
It's a political statement that they're going to live anywhere they can. People like Ida B. Wells were committed to the idea that segregation in any form was an insult to African Americans.
The Southern migrants still stuck in the Black Belt were often viewed as outsiders in their own community. Hordes of ignorant and dissolute, said one white reformer, to describe the Southern blacks who, quote, lowered the standard of the colored population in our midst. To distance themselves from such insult, longtime black Chicagoans formed a society limited to those who could prove their families had lived in the city at least 30 years. They called themselves the Old Settlers Club.
Many of the old settlers are successful largely because of relations they've established with wealthy whites. These African Americans find the new African Americans as a threat to their leadership. They're not as polished, they're not as mannered. As somebody once told me, the problem is they didn't work for white people.
Ida B. Wells would make it clear which side of this social divide she stood on in 1906. She had been elected to organize a charity ball for the Frederick Douglass Center, built in memory of her old friend who had passed. The previous year's gala had been held at the prestigious Masonic Temple downtown. But Ida instead set her sights on the boisterous stroll and a rich Southside hustler named Robert T. Motts.
Now, Robert T. Motts was a gambler, fairly shady person. But Robert Motts went to Paris, discovered Parisian entertainment, decided that his community needed something like that. A place where African Americans could put on plays, write comedies, enjoy African American music.
Motts already had the location, a disreputable saloon in the heart of the stroll.
Robert T. Motts, however, he gained his money, was rich. And so he had the money to invest in something that he could be proud of.
Mott's Peking Theater was his chance to turn over a new leaf. When he gave Ida B. Wells a tour, she saw the makings of a first-class establishment.
The place was beautiful. She thought it provided class because it moved him away from selling booze. She liked the idea that it provided an opportunity to see African-American artistic excellence.
I felt that the race owed Mr. Motts a debt of gratitude for giving us a theater in which we could sit anywhere we chose without any restrictions.
When Ida announced her event will be held at the Peking, many in Black high society were outraged. Citing Mott's reputation, the Chicago Daily News refused to even print the announcement. But the loudest assault came from the neighborhood churches.
African-American ministers, spearheaded by Archibald Carey Sr., campaigned against holding an event for the African-American elite in a place like the New Pekin Theater. He gave sermons about it. Not only at his own church, he gave sermons at other churches. Ida B. Wells hated hypocrisy. She'd been a member of Bethlehem, and she remembers when a former pastor had been guilty of inappropriate relations with members of his congregation and had been expelled, only to be brought back with the support of people like Archibald Carey.
Ida moved ahead with her charity ball, and despite threats of a boycott, it raised $500.
It was eminently successful. It cemented a friendship between Robert T. Motts and Ida B. Wells until his death.
The Peking was the first Black-owned theater in Chicago. It would give the city some of its first taste of ragtime, making way for other jazz clubs on the stroll, where the likes of Louis Armstrong and Cab Calloway played. And Ida B. Wells had supported it, despite the objections of African-American leaders.
She challenged the Black elite. She challenged the Black political organization. She challenged white leadership, but she was willing to step on toes because she had a larger purpose.
The Black migration from the South that exposed fault lines in Chicago was also ratcheting up tensions across America. In 1908, the nation saw more than 80 lynchings in every corner of the country.
It happens in the Northeast. We hear a lot less about lynchings, but of course, wherever Black people go, lynching follows as a tool of social control.
A lynching in Springfield, Illinois that summer would once again change the course of Ida B. Wells's career. In Abraham Lincoln's hometown, 2 Black men were jailed. One accused of murdering a white man, the other falsely charged with the rape of a white woman. A lynch mob of roughly 5,000 whites assembled. They stormed the east side of the city where Blacks lived, lynching innocent men and burning the neighborhood to cinders. At least 7 people were killed before the Illinois Guard brought the riot under control.
I had such a feeling of impotency through the whole matter, which seemed to be becoming as bad in Illinois as it had hitherto been in Georgia.
The following Sunday, Wells was hosting her weekly Bible study for young men when the conversation turned to the horrific events in Springfield.
The young people she was meeting with were so appalled by the violence that took place. The nature of those meetings goes from being more about their faith and more about what they can do about racial oppression.
They continued to meet every Sunday, calling themselves the Negro Fellowship League. And the group turned its attention to the needs of Black men who had come north in search of opportunity, only to lose their way on the stroll.
The stroll could have a negative effect on the life of a young male migrant, because beyond the cigar shop along State Street, beyond the outer doors, in the back, was a place where you could gamble.
Ida's friend Jane Addams had been concerned with the plight of immigrant women and children, and she had created Hull House to serve them. But there was nowhere for young African-American men to turn for help. They weren't welcome at institutions like the YMCA.
All other races in the city are welcomed into settlements. YMCAs, YWCAs, gymnasiums, and every other movement for uplift if only their skins are white. Only one social center welcomes the Negro, and that is the saloon.
Being from the South, she knew what kind of conditions people were coming from. I think she felt like she could relate to them on a personal level. Her dream, was to create sort of the Black Hull House, if you want to call it that.
Ida B. Wells unexpectedly found a sponsor for her vision at a Palmer House luncheon. Jessie Lawson was the wife of the wealthy editor of the Chicago Daily News.
The Lawsons, who were donors to the YMCA, were unaware that it was not serving Blacks in Chicago.
Ida told Jessie Lawson about her dreams for the Negro Fellowship League, and they set out to find a location.
That location in her mind had to be in the midst of where the greatest need lay. And that was along State Street, at the north end of the stroll.
Ida B. Wells Barnett opened the Negro Fellowship League on a warm Sunday with a program for the neighborhood. As the room filled, they left the back door open to let in the breeze. But before long, the program was interrupted by the boisterous sounds of a group of drunken men outside, shooting dice with a pail of beer. Rather than call the police, Wells set out to invite them to the next Sunday meeting.
And so when she goes into the alley to talk to those men who are drinking and playing dice, she doesn't have any airs about her.
Wells recalled their surprise when she extended her white-gloved hand to shake on their promise to return.
They all said they didn't want to dirty my white gloves by shaking hands, but reiterated that they would go away, and also repeated their promise to come next Sunday.
There were Black people who were from, quote, upper class who wouldn't even come visit the center because it was in a location that they didn't feel comfortable visiting. My great-grandparents were unique. They were both educated, but at the same time, they were willing to go into the hood.
Ida had built a beacon on the stroll, a place where men could find jobs, housing, legal help, and moral upliftment.
I think she felt a tremendous responsibility. She's telling Black folks, leave the South, and yet she's seeing people come and they are suffering. No one is looking out for them, not even other Black Chicagoans.
But Ida B. Wells would feel the impact of that awful Springfield riot in another way. In the riot's wake, Ida and other activists received an invitation from Oswald Garrison Villard, grandson of the abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison. His letter, known as The Call, proposed a conference to discuss present evils. The following spring, luminaries like W.E.B. Du Bois and Jane Addams gathered in New York. On the first day of the conference, Ida B. Wells Barnett delivered a forceful speech on her 20 years of lynching research.
This is what Ida B. Wells was doing around the issue of lynching. She takes lynching from a fringe issue that no one really, Black or white, will touch, and she turns it into a central issue.
At the close of the conference, the activists agreed to start a new organization. It would become known as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Although Ida was initially chosen to be on the NAACP's founding committee, at the last minute, Du Bois substituted her name.
My guess is that people like W.B. Du Bois were sexist. And I think we have to call that. He did not promote easily African-American female leadership. Secondly, the leadership of the NAACP from the beginning largely addressed to the African-American middle class and to the African-American upper middle class.
But Ida B. Wells' campaigns had become increasingly geared toward the poorest of the poor. And despite her impassioned speech about lynching, the NAACP was not ready to confront the crisis she'd dedicated her career to.
The NAACP, which Ida helped co-found, even though she doesn't often get the name recognition and credit for that, didn't want to touch that issue.
It was something about the ideas that Ida had about, for example, lynching having its base in sexual relations. It was their thought that this was a no-no. This, in fact, was something Blacks like Du Bois wouldn't approach because he knew that white people would be offended by this discussion.
Ida B. Wells, now 50 years removed from slavery, still did not have the power to vote. But she had joined Illinois women in a partial victory.
In June of 1913, women in Illinois can vote in the presidential election, and they can vote in local municipal elections, but they cannot vote, for example, for governor or for senator.
Encouraged, Ida B. Wells took up the suffrage cause with new fervor. Noting that white suffragists were working like beavers, she established the Alpha Suffrage Club. Their slogan, race interest first, last, and all the time. The club mobilized Black women in the Black Belt Second Ward and eventually helped elect Chicago's first Black alderman.
Those are ordinary women, not the highfalutin Black women of Chicago. Ordinary women were told they had worth and could make a change in society.
That spring, Ida B. Wells set her sights on Washington, D.C. On the day before Woodrow Wilson's inauguration, she boarded a train bound for the National Suffrage Parade.
Wells travels with the Illinois delegation. She gets to Washington, D.C. There are state delegations from all over the United States, and Illinois is very large. They've got drum majors.
Wells and 250,000 women approached Pennsylvania Avenue. But Alice Paul, the lead parade planner, had a last-minute concern. Southern white women wouldn't march if they had to do so alongside black women. Planners suddenly asked that the black delegates march separately, in the back. Ida B. Wells Barnett was struck by the news.
So Wells says, of course, I'm not going to do that. I came here with my delegation from Illinois. I intend to march with my delegation. And they march anyway, all together. And so the march is integrated. And it's just classic Wells. I mean, she stands for her principles no matter what.
Though her Negro Fellowship League had now been serving men on the stroll for 10 years, Ida B. Wells was struggling to keep it afloat. Her wealthy friends admired her dedication, but wouldn't venture to the stroll and work among the uneducated, unemployed black men.
I don't know if she originally thought she would be doing this work by herself. I think she expected and was hoping for other people to be as outraged as she was and to get in the trenches and fight.
And she had never received the kind of wealthy patronage Jane Addams secured for Hull House. By the winter of 1920, the Negro Fellowship League's rent was in arrears, and Ida B. Wells was finally forced to close its doors.
It is important that when we think about the strength of this black woman, when we think about the strength of black women, that we never forget that it always comes with a cost. And it certainly, it took a toll on her. It took a toll on her physically.
When Ida B. Wells Barnett was 68 years old, she attended a book reading with her oldest daughter. The subject was a book by Carter G. Woodson, the man who created Black History Month. But Ida was dismayed to discover that her anti-lynching efforts weren't even mentioned.
She met a young woman who had heard her name but didn't know what she did. That was stunning for her, that she herself was not known by a new generation.
So, she sat down to put her story on paper. In the first pages of her autobiography, Ida B. Wells explained,
"The history of this entire period, which reflected glory on the race, should be known. Yet most of it is buried in oblivion. And so, because our youth are entitled to the facts of race history, which only the participants can give, I am thus led to set forth the facts."
I guess it was her story, but it's also the history of our country.
Ida B. Wells' unfinished autobiography ended mid-sentence. A fitting reflection, perhaps, of a woman who knew there's still more work to be done. In March of 1931, Ida B. Wells Barnett awoke with a worrisome fever. She died a few days later. She is buried next to Ferdinand Barnett, her partner for more than 30 years.
Ida B. Wells and Ferdinand L. Barnett, Crusaders for Justice. You put it down?
Yeah. I'm a native Chicagoan, and there was an Ida B. Wells Homes on the south side of Chicago. Most people had heard the name, but it got to a point where it was just a disconnect between who Ida B. Wells as a woman was and the work that she did and what people associated with her name.
In February of 2019, Ida B. Wells Drive became Chicago's first street named for an African-American woman. The next year, Wells was posthumously honored with a Pulitzer Prize. New York Times writer Nicole Hannah Jones won her Pulitzer Prize the same day.
When I found out that I had won the Pulitzer on the same day as my spiritual godmother, Ida B. Wells, a woman who did not receive that type of recognition in her life and never would have, I cried like a baby.
Recently, a multitude of young activists and justice seekers are taking up the work of Ida B. Wells. For older historians, the reason why is simple.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is addressing the same issues that Ida B. Wells took up in the 1880s and 90s. Moreover, Black Lives Matter has a considerable component of Black female leadership.
I need for these racist systems to be dismantled. What we need is equity. What we need is recovery.
They're taking to the streets.
Police!
They're writing essays. They're organizing cadres.
Black Lives Matter. Women of faith, and we believe in fighting.
They are addressing systemic violence more broadly than simply the issue of police brutality.
I want jobs and resources in Black and brown communities on the south and west sides of Chicago. Violence is caused by economic disparity, is caused by the increasing gap between the rich and the poor, and that is exemplified by this city.
This is Ida B. Wells.
In the last and unfinished chapter of her autobiography, Ida B. Wells offered words of wisdom to future generations, writing,
"Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty."
Ida B. Wells was clearly outstanding and unique. There's no doubt about that. But I think what she would say is use your talent to the best of your ability, to see her life as an example of what it takes to create change and the price, but not to glorify her or make her out of reach of the actions of ordinary people.
Lead support for Ida B. Wells, Chicago Stories Special, is provided by the Nagani Foundation. Additional support is provided by Jim and Kay Mabey, Strategic Growth and Transformation Partners, and by the following donors.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs start barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they got to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle, you're on the sewer. Breeze it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight.
Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bajan Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BajanVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BajanVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. .246BajanVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BajanVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
The murder of this family, 5 in number, was the work of a moment. There was a little infant sleeping in a cradle that was forgotten until we had left the house and gone some distance when Henry and Will returned and killed it.
Over the next 24 hours, Nat Turner led a small group of slaves from farm to farm, killing every white man, woman, and child they encountered. They gathered guns and more recruits during a brief but bloody revolt that spread terror throughout the slaveholding South. Nat Turner was captured and hanged. In the days before his execution, he agreed to tell his story.
You must surely bear it.
But after his death, his words became the property of others, as his body was during his life. His story has been continually retold since 1831. He has been depicted as a great and inspiring hero and vilified as an insane fanatic. Each author possesses Nat Turner, transforming his identity and meaning of his revolt. Although today we cannot clearly make out the face of the man, he continues to provoke a bitter debate over the violence that he inspired. For a nation unable to come to terms with the legacy of slavery, Nat Turner remains a troublesome property. Nat Turner's slave rebellion triggered a massive mobilization of local militia and vigilante units in Virginia and neighboring North Carolina. As many as 3,000 armed men were called into action to fight what turned out to be 60 to 80 rebels.
The balance of sheer military power was weighted tremendously against the slaves in this country. Slaves don't have the organization, the access to arms, the military tradition to be able to mobilize a successful insurrection.
Slavery itself was such an abomination that I see how it would drive men and women to do desperate things. And a slave revolt, by its nature to me, is a pretty desperate act.
Outraged by the sight of the victims of the revolt, including many badly mutilated women and children, the militia and vigilante units engaged in a slaughter of their own.
The violent, brutal reaction is meant as a warning. It's meant to frighten those who might be contemplating acts like this in the future. It's meant to demonstrate the power of white society.
At least 50 and perhaps many more slaves and free blacks were summarily executed in the days after the suppression of the rebellion.
There's no question that there's a cult of violence that surrounds the tension between black and white during slavery times and after. It's hard for us to fathom cutting off people's heads and putting them on poles, parading them around, hanging bodies up in chains, dismembering the body, taking home souvenirs.
We know all about the victims, the white victims of Turner's Rebellion, who they were, where they were killed, what their names were, what their families were. Nobody knows the names of even all the participants in the Turner Rebellion, and certainly all the innocent blacks who were killed or imprisoned or beaten afterwards. This is not part of our official historical memory. That piece of the story is just forgotten or suppressed and probably can never really be completely recovered.
If a lot of those black people were not the property of white people, a lot more of them would be killed. Wasn't it Virginia law that said if you kill somebody's slave, the state had to reimburse them the cost of the slave or something like that?
Bailiff, will you approach, please?
Every rebel except Nat Turner was quickly killed or captured. During the month of September and on into October, nearly 50 accused rebels stood trial in Southampton County.
Stand up. Guilty as charged. You shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The prisoner is guilty. The court doth value the said slave to the sum of $425.
Ultimately, 19 were hanged, while others were transported and sold outside the boundaries of the state.
The court recommends to the governor that the punishment be commuted to transportation.
And still, Nat Turner remained at large. On September 17, 1831, Virginia Governor John Floyd issued a proclamation offering a $500 reward for the capture of Nat Turner.
Nat is between 30 and 35 years old, 5 feet 6 or 8 inches high, weighs between 150 and 160 pounds, rather bright complexion, but not a mulatto. Broad-shouldered, large flat nose, large eyes, broad flat feet, rather not.
Governor Floyd's description of Nat Turner is the closest thing we have to a portrait of the man. But it is nothing more than a wanted poster, created to help white men capture a fugitive. We do not know exactly what happened at the capture of Nat Turner, but a 19th century engraving offers one possible image of the moment. We do know it was not until October 30th, 70 days after the outbreak of the rebellion, that Benjamin Phipps stumbled on to Nat Turner's hiding place. The slave had never wandered further than a few miles from his home farm.
Come on out of there. You come on out of there now. Put it down. I said put it down.
The next morning, he was taken to the Southampton County Jail in Jerusalem to await trial. It was there in a jail cell that Nat Turner first encountered a local lawyer, Thomas R. Gray. Over the next 3 days, Gray interviewed Turner and then published his version of Turner's story, which later became the main source for all future interpretations of the man.
The late insurrection in Southampton greatly excited the public mind and led to thousands of idle, exaggerated, and mischievous reports. Everything connected to that sad affair was wrapped in mystery until Nat Turner, leader of that ferocious band whose name resounded throughout our widely extended empire, was captured. Since his confinement, with permission of the jailer, I have had ready access to him and determined, for the gratification of public curiosity, to commit his statements to writing and to publish them with little or no variation to his own words.
Nobody can, I think, say precisely why Thomas R. Gray went into the jail cell on November the 1st, 1831. It could be that he just wanted the public to know. He felt the public had a right to know what Nat Turner had done from Nat Turner's own point of view. It could be that he sought prestige after a great drop in his own reputability by going in and making himself as famous as he could by being Nat Turner's amanuensis, taking down what he said. He could have been thinking of the income he might derive.
You have asked me to give you the history of the motives which induced me to undertake the late insurrection, as you call it. To do so, I must go back to the days of my infancy and even before I was born. I was 31 years of age on the 2nd October last, born the property of Benjamin Turner of this county. Being at play with other children when 3, 4 years old, I was telling them something, which my mother overhearing said it had happened before I was born. I stuck to my story, however, and related some things which went, in her opinion, to confirm it. Others being called on were greatly astonished, knowing that these things had happened, and caused them to say, in my hearing, I surely would be a prophet, as the Lord had shown me things that happened before my birth.
Many historians are not convinced that all, or even most of the words Gray attributes to Turner were actually spoken by him.
There is no Nat Turner back there whole to be retrieved. You'd have to go and create Nat Turner. And we have a very fragmented, disjointed narrative which purports to be the Confessions. And there's the question of whose voice is there?
I do not believe for a moment that Nat Turner talked that way.
It is very clear by now that we cannot take Nat Turner's confessions at face value. But it is also very clear that we cannot cast it aside.
Gray's Confessions of Nat Turner creates a definite image of the man, but we can never be sure the face we see is that of Nat Turner.
I was praying one day at my plow. The Spirit spoke to me, saying, "Seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you."
What do you mean by the Spirit?
The Spirit that spoke to the prophets in former days.
Nat Turner must have eaten up the Christian and Hebrew scriptures and must have begun to feel and see and sense himself as the embodiment of these.
The thunder rolled in the heavens, and blood flowed in streams. And I heard a voice saying, "Such is your luck. Such you are called. And let it come, rough or smooth, you must surely bear it." While laboring in the field, I discovered drops of blood on the corn, as though it were dew from heaven, and communicated it to many, both white and black in the neighborhood. And I then found on the leaves in the woods hieroglyphic characters and numbers, with the forms of men in different attitudes portrayed in blood and representing figures I had seen before in the heavens. And on the 12th of May, 1828, I heard a loud noise in the heavens, and the Spirit instantly appeared to me and said that the serpent was loosened, and that Christ had laid down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and that I should take it on and fight against the serpent. For the time was fast approaching when the first should be last, and the last should be first.
Do you not find yourself mistaken now?
Was not Christ crucified?
Was not Christ crucified? That's an astonishing statement by a man who's chained to the wall. You're going to be hanged the next day. And he's told that all your comrades are hanged, that your wife has been sold south, that you'll be hanged tomorrow. And he stands up from the cut and he says, was not Christ crucified? Can you imagine that? It's one of the great moments in human history, isn't it?
Any intelligent reader coming on the Confessions, the original Confessions of Nat Turner, and then reflects on those confessions for a while, would have to say to himself, this guy is a crazy lunatic. There's something really strange. The moment when he says to Mr. Gray, was not Christ crucified?
The myths contradict each other, and they grow up. He's a saint. He's a crazy man. You get conflicting reports, and people repeat them. They get carried on, and the historian has to peel back through that onion and try to find the real historical person.
And until the first sign appeared, I should conceal it from the knowledge of man. And on the appearance of the sign,
the eclipse of the sun last February,
I should arise and prepare myself and slay my enemies with their own weapons. And until we had armed and equipped ourselves and gathered sufficient force, neither age nor sex was to be spared.
Which was invariably adhered to.
When people bring that argument to me that war, you kill people in war and you're trained, but that's declared. This is my position now. That's declared. You give people the chance to know that I'm going to fight you or that I might kill you. These people were not given that opportunity.
Revolutions have to be thorough. You spare the kids, they run off and warn your enemies. If you're going to take that road, you'd better make up your mind to take it to the end. That is the horror of the thing. I mean, it's all well and good to say that these killings came out of rage. I don't doubt that to a certain extent they did. But the real horror is that even if they hadn't, they would have. Matters would have probably taken the same course. A revolution is either thorough or it's doomed. Real revolutionaries know that, which is why they have to proceed in cold blood.
The murder of this family, 5 in number, was the work of a moment. There was a little infant sleeping in a cradle that was forgotten until we had left the house and gone some distance, when Henry and Will returned and killed it.
The killing of the women and children stick in my craw more than anything else. He would certainly be remembered better by history if he had limited the killing to adult males or just white adults.
That evil that he saw was what was needed to be destroyed. And the only way to force the destruction of that evil was to make the price so high that those who was practicing slavery would eventually sue for peace and says, we cannot keep slavery because it will cost us too much.
The only thing I will say is slavery was so wrong, but murder is wrong too.
We started for Mrs. Reese's, where, finding the door unlocked, we entered and murdered Mrs. Reese in her bed while sleeping. Her son awoke, but had only time to say, "Who's that?" And he was no more.
I think that for many people, many white people, they identify with the innocence
They identify with innocent children. It's a position that's much more comfortable than identifying with slaveholders. And because that's a feature of the story, it makes it seem safe for people who know that they have to stand morally against slavery to say nonetheless that there was something morally wrong in the uprising.
I don't think his goal was to kill white children. His goal was to get freedom for his people. And if, way before Malcolm even said it, by any means necessary, and if that meant the killing of white children, so be it. And it was an uncompromising position, and I think it was based on something that he had seen around him, the killing of black children, the selling of black children. And it was reprehensible, but he, I understand why he did it.
Calm, deliberate composure with which he spoke of his late deeds and intention. The expression on his fiend-like face when excited by enthusiasm, still bearing the stains of the blood of helpless innocence about him. Clothed in rags, wrapped in chains, yet daring to raise his manacled hands to heaven with a spirit soaring above the attributes of man. I looked on him and my blood curdled in my veins. He's a complete fanatic, who plays his part most admirably.
I was struck with the tug that Nat Turner had over him. And so I remember thinking, even as he was trying to present him as this figure, this misguided fanatic, as he called him, he was still fascinated with him, impressed by him in some way.
Over and over again, those who search for the meaning of Nat Turner begin their inquiry with a search for the meaning of the Confessions.
I see Turner's Confessions as our confessions of not really being quite sure who we are in relationship to each other, black and white in this country.
We know very little about the hanging of Nat Turner. The only contemporary account appeared in a local newspaper. And as with all Nat Turner stories, we are left with more questions than facts.
The record about Nat Turner is so ambiguous. We have so few facts, and yet he's at the center of such an enormous controversy that there's room for lots of different interpretations.
In 1852, Harriet Beecher Stowe created a national debate on the morality of slavery with her novel Uncle Tom's Cabin. When she published Dread, A Tale of the Dismal Swamp in 1856, with the title character closely based on the historical Nat Turner, she confronted the question of ending slavery by violent means. But she could not embrace an uncompromising black man who was devoted to the death of all white people, and so she softened him considerably.
He was a tall black man of magnificent stature and proportions. He wore a fantastic turban. There were elements in him which might, under other circumstances, have made him a poet. There was in him a vein of that gentleness which softens the heart towards children and the inferior animals. But there also burned in him, like tongues of flame in a black pool of naphtha, a subtle and restless fire.
Everyone possesses Nat Turner because he fits into the role each creator wants to make him fit into. The amazing thing about Nat Turner is the fact that so little is known about him. We have those confessions and virtually nothing else. There are almost no accounts of what he was like seen through the eyes of anyone else, black or white. So this is, as I say, an astounding boon and a gift to anyone who wanted to use him as a metaphor or a symbol for anything having to do with slavery, with having to do with freedom, having to do with rebellion. He fits no mold and fits every mold all at once. And that's what has made him so intriguing to so many people over the years.
In the years leading up to the Civil War, Frederick Douglass and other black abolitionists repeatedly voiced admiration for Nat Turner and other slave rebels.
What Douglass said was that the Nat Turners were actually more legitimately the heirs of the American Revolution than the whites who celebrated July 4th every year in the 1840s and 50s, but owned slaves and deprived millions of Americans of their freedom.
Continuing in the tradition of Frederick Douglass, William Wells Brown, an abolitionist leader who had escaped from slavery, invoked an heroic image of Nat Turner in an essay written during the Civil War. In the midst of this essay, he imaginatively constructed the speech Turner might have delivered to his fellow conspirators at Cabin Pond.
Friends and brothers, we are to commence a great work tonight. Our race is to be delivered from slavery. And God has appointed us as the men to do his bidding. And let us be worthy of our calling.
We gloried in these heroes, as children will. Sometimes we would create among ourselves, we boys in particular, you know, our own version of what Nat did and what we would have done if we'd have been old Nat, and how that would have satisfied us greatly.
While some African Americans invoked Nat Turner's name as a great black hero and liberator, most Southern whites continued to portray him as a fanatic and villain who attacked an essentially benevolent institution. This became the dominant white view throughout the nation during the late 19th and 20th centuries. Black folk memories of the rebellion surfaced in the WPA interviews of ex-slaves conducted during the 1930s. The WPA undertook the task of finding and questioning black residents of the South who had once been slaves. Sometimes the interviews produced memories that were obviously passed on by family members who lived at the time of Nat Turner's revolt. Sometimes these recollections explored the violence in Turner's insurrection. In 1937, the ex-slave Alan Crawford spoke about Nat Turner from stories he had heard growing up in Southampton County.
First place he got to was his mistress's house. Said God deigned him to start the first war with 40 men. Well, when he got to his mistress's house, he commenced to grab his missus's baby, and he slung him back and forth 3 times. Said it was hard for him to kill this baby, 'cause he had been so playful when he was sitting on his lap. So, third sling, he went quick about it, killing that baby.
The 1930s were a turbulent time in America. It was an era of segregation when the seeds of change were beginning to be sown. During this time of racial strife, artists, writers, and playwrights were inspired to tell the story of Nat Turner and his revolt, exploring the consequences of using violence to end oppression in his time and their own.
Bring the alarm bell!
In 1935, Black theater educator Randolph Edmonds presented the Nat Turner story as a play written to be performed at schools and colleges.
You killed him! You did it!
In the climactic scene, Edmonds turns his attention to the horrible consequences of the rebellion for the men and women of the slave community.
I was gonna tell the white folks where you is. I was gonna tell them, I say, you ain't nothing but a beast. That's what, a beast.
A beast? A beast? She called me a beast. If I'm a beast, who made me one? If they buy and sell me women like dogs and feed me their leavings, how can I be nothing else but a beast? Just as Dade, Hawk is captured and there ain't no army. What am I going to do now, Lord? What am I going to do? Look at that moon coming back to light up the world. It's big and round and yellow. It done dripped out all this blood. My hands is full of blood too. Will they ever be clean? Was I wrong, Lord, to fight that black men must be free? Show me a vision, Lord, like you did when the spirits were fighting in there. Talk to me, Holy Ghost. It must be the army looking about in the woods for me. I can't let them catch me. I've got to get me an army and fight some more for freedom. I want to be free. I must have freedom for all the black slaves. Show me how to get it, Lord. Spirit of God, show me the way. Guide me, lead me, lead me.
There certainly was a real Nat Turner who lived and died in Southampton County, Virginia in 1831. But the man who lived and died in numerous artistic portrayals since 1831 was recreated over and over again to fit the needs of each of his creators. The decade of the 1950s was a watershed in our nation's troubled history of race relations. During these years, the civil rights movement began a full-scale assault on the elaborate system of racial segregation in the South. The public was exposed repeatedly to images of violence during these years. It was in this atmosphere that a growing number of frustrated African Americans sought inspiration from Nat Turner and the 1831 Southampton Slave Revolt.
I never heard of Nat and wanted to know more about him and started just reading about him and what happened in Southampton County.
There was a debate going on among the young people in different civil rights organizations, the young people, about black consciousness and versus integration and what direction they should move in order to keep the movement going and to keep liberating black folks.
If you don't want any trouble, keep your filthy white hands off our beautiful black folks.
Nat symbolized revolt, symbolized resistance. He was a black man who refused to accept his condition. So we identified with that brother, and we saw him as a brother, and we saw a direct link. We knew exactly what he felt like, because we felt the same way, and we saw ourselves as continuing that struggle.
Usually the police wouldn't brutalize anyone if we were on hand because we were armed.
The revolution has come. Off the page.
Nat Turner returned to the center of the national stage with the publication in 1967 of William Styron's The Confessions of Nat Turner. The novel was an instant bestseller and won the Pulitzer Prize.
It's hard to reconstruct the bland, ill-informed atmosphere of suburban white America in the 50s and 60s. And it came as a revelation to really almost a whole generation that they should even be thinking about these things.
It was through the Book of the Month Club that I got this novel called The Confessions of Nat Turner. I remember when it arrived, and I started reading it that evening after I got home from school, and I stayed up all night and I read it in one sitting.
My intention had been from the very beginning to try to present a multifaceted, complex overview of slavery as an institution which totally degraded a race of people, and that included such torment upon one of its more gifted sons, namely Nat Turner, that it indeed turned him into a half-crazed avenger. My book turned him into a far more heroic figure than the actual Nat Turner was, because I gave him human dimensions.
He didn't humanize Nat Turner for me, because I came to the novel with my own version of Nat Turner firmly established in my head. So, to whom did he humanize? To the white community? That might be possible, since the white community has always tended to look upon our rebels, as demons and as subhumans, as people who are attacking the bastions of white civilization.
When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those are the only books there were. I'm one of the people who built the country.
Jimmy Baldwin moved into my house here in Connecticut in the winter of 1960. By this time, I was boiling to write the book. And I think it was he who encouraged me more than anyone else to seize the idea of the first person and to plunge into that kind of narrative mode. Because he himself had already begun to deal with the idea of writing about white people from an intimate point of view. And he said that what you should do as a white writer is to be bold and take on the persona of a black man, Nat Turner.
William Styron gave his 20th century novel the same title as Thomas R. Gray's 1831 Confessions. Examining this document for clues about Nat Turner, Styron was fascinated by a particular passage.
Miss Margaret, when I discovered her, had concealed herself in the corner formed by the projection of the cellar cap from the house. On my approach, she fled, but was quickly overtaken, and after repeated blows with a sword, I killed her by a blow on the head with a fence rail.
Margaret was the only person killed by Nat Turner in the course of the rebellion. She was a young white woman. Styron takes this and makes a love affair out of it between Nat and Margaret. I think African Americans generally, and whites to some extent, resented the relationship that Styron created.
This was, for a novelist, the perfect question to ask. Why? Why did he do this? Wasn't there some relationship between the two of them? Now, we don't know anything about their relationship, but I was writing a novel. I wasn't writing a work of historiography, and I had a right to make a relationship between Nat and Margaret Whitehead a kind of centerpiece of the book.
Did I ever tell you about the mass that Charlotte Tyler and I wrote together?
The closeness, the stillness,
Wonderful.
the seclusion had created once more of a voluptuous stirring in my blood. Her eyes met mine unflinchingly, not so much coquettish as insistent, inviting, daring, and almost expecting my gaze to repose in her own eyes while she prattled blissfully on. It was the longest encounter I could remember ever having with a white person's eyes.
Just
I turned away, swept with lust again, hating her guts. Now driven close to distraction by that chattering monologue pitched at a girlish whisper, which I no longer bothered to listen to or understand.
Styron's attempt to imagine a relationship between Nat Turner and the teenaged Margaret Whitehead provoked a storm of protest from black critics.
Nat Turner is one of our great heroes, and we wanted him to be presented to our children in a way that preserved and protected our needs and our necessities. We need to say to our young girls, you're beautiful. You know, your hair's nappy, of course your skin is black, but you're beautiful. And you're lovable and worthy of the respect of our young men. But how could we say that if our great hero, instead of affirming the beauty of black womanhood, went and affirmed the beauty of white womanhood?
When I got the information from the Book of the Month Club, just reading about the book made me so angry that I tore up the newsletter, flushed it down the toilet, and wrote a letter resigning from the Book of the Month Club in protest against them picking this book.
It got tremendous review. Everybody, all the critics loved it, you know. And this tells me a great deal about attitudes. They themselves have never come to grips with slavery, what it was about.
But not all reviewers lavished praise on the novel. A group known as the 10 Black Writers published a volume deeply critical of Styron's image of the slave rebel.
It's a book that made me particularly indignant because it was so disappointing. Because that finally Nat Turner is going to get presented on the main stage of American culture, and instead of which we get this travesty.
I recall one of my former owners, Mr. Thomas Moore, once saying that Negroes never committed suicide. I recollect the exact situation. Hog killing time and Moore's puckered, pockmarked face as he labored at the bloody carcass, and the exact words spoken to two neighbors as I stood by listening.
You ever heard of a nigger killing himself? No, I figured, Doctor, he might want to kill himself, but he gets to thinking about it, keep thinking about it, thinking, and pretty soon he's gone to sleep. Ain't that right, Nat?
Yes, sir, Master Tom. That's right. Sure enough. I had to admit to myself that I'd never known of a Negro who had killed himself, and in trying to explain this fact, I tended to believe that in the face of such adversity, it must be a Negro's Christian faith which swerved him away from the idea of self-destruction. But now, as I sit here amid the incessant murmur and the buzz of flies, I can no longer say that I feel this to be true. It seemed that rather my black shit-eating people were surely like flies, God's mindless outcast, lacking even that will to destroy by their own hand their unending anguish.
How would anybody seeking to organize as people to struggle for their own liberation have that perception of them? It was an act of arrogance coming out of a profound ignorance that led him to think he could restructure that experience in anything that would be a credible way, or a way that reflected anything that an informed black person would know of our own experience, to make it acceptable to black people.
Novels can be good, novels can be bad, but I think it's different to say that than to say you shouldn't have written this in the first place because you were white, or what are you doing to our history by creating this character about whom we feel deeply ambivalent. And believe me, I think that it was the sexuality of Nat Turner that bugged people the most, no matter how they justified it. I think that without that, the novel would have passed through without a peep.
It was perfect because it was set in the 1st century Rome.
The place where her breast had met my arm was like an incandescence, tingling, Again, I was smothered by remorseless
New
desire.
York City.
Insanely, I found myself measuring the risk. Take her here on this bank by this quiet brook.
Consider going into theater.
Forget your great mission. Abandon all for these hours of terror and bliss.
Oh, you should read some of my poetry sometime.
Being attracted to and repelled by members of the opposite sex strikes me as the most natural thing in the world. And to have left that out, to have rendered Turner incapable of that kind of internal struggle, would have reduced his humanity. I think Starr knew exactly what he was doing, and I think he did the right thing.
We have to deal, as black people, with so much of this kind of stuff. Not so much in writing, but in our everyday lives.
What Styron had done was play at the worst fears of white America, and I think, frankly, fantasizing in his own mind as a white male about the lustful feelings that black men had for white women. I didn't want a white woman, you know, and I didn't know any of my brothers who did. And he did, you know, he said that Nat wanted one. And not only did he want one, that he was willing to kill for it. And not only that, that was his primary motivation. Liberation was irrelevant. It was sexual, unbridled sexual lust or something like that.
What really would have caused rage on the part of the black critics would have been, I think, if they had had a consummated sexual relationship, which would really have proved my own racism. But actually, the relationship between Nat Turner and Margaret Whitehead is infinitely more complicated. It's as much filled with rage and hatred on Nat's part than any kind of unrequited love.
Please kill me. Please, Dad.
Shut your eyes.
It hurts so.
He does at the end realize the horror of having killed this woman out of his rage. And I think that Nat Turner's feeling of love at the end is really an attempt to express his own sense of reconciliation and redemption, and has very little to do with any direct human connection. I think this is an abstraction. At least that's what I was attempting to do. It struck me as a great irony that I began to write Nat Turner the summer of Martin Luther King's great speech in Washington. And it was a time of reconciliation, of nonviolence, of peacefulness, the sense that blacks and whites could work this thing out together. But by the time I finished the novel, in 1967, this sweetness and light that Martin Luther King was predicting had turned into a kind of hellish nightmare on the racial scene. And so Nat Turner appeared, my Nat Turner, appeared at a time when this dream of Martin Luther King's had evaporated. So there was good reason why my book was met with such mixed reactions.
I do think that in an extraordinary and strange way, Bill Styron did do a service in the sense of putting Nat Turner back on the table, you know, making people argue about who he was. And nobody, no matter which side they took of the argument, really knew very much. It was like people throwing punches in the dark. And in the last generation since then, we've learned a lot more, though we still have not penetrated the veil entirely.
We can't be dependent on white people to represent our culture with integrity and imagination and respect.
If you don't like Bill Styron's Nat Turner, write your own. I think the only way that you can fight a representation in art that you don't like is to create new art, to create more art, surround it.
I don't consider myself an artist. I don't consider myself as one who can critique art. I only paint for one reason and one reason only, and that is to illustrate what is said to me through my ancestors. They're not asking for revenge, they're asking to be recognized. And I believe they will not rest in peace unless their story is heard, unless their voices are heard.
But can any work of art move Americans closer to an agreement on the meaning of Nat Turner and his revolt?
Sally!
Cut it. Swinged and whipped you.
One more time, right away. Here we go. Ready.
I think there is a need for closure. There is a need to resolve this thing. Sometimes it takes a mediator, a piece of artwork can do that. The whole idea is, who is Nat Turner? We don't know. And people with little information have created their own Nat, and they've claimed it. And it's not that we're trying to reclaim Nat, we're just trying to present other artists' interpretation of Nat Turner, and trying to do that very faithfully without interpreting their work.
Was a wrong law to fight that black men must be free?
Everywhere in the film, there is interpretation, and the subject matter we are dealing with is interpretation. Now, when you do a film about interpretation, what's the film about that interpretation? Isn't that film another interpretation?
We're really unconscious of the pain that you're causing this little kid. Mark. And so that's the sinister part about this scene.
Whatever. Every interpretation ultimately forces you back into another interpretation, another interpretation, another interpretation.
Action.
Reverend Ballard, more wine.
That's the tension here, is to say that, no, you're not doing your movie about Nat Turner. You're doing William Styron's interpretation of Nat Turner as faithful as possible to William Styron's scenes in his novel.
Right, but I can't cut it.
Same thing with Thomas R. Gray. You're trying to be matter-of-fact about Thomas R. Gray. You know, you're not trying to take any kind of license. Recreate these different sources of Nat Turner, you know, the publications and things like that. We can't say in this film that this person is wrong and that person is wrong. It's not about that. The truth is that this event happened, people interpreted it a certain way on racial lines, and the only way to resolve it or to live with it is to have some sort of dialogue and come to terms with what was this event.
Rolling.
Mark.
Shh, quiet. Action.
Cut.
Cutting.
I think there's a great danger of sliding into a kind of relativism, and there are multiple different versions of history, and let's just line them all up. And I think that the great challenge would be how to devise a structure that permits some degree of interpretation and reflection on multiple perspectives without implying there was no truth of the matter.
The fact is there was a historical Nat Turner. The fact is that certain things were known about him. The fact is that as a consequence of his actions, he occupied a very prominent and important role in the collective memory and imagination of the black community, and perhaps possibly in the white community too.
I think the mysteriousness of the man The absolute mysteriousness of the man will perpetually provoke people's imagination. He represents an incredible need and hunger. Just the fact that he did what he did, right or wrong, or whatever the moral implications of what he did it.
And it seems to me that trying to figure out Turner and his meaning for those who lived and died is an arduous task. And that, whether we like it or not, is what we're called to as Americans.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs start barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. They heat that they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle you on the floor. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BajanVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BajanVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. .246BajanVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BajanVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio 246 Live. This is the Global Independent Square, coming to you from bright, sunny, shiny Barbados. It is wonderful looking out there. It still feels nice, and it's not too hot, not too cold, but it's a beautiful day on the 27th day of February 2024. And you are coming live here on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio and 246 Live. We have at this time at 11:15 a.m. we have our Queen Ara Flower, as I call her, with a radical exchange reading for us. And she's in the back of the studios now. We'll be bringing her live in a minute or two as soon as she appears on the screen. And I'm sure she will be giving us a very exciting and beautiful, positive reading today, as usual. My dear Queen Sister, how are you?
Good afternoon to you. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day. Warm greetings to everyone.
Well, I'm sure it's got to be what time over there where you are? It's got to be like 4 o'clock or something.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Yes.
4:15.
4 o'clock. Yeah, 4:15. There you go.
Yep.
I mean, we're global, so we'll hit you from anywhere. We'll reach you. We'll reach out and touch you anywhere in the world. So that's
Yeah.
what the Global Independence Square is all about. Yes. So last session we canceled. I had to take off to go to deal with some matters, and today we're having some technical issues with people getting in and all the nice stuff that the internet can do to you when it feels like it. So I understand that the show that they were showing up until about half an hour ago was a show from 5 days ago that they were running on Facebook instead of this one, but now they've switched this one on. You know, what can I say? Facebook, all that money you guys making and you can get it right, or you don't want to get it right. Which one? I think maybe the latter. In any event, we will see about that. Facebook. In any event, Miss Ara, a radical exchange reading for us. Flower, take it
Thank you
away.
very much. Thank you again, Lord Philip. Once again, welcome everyone, especially if you're joining for the first time. It's a thrill to have you on listening. Today, of course, we weren't here last week, Thursday, and last week, Tuesday, was a bit of a very emotional time, being the week's anniversary to some years of the passing of my father, my dad. And of course, we're reading now from Spirituality Before Religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kameni. And we've reached to chapter 5. Chapter 5, we're looking at the texts of the different dynastic periods of ancient Kush Kemet. Yes, and we've come to the book of the coming forth today by night. The Pert Em Heru. And that's what we've been reading, beautiful listeners, lovely people. Again, thank you very much for joining me here. Of course, we're going through this text quite quickly, and I'm trying to take my time because, of course, we are preparing for Professor Kaba joining us here on a radical exchange reading for us, of course, to investigate his book, to investigate himself and his work as deeply as we can. I will like to say it will be the first time, and I'm hoping I'm not jumping ahead of myself by saying that. It will be the first time Professor Kaba will be engaging with a Caribbean family audience. So I am super thrilled about that. Yes, when Professor Kaba will join us and, of course, explain further what his work is about and what he's written about ancient African philosophical thought that developed cultures, that developed a spiritual way of being long before religions. That is why I'm excited about this text. That is why I am reading it and sharing it with you, my beautiful listeners. Thank you again for joining us. And of course, that is why we've read the book before. With reading for us, our usual listeners. Today, all my sisters are not available to be with me today, so I am sola. Ich bin alleine heute. I am alone today with you, and we'll take our time. And of course, we will have brief reflections whenever any point occurs in my awareness as I'm reading. Allow me to pause, and we will have a brief reflection on that point. Yes, our sisters are not here to do the brief reflections with us, Suzanne, get well soonest. Yes, kick that cough and cold. Lady Esther, hey, it's always a pleasure to have you, and I know you're otherwise engaged today and cannot be with me. Next time, next Tuesday, hey, I know you will when you can. Lady Denise, again, lovely Denise, thank you for all the times you've joined me on here, live on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, Global Independence Square with Philip Catlin Springer. And of course, a radical exchange reading for us. Yes, of course, on Thursdays, our brothers join us for brief reflections. Farai, big up to you. Lovely, always lovely to have you, Farai. And of course, Kwesi, Clifton, Douglas. I miss you on Hi, Douglas. It's been a while since we last had you on. So hopefully you will join us again soon. This Thursday, maybe. Yes. And maybe we can even, as we've said before, all of us join together, all the brothers and sisters on a Thursday for brief reflections, especially as we come towards the end of the book, and especially as we come to having Professor Kaba join us here on Global Independence Square, a radical exchange reading for us. So I'll put on my 4 eyes and we'll just go back briefly just to recap what we've read so far. Of course, it is the book of the coming forth today by night, part of chapter 5 of Spirituality Before Religions. And I'll cover my face as I show you this, the cover of this book. Spirituality Before Religion. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality, by Professor Kaba H. Kamene. Brilliant book. Brilliant book. Of course, those of us who have joined in to listen from the beginning know that Professor Kaba set out to write yet a different book, Shabaka Stone, and felt that he needed to prepare us, his listening and reading audience. And so this is a preparation for his second title, Shabaka Stone, which we're going to look a little into in the coming chapters, yes, of this book. So, Book of the Coming Forth Today by Night, the Pert M. Heru, we've covered so far, examining the meaning of various chapters in the Book of the Coming Forth, which is what we're reading now, excerpts from that book anyway, which came out of one of the dynastic periods. If by memory, my memory serves me right, the 17th dynastic period. We looked at the judgment scene, yes, and the different steps of the weighing of the heart against the ostrich feathers. We looked at the 42 jurors or assessors of Ma'at and the 42 affirmations, judges of or judgment of Ma'at, 1 through 42, the I have not. Yes, for those who have passed on, and for those of us who are still alive, still on this side of the universe, the I will not. For example, number 40, I will not defile the place of burial. Number 41, I will not mistreat children. And number 42, I will not mistreat animals. Of course, we looked at the writings on the tombs of Amenhotep II and the tomb of Thutmose III. Then we looked into the Amduat, yes, capital A, small m, capital D, small u, a, t, the Amduat. And we read what is the Amduat, looking at the 12 gates of the Amduat, or the 12 hours, depending on which text you read. And then we went into mummification, and then Inpu, that netta, Inpu, capital I, small n, PU. And of course, we've come now back to where we left off last time, opening of the mouth ceremony, taking the last breath. And that's where we've got to, beautiful people, lovely listeners. And that's where I got somewhat emotional last week. And yes, so we're going to read back to the beginning of that section because we read into that section last week. So we're going to go back to the beginning of that section, opening of the mouth ceremony, taking the last breath, and then move on. Beautiful. So, opening of the mouth ceremony, taking the last breath. The original word written in hieroglyphics is Christ, K-R-S-T, whence Kaz, K-A-S, to embalm, to bandage, in brackets, lefafa sedek or bandalet, to knot, to make the mummy or karast, K-A-R-A-S-T. The word kurs, K-R-S, denotes the embalmment of the mummy. The cursed, K-R-S-T, as the mummy, was prepared by purifying, anointing, and embalming. This process began with the opening of the mouth ceremony, opening of the mouth in inverted commas. In the book of the coming forth today by night, Ptah performed the ceremony of the opening of the mouth, again in inverted commas. He held a metal instrument that resurrected the deceased from death. Ptah, capital P, small t-a-h, was shown in the form of a bearded man with an indigo-colored cosmic night sky cap on the crown of his skull. Ptah was also wrapped in mummy bandages, with his hands outstretched in front of him. From his neck hangs a symbol of regeneration, rejuvenation, and reproduction. Ptah was the chief member of the Great Trinity at Hika Ptah. Hiku Ptah, capital H, small I-K-U, capital P, small t-a-h, in brackets, Memphis. Ptah was the father, Sekhmet was the mother, and Nefertem was the son. Sekhmet, capital S, small E-K-H-M-E-T, was the mother, and Nefertem, capital N, E, small F-E-R, capital T, small E-M, was the son. Of course, Ptah, capital P, small t-a-h, was the father. Facing Ptah is a statue of a priest dressed in linen garments and leopard skin. The priest is holding a wooden instrument with a ram's head. In front of the statue is a small box containing oils. The priest is seen touching the mouth, the nose, and the eyes of the statue with these instruments. He assists Ptah in performing the great and solemn ceremony of the opening of the mouth. Opening of the mouth, again in inverted commas. These ceremonies gave the deceased the power to eat, drink, think, talk, and move about in the next world. Ptah removed the bandages of the deceased so that Shu, the netter of air or breath, could open his or her mouth with an iron knife. Shu, capital S, small hu, the netter of air or breath, could open his or her mouth with an iron knife. The words of power were recited by the priest, while the netter, Tehuti, opened the mouth of the deceased, who was the intellect or mind of the cosmos. Tehuti, capital T, small e, Huti. I'm reading this and we're reading of the breath, opening of the mouth and the air and the breath and breathing. And of course, we know by now, if you've been with Global Independence Square earlier today, that Dr. Williams, because of technical difficulties, wasn't able to continue his segment before mine. But he started anyway, and he started speaking of what his 2-hour segment was going to entail. And he spoke about it being about the breath, about breathing. And breathing is hugely underrated. The breath. And I remember him saying only a few hours ago, it is written that man was created from the dust or from the dirt. And the more important part I want to zero in on, as was echoed by Dr. Strange earlier, was that the Creator breathed into the being that was created, the breath of life. And coming back to the brief reflection I want to voice is how much or how little attention we pay to breathing, and not just breathing, but effective and powerful or therapeutic breathing. I suppose persons who are accustomed to meditation, by all means, have a sound control of the breath and their breathing. But everyday people, yes, persons who are maybe super busy, super always doing something, always, yes, seem to forget how to breathe, especially adults. I remember in my own work, I remember speaking to persons and saying to them, as babies breathe just right. You look at a baby breathe, and we can see the baby's belly, if you will, distend, go up and down with each breath in and out. But as adults, when we become so busy with life, we forget how to breathe properly, and our breath becomes very shallow. Very shallow. And it's very therapeutic to just stop and take our time to breathe deliberately. And I agree with Dr. Strange. It improves your sleep. It wards off worry, wards off anxiety, can reduce headache. Just to breathe and to consciously breathe, and also even to listen to the sound of your breath, and to what is called belly breathe, to prevent, to not allow the breath only to stay in your chest, but to really inflate your belly with every in breath, and with every out breath, again, deflate, imagining that you've got a balloon in your belly, and breathing works wonders. It does. So let's remember how to breathe again, and breathe deliberately and purposefully again to help ward off dis-ease in the body. Yes, and to help us relax again, to help us rejuvenate again. Just breathe. So, the words of power were recited by the priest, while the Nata Tehuti opened the mouth of the deceased, who was the intellect or mind of the cosmos. So, Dr. Massey says, in the mysteries of Amenta, the mouth of the resuscitated spirit is opened, and the silence of death is broken when the lips are touched by the sacred implement in the hands of Ptah. It is said in the ceremony of opening the mouth, let my mouth be opened by Ptah with the instrument of bimetal with which he openeth the mouths of the gods. End of quote. Again, opening the mouth is in inverted commas. And we've read Amenta means heaven. In the mysteries of Amenta, the mouth of the resuscitated, I'm having a problem with that word, resuscitated spirit is opened, and the silence of death is broken when the lips are touched by the sacred implement in the hands of Ptah. It is said in the ceremony of opening the mouth, let my mouth be opened by Ptah with the instrument of bimetal with which he openeth the mouths of the gods. End of quote. So the deceased, speechless heart soul requests that his mouth may be opened and that his mind's tongue, which he lost when he died, may be given back to him so that he may utter the words of power. The ceremony of opening the mouth after the silence of death was a powerful ritual. These words of power stop all enemies and oppressors of the deceased. They open every door that has ever been closed. This type of mysticism is a type of hypnotism and human magnetism which was universally common with the original races, especially the African, but which is only now being timidly touched by modern science. I'll read that sentence again. This type of mysticism is a type of hypnotism and human magnetism which was universally common with the original races, especially the African, but which is only now being timidly touched by modern science. So we continue on to now to the four canopic jars. The four canopic jars are also called the four sons of Heru. The four sons were a group of four netters in Kemetic Egyptian spirituality who were essentially the personifications of 4 of the most enduring organs in the human body. Chapters 112 and 113 of the Book of the Coming Forth have their origins in the Middle Kingdom's coffin texts utterance. 157 and utterance 158. I'll read that sentence again. Chapters 112 and 113 of the Book of the Coming Forth have their origins in the Middle Kingdom's coffin texts utterance 157 and utterance 158. These texts describe how Heru has his eye injured, and because of this, he is given 4 sons for guidance and protection. The heart soul was left inside the body, while the brain, I've got a bookmark on the words here, while the brain reduced to liquid and drained from the brain with medical instruments and discarded. So the heart soul was left inside the body, while the brain was reduced to liquid and drained. Yes, with medical instruments and discarded. The stomach, small intestines, liver, and lungs were then removed, embalmed, and stored in their own jar. The earliest reference to the sons of Heru is found in the pyramid text, where they are described as friends of the deceased as they assist the dead in their ascension to heaven in the eastern sky by means of ladders. Their association with Heru specifically goes back to the Old Kingdom, when they were said not only to be his children, but also important aspects of the character of the deceased soul. As king, the Neset Bichi, Pharaoh, in brackets, was seen as Heru on earth. The Pharaoh was seen as Heru on earth. These internal organs of the deceased Pharaoh were seen as vital parts of the body. Therefore, they associated these organs as Heru's children in inverted commas. The mother of these 4 children was Serket, the goddess of medicine and magic. Serket, capital S, small E-R-K-E-T. Because they were considered to be male children, their 4 protectors were female. In order for the soul to know where to go, the sons of Heru also became associated with the 4 cardinal points on a compass. Chapter 148 in the Book of the Coming Forth directly associates all 4 sons of Heru, or all 4 of Heru's sons, with the 4 cardinal points on a compass. The importance of these canopic jars was the allegory of the importance of these parts of the body. And why were they represented by various neteru and symbols? So the 4 canopic jars, the 4 sons of Heru are Hapi, capital H, small a-p-i, Hapi, and that's the baboon. direction north, represented the lungs protected by Neb-het-tet. Neb-het-tet, capital N-E-B, capital H-E-T, capital T, small e-t. So Happy was a baboon who represented north and also represented the lungs, and protected by the female netter Neb-het-tet, Happy being a son. Imseti, capital I, small m, S-E-T-Y, Imseti, human, direction south, represented the liver, protected by Aset. So Imseti, the sun is human, direction south, represented the liver and was protected by the female Neteru, Aset. Then we have Duamutef, capital D, small u-a, M-U-T-E-F, Duamutef, the jackal, direction east, represented the stomach and protected by Neith or Neith, capital N, small E-I-T-H. And then we have Kebesenuef, Kebesenuef, capital Q, small e, B-E-H-S-E-N-U-E-F, Hawk, direction west, represented the small or large intestines and protected by Serket, capital S-E-R-K-E-T. So Happy the baboon protected the lungs of the deceased and was in turn protected by the goddess Neb-het-tet. Lungs are organs situated in the rib cage. They are elastic sacs with branching passages into which air is inhaled. The oxygen passes into the blood and carbon dioxide is removed. The baboon is associated with wisdom and knowledge. Happy was associated with the north. Imseti, the human, represented the liver of the deceased and was in turn protected by the goddess Aset. The liver is a large lobed, dark, reddish brown glandular organ in the abdomen of humans. It is involved in many metabolic processes. The liver's main role is to process foods and liquids during digestion into substances useful to the body. It was supposed to be the home of deeply felt emotions. One never associates the liver with emotions. Imseti's responsibility was to keep the deceased heart soul alive in order for its resurrection to take place. Imseti was associated with the south. Duamutef, the jackal, represented the stomach of the deceased and was protected by the goddess Neith. The stomach is the internal organ where the major part of the digestion of food occurs. It is a pear-shaped enlargement of the alimentary canal linking the esophagus to the small intestine. The stomach is seen as the place where hunger, nausea, anxiety, and other unsettling feelings originate. The jackal is linked to Inpu and the act of embalming. He is the opener of the ways, opener of the ways, in inverted commas, who seeks out the paths of the dead. Duamotep has the power to protect the deceased from harm because of his loyalty to Aset. Duamotep was associated with the East. And last but not least, we have Kebesenwef. Kebesenwef was the falcon and represented the small and large intestines of the deceased. He was in turn protected by the goddess Serket. The intestines are located in the lower part of the alimentary canal, digestion system from mouth to anus in brackets, from the end of the stomach to the anus. The small intestine is the intestine that runs between the stomach and the large intestine, including the duodenum, jejunum, and ileum. The large intestine includes the cecum, colon, and rectum. Kebesenwef was associated with the West. I think we can do some brief reflecting right here on those 4 sons of Heru put in the 4 jars, those 4 what are called canopic jars in the ceremony of the deceased. And those 4 parts of the body is said to have been chosen specifically while the brain was discarded, but the lungs, the stomach, including the intestines, the liver, those organs were preserved and put in jars. Yeah, we've already read before that the heart couldn't lie. So the heart is the organ that was weighed against the feather in the balance. Of course, if your heart was heavier than the feather, the heart would be consumed. And now we have those other organs, those 4 other organs that we call, that are called sons of Heru. And the point I'm wanting to get at is when we look at modern physical health, those 4 organs are the ones that are most heavily implicated when it comes to ill health. The liver, from overuse of alcohol, cirrhosis of the liver. I was reading only yesterday, or it might have been even today, that there are 3 different types of liver disease. Yeah. So those 4 organs, when we really look at modern day ill health, physical ill health, those are the organs that, let's just use a simple non-medical term, that go bad. Yeah. The liver, from excess alcohol use and other problems, maybe even from modern pharmaceutical use, from modern medications, pills. Yeah. The liver gets a beating. The lungs get yet another beating. I mean, it wasn't many years ago that cigarette companies began putting vivid photographs, vivid pictures, horrid pictures of what can happen to the lungs on their packaging. Yes. And we see now the liver through excess alcohol use, and the lungs through cigarette smoke and smoking, whatever it is people smoke. How the lungs can get so destroyed in life over time. And one of the things that really shocked me when I first moved to living outside of Ayanola, and of course, I went to take up residence in Old England. One of the things that shocked me very quickly was how young people, how young persons started smoking cigarettes. That shocked me. Yes, I mean, in my time growing up as a young girl on the island called St. Lucia, I prefer the term Ayanola. uh, it was unseen, it was unheard of for young children to smoke, teenage children to smoke. You'd see smoking was reserved for adults, and you didn't see every adult, or you didn't see, it wasn't a common thing to see many adults smoke cigarettes or anything for that matter. In my younger years growing up anyway, is what I mean. Those persons you saw smoke were persons who frequented what we call cabarets, bars. Yeah. There's another word for it, but I cannot remember the other word yet. But persons who went daily to the rum shops, that's it, to the rum shops, they were the ones who smoked. And of course, I'm sure, like in my family, you get one or two, adults, uncles who did smoke. I remember those days it was 3 5s, 555, and we had the adverts on radio as well, or Diamond. Those were the cigarettes we had on the island Ayanola. I suppose I'm wanting to come back to the reflection that those 4 organs that were used in the opening of the mouth ceremony, or the ceremony, that ritual for the deceased, are the very organs that are attacked, by body abuse. People tend to say alcohol abuse, but I don't think we abusing the alcohol. We abusing ourselves when we drink, excessively. Alcohol hits the liver. Cigarette smoking and smoking of other digits, or whatever to call them, they give the lungs a kick. And then we're onto the stomach, the intestines, yes? And those get a kicking, of course, from what we eat, the bad non-foods that we eat. The stomach gets a kicking, that digestive system that takes in whatever we eat, whatever we consume. Yes, when we put into our bodies non-foods, or when we don't eat correctly, yes, eat too much or eat too little, or eat at the wrong times, or we know, I haven't got to go on and on and on about it. Yeah. So again, the stomach is the other organ in the body, or the other part of the body. Those four sons: liver, lungs, and the stomach, large and small intestines. I find that quite something. But the importance of these canopic jars was the allegory of the importance of those parts of the body. Yeah. And why they represented, and why were they represented by various Netaru symbols. So the very organs in the body that were seen to be very important, of course, in life, to sustain proper health, physical health, are the same organs that would tell on the deceased how their lives were lived. The heart, the lungs, the liver, yeah, the stomach, including those large and small intestines. So I suppose if I can borrow the term, the moral of this paragraph is look after your health, look after your physical well-being, look at what we eat, look at what we consume and how we consume and what we put into our bodies. Because not only are those warm greetings to you, VP Turney. I got you this time. Super. Great to have you. Great to have you join us and listening. Excellent. Lovely. So we have those organs in those parts of the body, important in life, also hugely important after life, according to the book of the coming forth today and the rituals of the deceased of our ancient African thinkers and developers of spirituality and life before religions. Thank you, VP Turney. Great to have you join us again. So we're going on now to the 12 hours of the Amduat, capital A, small m, capital D, small uat. The 12 hours of the Amduat. So who is in the Amduat? The creator and ancestors, also called the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious in inverted commas. Where is the Amduat? The judgment hall in the underworld. When do we go through the Amduat? Immediately after the opening of the mouth ceremony, when the deceased heart soul leaves the body and is given the power to speak. Opening of the mouth again in inverted commas. How do we successfully go through the duat? By presenting the correct password to the gatekeepers. The deceased is permitted to continue to the next hour or gate. These passwords are enshrined in Ma'at's 42 laws of affirmation. So we're coming on to the next section, hour to hour in the Amduat. But before we go there, I think we go back to Ma'at's 42 laws. Yes, it's just come to my awareness that we look at the 42 affirmations rather of Ma'at, 1 through 42. I have not done wrong. I have not stolen from the Creator's creations. I have not acted violently. I have not killed the Creator's creations. I have not been unjust. I have not caused pain to the Creator's creations. I have not defiled holy places. Number 8, I have not lied. I have not wasted food. I have not spoken evil. I have not performed perverted acts. I have not made the Creator's creations cry. Number 13, I have not wallowed in or caused the Creator's creations to act regretfully. I have not aggressively acted towards the Creator's creations. I have not acted slightly or with negative intent. I have not desecrated the earth. Number 17, I have not conspired against the Creator's creations. I have not bore false witness against another. I have not been angry unless through righteous indignation. I have not disrespected another man's wife. I have not disrespected another woman's husband. I have not polluted my body. I have not terrorized the Creator's creations. I have not polluted the earth. I have not spoken with anger. I have not turned away from words of right and truth. Number 27. I have only cursed evil. Number 27. I have only cursed evil. I have not started arguments. I have not excitedly caused angry fights. I have not prejudged the righteous. I have not intruded in the privacy of others. I have not talked too much. I have not betrayed my ancestors. I have not wasted water. I have not done evil. I have not revealed an exaggerated sense of my importance or abilities. Number 37. I have not spoken against the netters, the personification of the attributes of the Creator. I have not willfully deceived others. I have not stolen from the temple of the Most High. I have not defiled the place of burial. I have not mistreated children. And number 42, I have not mistreated animals. So those are numbers 1 through 42 affirmations or judgment of Ma'at. And as we read before, the deceased is reciting that to his or her own being, his or her own heart soul, his or her own heart self. And of course, that's for the deceased. And for those still alive, the affirmations apply just as. These are the affirmations of the deceased. However, these 42 laws were also for the living. And to understand them among the living, substitute the word will for have. Yeah, so I will not defile the place of burial. I will not mistreat children. And number 42, I will not mistreat animals. And so we're back to the Amduat and the hours of the Amduat, hour 1 through hour 12. And I'm sure for the next hour, just about, that's how much time we have left, we can go through all 12 of the gates, or all 12 of the hours of the Amduat. So, hour to hour in the Amduat. Welcome back, Lord Philip. Did you want to chime in and say something? No? You're just saying hello. Thank you. Okay. So hour to
I'm just busy here. I'm just busy here dealing with some calls and stuff. So I just chimed in to let you know you still have company. PP Turner is going to be coming into the studio with you shortly. Journey is going to be coming in shortly into the studio with you.
Oh, super. Excellent. I'll have a drink on that.
Greetings, greetings, greetings.
So hour to hour in the Amduat. Hour 1. The journey starts with the scarab, in brackets dung beetle, in a boat on the waters of the Amduat. The boat is preceded by 3 serpents representing the first organic form of life, protozoon or blastula, in brackets, dung beetle also in brackets. The snakes divide one into two, which causes separation and division. They are the forces of disintegration and decomposition, in brackets mitosis, meiosis, cell division. The boat takes the deceased through the first of the 12 hours or gates. Hour 2. The solar boat is in the cosmic tabernacle and travels on the waters of the time-space continuum, guided by Aset and Nebhetet in the form of cobras and are painted red. Hour 3. This hour is known as the time that she cuts up the soul who had not fulfilled their divine purpose on earth. She cuts up the soul in inverted commas. This hour, hour 3, is known as the time that she cuts up the soul who had not fulfilled their divine purpose on earth. It is here that the heart soul is roasted and hacked into pieces, imprisoned in the heart soul's shadow. The third hour annihilates those who do not belong in the place of peace and tranquility. Finally, the identity of the evil heart soul was sentenced to an eternity of non-existence. That was hour 3. The importance of the 5th and 4th hours. Rather, the importance of the 4th and 5th hours. The 4th and 5th hours are the darkest hours of the Amduat. They represent a region of horror for the heart souls who did not learn the secret code words, in brackets, did not obey the laws of Ma'at, of power necessary to preserve their awareness and continue to the next gate. This time during judgment symbolized the darkest regions of the Amduat. Seker is represented during these 2 hours. Seker personifies the power of the darkness in the night, and his territory exists in the darkest, most dangerous part of the Amduat. Seker is the great netter who has come into being in the beginning. Seker, capital S, small E-K-E-R, rests in the darkness. He is shown in mummified form with a hawk head lying on a funeral table. Over him hovers his spiritual twin, his Ka, capital K, small a. The goddesses Aset and Nebhetet are also shown in hawk form. In the Amduat, Seker rules over the 2 regions where Ra passes during the 4th and 5th hours of the night, a dark and gloomy landscape with monsters waiting to devour the heart soul of the deceased. Seker is hidden and guarded by a snake with a human head at each end. Here, the supreme judge of the heart soul, Asa, is united with Seker. Asa Seker unites the primeval creative power with the inert powers of darkness and is being joined together with Asa. The deceased becomes the trinity of resurrection, representing darkness and inertia as the beginning of the new cycle to be lived in the eternal temple of immortality. So that's the 4th and 5th hours. of the Amduat. And what's coming to me again is how involved. Oh, I need to clear my throat.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Super. Thank you very much for that quick break. I just needed to clear my throat a bit. Done now. So before I had to stop briefly there, I was looking at how involved the ceremony or the ritual for seeing the deceased away from this side of the universe, from a lifetime to passing on into the afterlife or the amenta. And we were shown, or we read that that wasn't done only for royalty. Mummifying wasn't reserved only for royals or for persons in high standing in society, but to the last person. Yeah, could be mummified and go through this afterlife ritual, this ritual for the dead, very much involved. And I suppose, pardon me, what hit me last week when I was reading, because the memories of my dad's passing and my dad's funeral and my dad's burial came so clearly back to me last week that I got all choked up. And one of the things that struck me is how little we do now compared to then. Yes, when it comes to rituals, when it comes to the importance of different significant happenings in life. Yes, death, of course, is what we're speaking about now. And of course, the subject of death can be spoken about at length and in such depth over hours, over days. Yeah. And to just put these two experiences together, well, my experience anyway of death, and my dad is not the first person important in my family or in my life to have passed away. But of course, my dad's passing was really very close, was really very touching for me. And to read what went on historically, and I'm sure still to a certain extent what goes on now in certain cultures when it comes to handling persons who have passed on, or persons who have died, persons who have transferred from life to a different form. What we do now, or what my dad experienced, I think, is so far removed, so almost empty. Yes, of not of meaning, because of course there is meaning in what is done now. But I suppose what I'm trying to say, it is that it is just so rushed and so yes, almost empty. Because one of the memories I had is how in the burial area, on the burial ground, we had my family and us as celebrants seeing my dad off, and another family, was again just coming in to inter their dead. And there was this big fracas, that went on of the new family chasing the already their family, and it was like, where is the sacred, in this? One family seeing a member off and another family coming in, it was like, goodness me. And I suppose what I got from it is persons don't seem to place the sacred meaning anymore that that should go with seeing off a life, from this side of the universe. I like to say, from this realm, this living space, onto yet another living space. Yes, and that is sad. That is sad, because I think we ought to have that meaning, and we ought to be able to have that ritual and that extension of our respect, and the way we do that to ours who have died and passed on. So we're going on to the fourth hour 4. The fourth hour begins with the heart soul entombed in the coffin painted red, descends into the earth, heading towards its final judgment place. So the fourth hour begins with the heart soul entombed in the coffin, painted red, descends into the earth, heading towards the final judgment place. Hour 5, the deceased coffin finally arrives at its final resting place inside the earth. Aset and Nebhatet transform from 2 cobras into 2 birds who assist the heart soul to climb the heaven-bound ladder that leads to the land of the Neteru in Amenta. Aset and Nebhatet act as the bridge from the physical domain to the realm of the divine. This journey highlights the deceased spiritual ascension while alive on Earth. Another scene shows the cosmic egg being pushed by the Netta Kepera, who represents his or her process of becoming. Kepera, capital K, small Hepera. This text demonstrates that some people will pass through this challenge unharmed, while others will suffer torment in the lake of fire. The Papyrus of Ani, a version of the Book of the Dead, describes the lake of fire as 4 baboons sitting at each corner of a rectangular pool. On each side of this pool is a raging flame. The waves in the pool are painted red, indicating that it is filled with a hot, fiery liquid, representing the lake of fire. Lake of fire in inverted commas. The Amduat had fiery rivers and lakes, as well as fire demons which threatened the wicked heart soul. Representations of the fiery lakes of the 5th hour of the Amduat depict them in the form of a pool or lake with flame red water, wavy lines, and surrounded on all 4 sides by fire signs that show the ferocious blaze of the lakes. This hour had the deceased enter through the west gate, in brackets, death of the sun or disk or dusk. Death of the sun, S-U-N, or dusk, and exited through the east gate. Birth of the sun, or dawn. After that, the heart soul in the solar boat was renewed. So we want now to hour 6, the 6th hour in the Amduat. Apep, capital A, small p-e-p, the evil serpent, is another form of Set, capital S-E-T, representing the dark, the opposition to light. Set is cut in pieces, showing the hours of the night. Apep is reconstructed at night, which begins night, the absence of light. Apep is known as the terrifying snake, who is the greatest enemy. Terrifying snake and greatest enemy in inverted commas. The ancient African people revered snakes and used charms and invocations to protect the deceased heart soul and help battle this frightening serpent in the Amduat. Originally, Apep symbolized the thick darkness that surrounded the watery abyss of Nun. When the sun emerged for the first time from this abyss, he had to overcome this darkness in order to bring light to the world. The primeval myth is repeated every day with Apep and his army attacking Ra at night, and Ra overcoming them to rise victorious in the east every morning. There are other Neteru who help to overcome the Apep, the serpent of the dark. Neteru Mafdet, Serket, Ma'at, and Sekhmet tear at Apep's body, burn him, cut him up with knives, and chain him to the ground. Bastet, as the great cat, kills him, and Asep brings about his destruction through the power of Nebhetet's mystical incantations. When the deceased come before Apep in the Amduat, she or he is encouraged by the Neteru to battle him and overcome his evil in order to rise victorious like the sun in the morning. Apep represents the period of spiritual darkness. So Apep, the evil serpent, is another form of Set, representing the dark, the opposition of light, or the opposition to light, opposite of Ma'at. Isfet as well, we will come across. Opposite of Ma'at, which is ignorance, darkness. Apep represents the period of spiritual darkness. Darkness, the absence of light, the absence of knowledge, ignorance. I want to say we're in a period of spiritual darkness, or we have been in a period of spiritual darkness. Very much so, having forgot our spirituality, having not been in touch with spirituality. And instead, I mean, that is more so for some than for others, of course. depending on where we are, depending on I suppose what tradition a person is born into and brought up with. And I want to add quickly that this spiritual darkness is beginning to dissipate, and I think there's a spiritual light that's coming about again. The mere fact that I'm reading this book here, I think, is a sign that spiritual light is taking over that spiritual darkness that once was thick and heavy. So Apep represents the period of spiritual darkness. And if Apep and Isfet are the same, and Isfet is the opposite of Ma'at, I can say Ma'at is also making a comeback. So hour 7, the evil serpent Apep is overcome in the 7th hour. The heart soul penetrates the deepest levels of consciousness and is brought victoriously to spiritual enlightenment. The heart soul is transformed and metamorphosed through the 4 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, represented by 4 rams. This ascension goes from the lowest material state to the highest state, from gas in brackets air to liquid in brackets water to solid in brackets earth to plasma in brackets fire. Air, water, earth, fire. Hour 8. The Neteru are seated on the cosmic throne representing consciousness. They assist Aset and Nebhetet to bring back together the parts of the deceased body that were cut up into 14 pieces. Hour 9. The solar boat continues transporting the heart soul on the waters in the Amduat as the Kepera scarab rolls the cosmic egg forward in this spiritual process of becoming divine. Hour 10. The sun rises between the 2 serpents represented by Aset, divine female, in brackets, and Nebhetet, in brackets, oracle reader. They are the balancing forces in the cosmos that record the rise of consciousness through the lowest chakras to the pineal glands and through the crown. They are the harmony of the 2 hemispheres of the brain. By crossing over, the serpents unify the whole brain and connect the solar and lunar principles. Aset and Nebhetet have their hands up on their head in a thinking gesture representing consciousness at its highest form, the 3rd eye, the inner chamber sanctuary. Hour 11. The divine deceased is painted red, riding on a serpent surrounded by 10 stars. The serpent in the sky represents intellect made divine. She has legs to walk and wings to fly, the sacred dragon. In this form, the divine deceased has both the solar and lunar eye of Heru. This unification of the 2 eyes began connecting the body of the deceased, spoken about in chapter 43, the book of the coming forth to day by night. This is the inspiring moment of mastery over death, the unification of the mind, spirit, and soul, and the resurrection of the heart soul of the deceased. This opens the next hour or gate that will allow the deceased to reside with the Creator and ancestors. And the final hour 12, the process of becoming, in brackets, Kepera, capital H, capital K, small Hepera, Kepera. The process of becoming is complete. The solar boat with the Kepera scarab beetle travels on the back of the serpent in the sky. The solar boat returns to where it began. The boat of transformation releases the new sun into the sky. The scarab beetle is seen pushing the head, in brackets, consciousness of the deceased. The ka, capital K, small a, in brackets, spirit, and ba, capital B, small a, in brackets, soul, are united for all eternity and is resurrected to its new life back into the cosmic nun called Amenta. Capital A, small M-E-N-T-A. Sitting on the right side of Asa in the judgment hall, becoming a star and joining in the company of the ancestors to sail with them across the sky in the solar boat for millions of years. The heart soul has come forth today by night. The drop of water has rejoined the cosmic ocean of Nun in Amenta. The end of the 12 hours of the Amduat. How vivid, you know, I picture the I have images of all that in my awareness, and it's just so vivid. There's so much that went into developing or creating what life after death, after passing on, looks like, or what happens when a person is deceased. Yeah, what goes on, and to have developed that and documented that, and to have such vivid portrayals or vivid images of what happens is, I think, creation of pwah, unparalleled. I haven't come across this anywhere else but in this book. Spirituality before religion. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality, as written by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. And that has been all there, all those generations, all those centuries, for us to be able to have a read of again. Okay, it wasn't as accessible as it is now, but now we have access to such rich rituals, such rich literature, allegory, myth, yes, metaphor for dying and connecting that death with nature, with the sun, yeah, in the Milky Way, in the cosmos, how we as beings living ought to relate with each other, ought to relate with nature in order for our heart to be lighter than a feather. I think it's It's beautiful. I really do. I'm loving this. Can you tell? I really am. I am. I'm enjoying every word in this book.
Well, I wish I could have been more participatory today, but as you can see, I'm here juggling. I had about 4 calls all going on at the same time, and
Sounds
a
good.
number of messages to respond to.
Mm.
So I trying to listen, trying to hear you, but I'm watching you from behind the scenes. There, you're doing a
Mm.
wonderful job. VP had called me and said he was going to come in and join you, but I'm not sure. He was having internet troubles as well. He really was because
Mm.
you know what he was talking to me. I detected that there were problems. I started to encounter some myself here. My
Mm.
back started dropping down substantially. You were still going strong where you are. I could see you from my position, but
Mm-hmm.
the program was struggling with bandwidth, and I thought, dang, they're going to lose it. But we've made it this far. We're about 18 minutes out from the end of your session, and it is, as usual, a pleasure to have you in. And I know your girls are all coming down with flu bugs and all kinds of stuff there, not nice, but it's been a time. It's been a time, hasn't it? Yeah. But you look well, and you're holding up in these trying times, and I'm trying to do the same. We'll fight in some. I think they're trying to poison us with these chemtrails around here.
Mm.
We're worn out, kind of, to be honest with you. You know, tired-ish because I'm working a lot, burning the candles. The new responsibilities are quite challenging, but
Mm-hmm.
good. And dealing with a lot of calls and a lot of situations that have to be dealt with in the immediacy. So between juggling this show now and dealing with those responsibilities, and then my life responsibilities, whoo, lot of work. How have you been
Lots
keeping?
going on, eh? Lots happening.
How about your world? What's going on?
What can I say? I'm here. I made it.
Say whatever you want to say as long as you want to say.
I say I made it. I haven't yet been overtaken or overcome by everything that's going on in the atmosphere. Touch wood, as they say in England. I haven't yet been hit. Sometimes a little headache every now and again, but not yet knocked down by any of the vids that surround. So I'm grateful. I'm thankful that I'm still smiling. I'm still managing to keep on, as Professor Cabo would say, keep on keeping on.
What dates are you looking at bringing him? Do you have any ideas
Ah,
yet?
good question. I'm wanting Professor Cabo to come on before we finish the book. Yes. And so
And
we're
how
coming
far?
quickly to
Oh,
chapter 6. Sorry?
yeah, 6. There's only how many chapters in there? Only 7 in it. How many
Yes.
chapters?
7 is the final chapter. And we're coming to chapter 6. After the word, what we're finishing now. Of course, I don't think we will start this evening. We will stop here. The Aten text is what we're going to read starting on Thursday. That's a new section. We've just completed the book of the coming forth today by night. And on Thursday, we're going to start the Aten text, a scientific document regarding photovoltaics, light that creates electricity. So that's what we'll be reading on from next week, from Thursday, sorry, and onwards. And of course, we're going to touch the Shabaka stone and chapter 6, the afterword, looking again slightly at the book of the coming forth today by night. And then chapter 7, the final word. So we want to bring Professor Cabot in before chapter 7, the final word. And I'm wanting to say in about 4 weeks.
4
How does
weeks.
that look? How does that
Is it
look on your
4
side?
weeks? 4 weeks to finish. 4 weeks to finish that chapter. 7.
Possibly.
That long? Okay.
Possibly.
I would say 2 weeks. I don't think
2
4
weeks.
weeks. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
How
6
about 2
days. 6 days. 8 hours.
So 2 hours for 3 days.
2 days.
That's about a week and a half.
Mm-hmm. 2 weeks.
Well, get on
We'll
it.
see. We'll see the stretch. This is February. Yes. March.
It's almost the end of the month. This is 27th. So like 1 day left in this month, which is tomorrow, 28
February's
days.
gone.
And then you have
March.
first is Thursday. And my cousin is heading back out. My cousins, I should say, heading back to Canada that day. They just called me off the air there as well. Haven't seen much of them, but they heading back up the road. So, yeah.
So I would say yes, in and about towards the end of March, mid to end March, I'd say.
I think that's gonna be too far.
You think so?
You're gonna run out of time. I'm telling you.
We'll run out of reading. We'll run out of reading. You think?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't want you to go to the end of the book and then have to. So I think we should be making that arrangement all now. Like this week.
Next week. On Thursday. Bring him in on Thursday.
No, I'm saying we should. 2 weeks from today, he should be here.
Yes, it sure does. February has got 29 days this year.
Huh?
I was just saying, somebody, my brother just texted and said February has 29 days this year.
29, yeah, it does have 29. You're right. Thursday is the last day of the month. So I'm here looking at my diary. Yeah, this is a leap year. This is a leap year, it seems. I was saying 28, but it's 29. Thursday is the last day of the month.
Yeah.
So Friday is the 4th. The 4th of March. Beware the eyes of March. Some good old Shakespearean talk stuff, you know. The old dagger trick.
Sorry?
Beware the Ides of March.
Thanks for listening, Super. Just texted me. Thank you. Join us again on Thursday. You should come on sometime and have brief reflections with us.
Yes, absolutely. We will, but thank you for your patience. The internet hasn't been cooperating, but you got through it. You've done a good job again. Thank you.
It managed this time on this end, anyway.
Yeah, yours was fine, but down here, it seems like Trinidad is just a mess. Some other places, you know. So I don't know. Maybe they're rooting out some bad actors or something. You know. Yes.
So lovely, people. This was it today for a radical exchange, reading for us, spirituality before religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality. Join us again on Thursday this week, and of course next week, Tuesday and Thursday. And we should, in the coming Tuesdays, Thursdays, put word out as to when Professor Kaba will be joining us for more than brief reflections.
Thank you, Ara, and have a great one. We will catch up.
Thank you, Philip.
We're proud
a
of our
lovely
sense
rest
of
of your day.
community.
Peace,
Oh yeah,
love, unity.
we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this guy larking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm marvel out yourself, won't start recording. Then he said I get to start parking.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the store. Breeze it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in your beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand upon your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, Advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora. Go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
This would provide, in his words, spectacular results. And I have to say that his prediction was much more correct than he ever could have imagined. Today, the three most important countries in the frontier of this conflict, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, those three countries have experienced 5 coups. The French forces and French ambassadors have been kicked out of all 3 countries now. And all 3 are beginning a turn towards Russia. The balance of forces has been completely overturned in this region. But how and why has this dramatic reversal taken place? What is the nature of these new regimes? And what does it mean for the future of the Sahel and for the African continent as a whole? And so the first point that I want to make is the role of imperialism, the nature and the role of imperialism, specifically in relation to West Africa, although of course there's a general point to be made here. And that point is that it's important to recognize that this entire region has been dramatically held back and held down by imperialism in every sense for decades, in fact for more than a century in many cases. France and Britain alone colonized 95% of the African continent. By account that I tried to do in my research, France colonized 29 African countries, if you include countries like Madagascar and islands in the Indian Ocean like Mauritius. That could be wrong, it could be more than that. And unfortunately, the colonization of Africa deserves its own talk. I don't have time to do that. But the one point I want to bring out from this is when the European powers colonized these countries, often they destroyed what already existed without replacing it with very much. Niger and Mali were left by the French as effectively just a military outpost near the Sahara, with next to no economic development whatsoever. But I'm going to skip ahead to the year 1960. And the reason I want to skip so far ahead is because that's when Charles de Gaulle, president of France at that time, announced the independence of 14 African countries. Why did he do this? Comrades here who are familiar with French history would know that Charles de Gaulle came to power in a coup, essentially, in 1958. That coup was started by French officers in Algeria who were fighting the bloody Algerian war in order to prevent Algerian independence. And yet 2 years later, this protector of French imperialism unilaterally declares independence for 14 countries. Why is that? Well, the explanation is in the huge push for independence and waves of revolutions that took place in the post-war period. French imperialism itself had first of all suffered a humiliating defeat in what is now Vietnam and was bogged down in the colonial war against the Algerian people to crush the Algerian resistance. And many French capitalists with interests in Africa became very, very worried that if revolution would spread to the rest of their African colonies, that their businesses, their interests would be destroyed in the course of the revolution and they might lose everything. The importance of Africa to France cannot, or French imperialism, I should say, cannot be overstated. In 1947, I mean, incidentally, I don't really have time to go into this, but Africa is what saved so-called Free France during the Second World War. France was taken over by the Nazis and the Vichy regime, and so de Gaulle and the Free French actually based themselves in Africa, which by my count is neither French nor free at this time. But in 1947, after they'd won the war, de Gaulle recognized that for us, in the world as it is, and as it will be, to lose Francophone Africa would be a reduction that could cost us even our independence. To guard it, to make it live, is to stay great, and as a consequence, to stay free. What he was referring to is the rise of the Soviet Union and the USA as the two major world powers. French imperialism didn't feel like it had the strength on its own to compete with that, and so it pushed on the one hand towards European integration. The Schuman Declaration takes place in the same year. Again, don't have time to go into that. And a push to the south to retain its African colonies. But the most sensible and far-sighted wing of the French ruling class, including socialists like François Mitterrand, drew the conclusion they could not possibly hold on to these colonies by force. If they tried to do in the rest of Africa what they did in Algeria, they would simply suffer humiliating defeat, and those former colonies would enter into the American or Soviet sphere of influence. What they put forward was a plan to grant formal independence to these colonies without losing any of the substantive content of colonial oppression. Hold on to the resources, hold on to absolute control, whilst also gaining a diplomatic bloc they could rest on in things like the United Nations. And so this is why de Gaulle, the representative of French imperialism, suddenly becomes the liberator of the African colonies. But when the sting in the tail was when they agreed this formal independence, they forced, or they used many ways to induce the leaders of these countries to sign up to what they refer to as cooperation agreements. Independence was to go hand in hand with cooperation. The imperialists explained that in the modern world, a single nation, African or otherwise, can't survive. Otherwise, they'll be swallowed up by the greater powers. That's why we all need to stick together as a nice family, a community, they called it, in order to protect and develop each other. And so this is the form the development took. First of all, upon independence, the whole of Africa was balkanized by the European powers, including France, not only France. West Africa was carved up into a number of arbitrary, artificial, weak states. To give you an example, Burkina Faso has 60 ethnic groups in it. The main ethnic group, the Mossi, is actually less than half of the population. Many of these ethnic groups actually straddle a number of national boundaries and cross over these boundaries, irrespective of the wish of the state. And at the same time, Burkina Faso has always been very closely linked economically with the Ivory Coast. When they were all just one big French colony, Burkina Faso was treated effectively as a cheap labor reserve for plantations in the Ivory Coast, which, because of its coastal position, it was more commercially viable. All of a sudden, upon independence, that's cut off. So the Burkinabe economy, which had been left almost entirely undeveloped, is all of a sudden supposed to maintain its own state apparatus, which is a finished recipe for indebtedness and independence. That was the point, by the way. That wasn't an accident. Cameroon has 200 different languages in it. These are not natural borders, as the imperialists in Europe would talk about. Just to give you one more example, Niger and Nigeria got a different name, very similar, sound very oddly very similar. The Hausa ethnic group is the biggest ethnic group in Niger. It's also the biggest ethnic group in northern Nigeria. They consider themselves the same people, same language. They have a different official language and a straight line border. Why? Because they happen to be dominated by France and Britain in the past. The entire continent has been carved up like that in order to make it weak and independent. And then the French insisted that these states that didn't even exist until the night before were to negotiate with France on an individual basis. They were not to negotiate collectively en bloc. The content of these cooperation agreements was as follows. First of all, economic cooperation, of course, for the stability and development of the Africans, of course. That was what they said anyway. The first was they were all going to have a common currency, which, as we know from the euro, is an incredibly progressive and egalitarian measure. The purpose of this, and actually the content of it is quite similar. First of all, the pillars of this common currency was that the CFA franc. The CFA franc was created in colonial times. It was created in the 1940s. It stood for Colonie Française d'Afrique. They kept the initials and just changed it to Communauté Financière d'Afrique. So they basically did a quick, no, it didn't even change the initials, just changed the name. And all of a sudden they have this common currency, which is pegged at a 2-to-1 ratio to France. The ratio was determined unilaterally by the French Treasury and the French state. That was a fixed proportion. Free movement of capital between France and its former colonies was guaranteed. Again, I would ask the question, who had all the capital in that arrangement? That effectively meant that French capital could go in and it could extract the profits with no capital controls whatsoever. It also meant that it had a guarantee of reserves. So the two central banks that were set up in Africa, one in West Africa, one in Central Africa, they had a guarantee from the French Treasury that if they ever ran out of CFA francs, they would be immediately transferred by the French Treasury. That's very kind, except in return, they had to deposit all of their foreign exchange reserves in an account controlled by the French Treasury. So the French state controlled the money supply of 14 different African countries. Later, that was reduced to half of their foreign exchange. And only recently, I think in 2021, Macron and the French Parliament announced that they didn't have to deposit any of their foreign currency exchange. And they were also going to change the name to the ECO, coming from ECOWAS, the regional bloc. However, the unilaterally determined ratio and the free movement of capital was to remain. The impact on this, as you can imagine, has massively held back economic development, even on a capitalist basis, in the region concerned. First of all, the CFA franc was overvalued related to the franc. What that means is imports from France were relatively cheap, whereas exports from the CFA franc countries, not only to France, but to other African countries that don't have the same currency, were too expensive. So it meant that indigenous industries could not compete with France or even their African neighbors like Nigeria, for instance. It meant that domestic industry was completely abandoned, really. It also meant that they didn't have a control over their money supply. They couldn't print money. And they couldn't devalue their currency to become more competitive because the rate was fixed. So similar to what we saw in Greece under the euro, they had to carry out a process of what's called internal devaluation. That means cutting wages, austerity, in order to try and maintain competitivity. The last kind of kick in the face is in 1994, France unilaterally devalued the CFA franc by half. And so overnight, all of the goods that were imported into these countries doubled in price, including staples like rice and so on. And the cost of borrowing, which was in CFA francs, also increased literally overnight. This has led to a situation in which these parceled up, weak economies, all maintaining their own state apparatus with no economic independence whatsoever, went into a cycle of indebtedness. The only way that they could cover their budget deficits from year on year is to borrow, particularly from French banks at interest. And the only way that they could raise money for things like infrastructure or internal development was, again, by borrowing money at interest. Along with this came the extremely generous development aid. A development aid which is completely linked to French finance capital and often came with strings attached. For instance, if you received a loan, first you'd have to pay it back, but also one of the conditions of the loan is that you have to use it to buy French goods or contract with French companies. In other words, the French imperialists benefited twice. They benefited from getting the interest on the loan and from the extra profits from getting these contracts. In addition, the African states signed treaties giving France the right of first refusal over their natural resources. So, for instance, in Niger is one of the biggest uranium sources on the planet. It's the source of 30% of France's nuclear power. You know, their power stations, 30% rely on uranium from Niger, and 100% of its military uranium that keeps it a nuclear-armed imperialist power comes from Niger. Niger has to give France right of first refusal. The only currently operating uranium mine in Niger is operated by a French monopoly called Orano, which is majority owned by the French state. As you can imagine, the environmental impact on neighboring cities is immense. Higher rates of people dying from cancer. Workers who leave the mines usually tend to die within about 2 years. No compensation, no insurance, no health and safety put in because there is not a state strong enough to enforce it. In reality, it's up to the French state whether Orano carries out reforms or not. And you might be asking the question, well, how is this position of absolute dependence and outright naked exploitation, how has that gone on for so many decades? Don't these now independent states just legislate differently? One small reason is they have signed treaties with what's called stability clauses, meaning that if they legislate against the interests of, say, Orano in Niger, then they can be sued by the company because it's disrupted the stability of its operations. Some academics estimate that Niger takes only about 12% of the marketable value of its own uranium. But anyway, you might be wondering, how has this come to pass? And the key, the cornerstone of all of this is the maintenance of political dependence. And the way they've done this is in a process that within France is known as La France-Afrique, which is an extremely shady regime of client states. First of all, during the colonial period, a small colonial bourgeoisie, so plantation owners, indigenous plantation owners, for instance, like Félix Houphouët in the Ivory Coast, were incorporated into the French political system. He was actually elected a minister of the French government. In other words, a domestic ruling class was effectively groomed by the French imperialists to put them in power on independence. If any of the domestic leaders they thought were a bit shaky, they simply replaced them. In 1958, the leaders of Cameroon and Niger were just replaced by France. This was still under colonial control, so that the new leaders would be more amenable to the cooperation treaties. They duly signed the cooperation treaties, and this wonderful family, Macron says, between France and Africa, it must be a love story. This abusive relationship, this toxic relationship, is maintained by good old-fashioned straightforward corruption, suitcases full of cash, holidays on the Côte d'Azur, mansions in the United States, and so on. But in addition to that, military support. Military cooperation treaties mean that France basically has a free hand in the whole region, not only to maintain order, internal order, which means basically intervening to depose an unfriendly government, but also to protect its national security interests, which include oil, gas, and uranium, and to maintain permanent military bases. But in addition to that, not only the French military, but French mercenaries, people who fought in the Algerian War and then started basically plying their trade across the whole African continent. At one point, we talk about Wagner now, but not that long ago, only like 10, 20 years ago, the French were actually the biggest mercenary force in Africa. And what they would do is they would hire out their services to local dictators to maintain them in power. This was all done in the name of stability. And this is a key word when we talk about imperialism. What is imperialism? Imperialism is capitalist monopolies linked to finance capital, the domination of the banks, which themselves extend their tentacles into the bourgeois state itself. Why? To maintain guaranteed super profits and stability for the individual capitalist state. Interestingly, Trotsky pointed out, I think in 1905, that imperialism, by putting out these small forest fires, by maintaining stability, actually prepares the way for an even greater conflagration. And that's what we're seeing now. But this stability of local regimes amounted to basically maintaining people in power for decades. Omar Bongo, who is the father of Ali Bongo, who was recently deposed in Gabon, ruled the country from 1967 until his death in 2009, if I remember correctly. He was a major ally of La France-Afrique. Likewise, Félix Houphouët in the Ivory Coast ruled from independence in 1960 until his death in the early 90s. And whenever there was a threat of a coup or revolution against these people, often the French military would intervene directly in order to keep them in power. They did this in Chad since the 1980s. France has been fighting on behalf of the Chad dictatorship. And even in the Central African Republic, which now has fallen under Russian influence. Actually, as early as 2013, the French army intervened in order to support the incumbent president in the civil war. That's the kind of protectorate side of this. But what if a leader who is not amenable to French interests happens to come to power? Of course, they try to prevent that as much as possible, but what happens if they do? A great example of that is Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso, which at that point was called the Upper Volta. Thomas Sankara was an anti-imperialist leader who went all the way in the direction of socialism, nationalized great parts of the economy and industry. He cut the wages of civil servants in half in order to undermine corruption. He renamed the country to Burkina Faso, which means the land of the upright people. And what's more, in terms of the African continent as a whole, he put forward a bold anti-imperialist message, hinging in particular on the CFA franc but non-payment of the debt. In the summer of 1987, he appeared at an all-African summit and appealed to African leaders to join Burkina Faso in refusing to pay the debt that had been taken from the imperialists. He said, prophetically, that if Burkina Faso stands alone in refusing to pay, I will not be here for the next conference. He was not there for the next conference because in October 1917, he was assassinated by his right-hand man, Blaise Compaoré, supported by French imperialism. Blaise Compaoré then ruled until 2014, when he was deposed in a revolution. So if you toe the line, you'll get support, you'll get development aid, which goes straight to the state and is then distributed. This is a big part of the source of the corruption which is endemic in so-called African democracy. And of course, when liberals like The Economist write, oh, the problem is they're so corrupt, their economies don't develop because the state keeps on being so corrupt and the legal system doesn't work and politicians just pocket the cash. If only they weren't so backward, if only Africans weren't so inherently corrupt and tribal, then they would actually know how to spend their money. What we can see from this is the source of corruption in Africa is entirely foreign imperialism, who deliberately set up a network of corruption, of which development aid is probably the central pillar, which basically cuts across the development of an indigenous capitalist class. The capitalist class in Mali, for instance, is basically just the managers that French companies put on their boards, and the state. The government. Many companies are actually state-owned in Mali, which shows that state ownership does not equate to socialism. The reason that so many companies in capitalist Africa are state-owned is because the individual capitalists have so little capital and are so unable to compete that they have to basically use the state as a collective capitalist in order to absorb aid and extract a profit. And much of this corruption is effectively profit extraction through the looting of the state, because that's the only way that the developing or non-developing capitalist class can actually gain any profit at all. Just to give you a concrete example, to paint you a picture. In Mali, a German liberal pro-capitalist research institute called the Bertelsmann Stiftung Index, apparently, apologies for my German, whose purpose is to trace how countries are doing in terms of market democracy, market economy and democracy, not a Marxist organization. It found that in Mali there were 4,000 civil servants who never turn up to work, but still draw a salary. In Burkina Faso, the only people who have access to state healthcare are civil servants. In other words, and French companies will often put minority positions on boards to local individuals. Again, it's all, it's sharing the wealth, isn't it? Oh, they will pay a share of their profits to the Niger government, for instance, in relation to uranium mining. This, of course, is all going into the pockets of their cronies, who, if they don't follow the line, will simply be replaced by everyone else. So there is an objective need first of all, there is an objective limit suppressing any internal capitalist development in these countries, an absolute dependency on foreign imperialism, but also a constant machinery whirring away to make sure that an independent capitalist class does not exist. And the next political point I want to make, or theoretical point I want to make about this. Actually, there's one thing I want to finish on that. I've talked about imperialism and how imperialism works. Another thing to point out is this policy. This is an explicit policy that's been carried out by every single French government since 1960. That includes the socialist governments of Mitterrand, of Hollande, and the kind of, La France en Marche government of Emmanuel Macron. Sarkozy, Chirac, they've all carried out the exact same policy in exactly the same manner, but the socialists do it with an added gloss of hypocrisy. That's all that you get. Why is that? That comes to the nature of the state. The state is not some independent arbiter. It's not something that with goodwill we could, let's just have a non-corrupt state, or let's have a non-imperialist state. Imperialism is not simply a policy. Imperialism is an entire period of capitalist development that stems from the objective development of capitalism itself. A state resting on bourgeois relations, on capitalism, will either defend the interests of its capitalism and its capitalist class, or it will fall, either because some stronger capitalist will dominate it, or because it will be overthrown by its own capitalist class. If that capitalist nation is imperialist and dominated by the monopolies and the banks, then that state will carry out the interest, will basically be a handmaiden of the monopolies and the banks. And France is a textbook example of this, as is Britain, of course. Now, another thing I want to say about the nature of the state is, what is bourgeois democracy? We know as Marxists that democracy is, again, not some moral idea or pure form of or simply just everybody gets to vote. There are plenty of elections in Africa. There are plenty of elections in Mali before the coup. They didn't matter. They didn't make a difference. Multi-party system. There are over 200 political parties in Mali. The problem is they have absolutely no social weight and social base whatsoever. Usually they're individuals who get state funding to run a party and then pay activists in order to buy votes and so on. But if the ruling party doesn't like the result of the elections, they can always, of course, just stuff it full of fake votes, pay people to vote. I'll give you an example from Mali later on. How do you have bourgeois democracy? How has bourgeois democracy evolved over time? Bourgeois democracy in countries like Britain is a great example of this, evolved along with the development of the bourgeoisie itself. The stronger the bourgeoisie itself, the more it became, the more it pushed for democratic reforms against the old feudal order, and also established what we know as the rule of law, the almighty rule of law that apparently only the West has. Why is it there's no rule of law in countries like Mali and Niger? One part of it is actually there isn't a legal system in most of the countryside. Again, the BTI index said that the legal system basically only extends outside, up to the limits of the capital, Niamey. In Burkina Faso, only really the roads between the capital and the Ivorian border are sufficiently maintained. There isn't actually the infrastructure or the personnel to have a functioning legal system in much of the countryside. But even within the capital, the judges are appointed by the state, and the entire legal system basically functions as an extension of the executive. Why is that? Again, it's just because of corruption, or it's because of tribalism, or some racist nonsense. The reason is you cannot have viable bourgeois political parties who push the interests of one wing of the bourgeoisie or another. You cannot have relatively impartial but still bourgeois judges and an efficient legal system for settling of accounts between capitalist companies without an indigenous bourgeoisie. If the indigenous bourgeoisie is absolutely tiny, utterly dependent, and effectively a managerial class carrying out the orders of foreign capitalism, then bourgeois democracy is objectively ruled out. And that's why you see in Africa either military rule or even under so-called democratic civilian rule, such as the Bazoum government in Niger, which after his downfall, all the European press was saying, he was a beacon of democracy and stability. His successor, and he jailed protesters they forbade protests under COVID rules. They arrested the opposition leader for baby smuggling. Now, if he is smuggling babies, that's appalling. I don't think he was smuggling babies. I think it's very coincidental that he was arrested for it before contesting an election. In other words, democracy in these countries is even more of a sham than bourgeois democracy everywhere else, and essentially doesn't exist. What we're talking about at best is a regime of what Trotsky would describe as parliamentary Bonapartism, where the machinery of parliament exists. You have elections, you have different political parties, but everything is dependent on the executive. The party is dependent on the executive. The judiciary is dependent on the executive. And that is maintained by foreign imperialism. You have technical advisors that are effectively ministers in African governments appointed by France. So without any, with a capitalist class that's too weak, and also a working class that in many of these countries is a tiny, tiny minority, an even smaller proportion of the population in some cases than the Russian working class in 1917, where much of the countryside, to just give you a brief picture of the conditions that these countries are held in by imperialism. In Niger, 95% of the population works not only in agriculture, in subsistence agriculture. 5 million people are semi-nomadic pastoralists, like the Tuareg people, who also live in Mali. And so even the market and the bourgeois state barely reaches into these territories. The working class is either working in incredibly precarious conditions. Again, 3/4 of the urban economy is what's called the informal economy. People like tuk-tuk drivers, for instance, very precarious work. And then, of course, you've got the workers working in the mines and major industries owned by foreign imperialism. This is a very small working class, a very small capitalist class. Now, here I want to introduce a concept of Bonapartism. This is not a talk on Bonapartism, but we can't understand all the coups in the Sahel without talking about Bonapartism. Military, the repressive arms of the state, actually raise itself above the rest of so-called civil society, again, above the contending classes in society, and essentially rule in its own name, acquire a certain autonomy and a certain independence, not an absolute independence. And what we see here is exactly that. We see an example of it, or a different form of it in absolutism, where the old nobility is weakened, but the rising bourgeoisie is too weak. We see it in periods of revolution and counter-revolution, where the bourgeois are too weakened to rule directly, but the working class is held back from taking power. We saw this in 1848. We saw this in the Weimar Republic. In France, in French Africa, it's not exactly the same process, but what we're talking about is a state in which the bourgeoisie cannot rule directly in a kind of liberal democratic fashion, but nor can the working class take power, partly because it's too small, but it's not absolutely ruled out that the working class could take power. It's also that there is currently no revolutionary party that can lead it to power. In those conditions, the rise of Bonapartist governments, either a parliamentary or a direct military fashion, I would say is almost inevitable. I think it may be a step too far to say it's absolutely inevitable, but that's why there is such what they call a democratic deficit in these countries. But this so-called stability, a stability maintained by the oppressor to keep the enslaved and oppressed in their state of oppression, started to break down from the global capitalist crisis of 2008. First of all, the financial crisis destabilized the capitalist class. The recession, of course, weakened the imperialist powers, but another impact that it had in Africa was in the course of 2006 to 2008, basic food staples doubled in price, many of them. At the same time, the ability of these states to obtain finance was shaken, at least, not destroyed, but shaken by the global financial crisis. This destabilization, or this beginning of destabilization, was first expressed through the Arab Spring that comrades will already be very familiar with, beginning in December 2010 in Tunisia, where a young man set himself alight because his last means of earning a livelihood, selling, I think it was fruit on a stall by the side of the road, was removed. Following that, you have the revolution in Egypt in 2011, and revolution spreading to Syria, Libya, so on. The impact this had on the imperialists is extremely important. It's worth remembering that Tunisia had been a key French ally right up until the revolution. The French had backed, the Western imperialists had backed the Tunisian state, they backed the Mubarak regime in Egypt. All of a sudden, a process that they did not see coming had toppled their allies. What are they to do? They're at risk of losing influence in the region. They do a 180. So Nicolas Sarkozy, who up until that point, the French press had described him being on honeymoon with Gaddafi. Similar to Tony Blair in Britain did the same thing. Lots of pictures of them smiling and shaking hands on the red carpet because they were giving Gaddafi money to prevent migrants from crossing over the Mediterranean. All of a sudden, Nicolas Sarkozy comes out and makes a speech in which he says, "We have only one goal: to accompany, support, and help those people who have chosen liberty." So having maintained their dictators in power for decades, all of a sudden they were the main force for democratic change in the Middle East. What that meant was supporting the moderate Islamist rebels in Syria, and it meant the imposition of a no-fly zone over Libya. At the same time as imposing a ceasefire, and incidentally, in the current context, it shows you what imperialist ceasefires actually mean. There was an arms embargo on Libya, but France, having armed the Gaddafi regime before the revolution, just started secretly channeling arms into the country in order to support the rebels, because what do the imperialists care about UN resolutions? They write them. As a result, the Libyan state completely collapsed. After Gaddafi's killing, there was no nice democratic Libya, there was no peace in Libya, there was outright barbarism, slave markets on the coast, and an injection of both weapons and fighters across the Sahel, across the entire region, the Sahara, into the Sahel region. But one important point that I want to make is, it's not just that these arms and fighters came to Mali and started causing all this trouble. They arrived on fertile ground. And again, it's nothing to do with religion. It's not because the people of Mali or northern Mali were just waiting for some Islamic state to come and liberate them, and that they themselves are Islamists. What happened is desertification, climate change, is removing 500 football pitches a day of arable land. That meant that people who were already living on subsistence agriculture could no longer subsist. They were coming into violent conflict with neighboring nomadic pastoral groups. And when these fighters arrived, the actual state, the Malian state, couldn't even reach them, let alone settle the conflict. When these fighters arrived, many of these communities actually contracted with the Islamist groups in order to provide security effectively and intervene on their side. So these groups gained a foothold for no other reason than the poverty and destitution of the Malian countryside, which has been maintained by French imperialism for decades. As a result of the expanding influence of these groups, François Hollande, the socialist president who was elected on a program of change, announced a military operation to basically save the Malian state called Operation Serval in 2013. In 2014, this expanded to the entire Sahel region and the G5 Sahel alliance that I mentioned earlier at the start of this lead-off, called Operation Barkhane. It's the largest French military operation since the Algerian War, with a total of 5,000 French troops, supplemented by, I think, a maximum of 15,000 UN peacekeepers from across Africa and Europe. And interestingly, this might not come as a surprise, it certainly came as a surprise to French imperialism. Since 2013, the extent of territory held by these Islamist groups actually expanded. The intervention of the French did not even halt the extension of the Islamist rebels. If anything, it actually encouraged it. Why is that? I'll come back to a point I made briefly earlier. The source of all this is poverty. The Economist magazine did an interview with someone who'd been a member of an Islamist group, and he said they offer you a motorbike, food, a wife, everything, and a job, basically. This is a country in which you have mass unemployment, and the means of getting a living are even being destroyed by climate change and by the economic crisis. And so a lot of young men, this is also an extremely young population, but a lot of young men are turning to these groups because there is literally nothing else. I think there is a parallel to be drawn with gang violence in cities in European countries as well. Added to that, the corruption of the state meant that a report found that many local communities actually consider, when asked, they consider the Sharia law imposed by these groups to be a better legal system than what existed before. What an indictment of capitalism in these countries, that the bourgeois state is considered more corrupt and less efficient than Islamic State. It's not that these people are just dyed-in-the-wool Islamist reactionaries. Actually, most of the people interviewed don't say anything about religion whatsoever. They have to say everything is down to poverty and the collapse of the state. That meant that the French came in and had understood nothing about the country, carried out bombing raids. The Der Spiegel paper or magazine in Germany carried out an expose that in 2021, French planes bombed a village celebrating a wedding and killed hundreds of people. As a result, that increased anti-French sentiment in the countryside, which in turn pushed more communities to actually side with the rebels over a foreign army of occupation. And in the cities, the workers and impoverished masses of the cities turned more and more against the French as a result of the failure to deal with the problem and the ongoing, the French army became a representation basically of the entire crisis. You had protesters coming out saying, France dégage, France gets out, and saying that I hate this government because it supports France and France is the root cause of all of my problems. A naively anti-imperialist message expressing that the cause of national liberation was intrinsically linked to the social question and the transformation of social conditions. But in addition to this kind of essentially a collapse going on, you also have revolutionary developments taking place across the region. I already mentioned the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring found a powerful echo across Africa as well. In 2011, you had mass protests erupting in Senegal, which eventually led to the election out of power of Abdoulaye Wade and the coming to power of Macky Sall. Now, Wade would have happily just stayed in power. He was actually trying to introduce a constitutional change in order to make sure that he could stay in power. As a result of the mass protest and a general strike, he had to withdraw the reforms, so-called reforms, and actually contest the election fairly and stand down. So there's an interesting point here that bourgeois democracy in elections only function even remotely well when the working class strikes and basically forces the rulers out of power. It shows the power of the working class here. Also, in 2014, you had a revolutionary movement, protests of tens of thousands and a general strike in Burkina Faso against the regime of Blaise Compaoré. That's the person who assassinated Thomas Sankara. And you also had other movements, echoes of this in Togo, in Gabon as well, that didn't actually result in the overthrow of the regime. But you can see that this is a much wider process because the conditions are all shared across the region. Even before the pandemic, you had mass protests breaking out in democratic Niger and again Gabon that were repressed by force. But now we come to a very important element in the equation. Another reason why what is happening is that in addition to the destabilization of the old world order, the stability, the old ruling class not being able to rule in the same way, revolutionary developments and the accumulation of a revolutionary anti-imperialist mood across the entire continent, not just West Africa, also the intervention of, shall we say, new imperialist powers. Previously, if an African country wanted to break away from, say, the CFA franc, its economy would be completely isolated, it would be destabilized, it couldn't get finance, it was on its own. It was on its own against the world, it could easily be brought to heel. If it tried to stand up for itself, its leaders could be assassinated. But what has happened is with the rise of Russia and China in the region, in the eyes of more nationalist leaders in African states, that started to pose a little bit of an alternative, effectively. We would argue that it's not an alternative that is going to solve the problems. More imperialism is not going to solve the problems. But no longer are African states dependent solely on Western imperialism and Western finance, which is a major change in the situation, a tipping point, if you like. Speaking of Russian imperialism, Russia basically just read what France did and copied it. I mentioned that France intervened in a civil war in the Central African Republic. As a result of its hypocrisy, basically, and weakness, it sent its troops in without camp beds, without mosquito spray, or even nets. So they didn't do very well, I'll put it that way. But also scandals about rapes, massacres carried out by French forces and French allied forces meant that there was a scandal in France which didn't marry very well with the hypocrisy of the French state about fighting for democracy. As a result, they pulled out with their tail between their legs in 2016. Apparently, the French suggested to the Central African government that they should approach Russia to put forward a motion to allow arms to be imported into the country again because the government had run out of weapons. It needed more weapons and there was embargo. As a result, the Wagner company, the mercenary company, Russian mercenary company, became effectively the personal bodyguard of the president and basically carried on where the French left off. But without the hypocrisy and worries about internal scandals because of the Putin regime. As a result, it's not just that they've achieved goodwill. In return for their services, they have been signed the rights for timber extraction, gold mining, diamond mining, all of which they channel back into Russia. They're an extension of Russian imperialism. Although I would point out that not a single thing, I'm no defender of Russian imperialism, but not a single thing that Russia has done, France hasn't done 10 times over. And Russia, yet, hasn't imposed a colonial currency on the Central African Republic. But the main reason for that is they're not yet able. China is currently the number one trade partner of the whole of the African continent. And they're actually starting to buy up uranium mining in places like Namibia. The state of Niger at one point actually tried to sell mining rights to China, but that was more of a negotiating tactic in order to get a better deal from the French. But I better move on. The key to this is that all of a sudden, because of the rivalry, because of the decline of Western imperialism, particularly French imperialism here, the decline of French imperialism, which is not just relative but absolute, I would say, and the rise of new imperialist powers posing as a friend and an alternative, it means that these countries feel at least, or these governments, feel that they're able actually to pivot in their direction. And there they can find some development. And this has all come to a head in what broke out in Mali, first and foremost. The system effectively broke down at its weakest link. This is a country in which they estimated that only 40% of the territory of the country was in the control of the government. We're at the verge of state collapse. The then leader in the summer of 2020, Ibrahim Keita, organized an election for March and April in the middle of the first lockdown, of the COVID-19 lockdown. Just to make sure he won, he arrested the leader of the opposition before the elections. The turnout to the election was 35%. But masses of people, thousands of people came out into the streets of Bamako, the capital in particular, protesting this coup, effectively. As a result of this pressure, the Constitutional Court actually offered a concession. And this is a great example of how revolutions work. When that process has uplifted, neither concessions nor repression can stop it. Both actually egg it on, drive it on. So when the Constitutional Court withdrew it actually overturned the election results. Again, shows what working class pressure is the only democratic force in the country. But when they granted that concession, the protests got larger. Because people thought, this isn't just about election results, this is about my conditions. They realized we can actually win something here. It encouraged them. They came out, the state moved to repression, soldiers shot 14 protesters, but that repression made the protests even larger. Because people realized that we need to now fight to the finish. In that context, the army actually began to split along class lines. There was a mutiny at the military camp of Kati, which is just outside the capital. Soldiers started firing into the air, literally drove to the palace and arrested the president immediately. The result was a transitional government, a power-sharing agreement between civilian leaders and the military. 9 months later, the military leader of the first coup, Assimi Goïta, seized power in his own name and now rules a military Bonapartist state. Yes, but we shouldn't get pulled into these hypocritical phrases about democracy, dictatorship. We need to look under the surface. When we study the state and politics, we need to look at this class struggle underneath. This Bonapartist state, which is a Bonapartist state, came into power in the midst of a revolution. A revolution was taking place, and as Goïta has taken power in order to stabilize the situation. Also, in the conditions existing in Mali, if the working class doesn't have a strong revolutionary party and is incapable of taking power in its own name, in its own right, then some kind of Bonapartist formation, I would say, is inevitable. That's what the Goïta regime represents. But it's not back to business as usual. Channeling the anti-French sentiment of that movement, first of all, I actually might get the order wrong, but they removed French as an official language, which, okay, is a relatively formal change. They pushed out the French military, basically cancelled Operation Barkhane because they said that it wasn't helping, and even pushed out the French ambassador. In other words, the government knows that it's leaning on a revolutionary movement which could depose it, just as it deposed the original government. And they've turned to Russia. They've invited Wagner in to come and help them with the combat against Islamist rebels, and they're trying to sign deals with Russian companies. The same process has taken place in Burkina Faso, but I would say it's gone even further. In Burkina Faso, you have protests that erupt on the 22nd of January 2022. The day later, a section of the army officers led by a colonel, and this is an interesting point, that colonels are not the top of the army. Colonels are senior commissioned officers. The general staff, the generals and so on, they in these revolutions, these coups, sorry, they tend to be carried out by more junior officers like colonels. In the case of one, even lower, but I'll go on to that. Protests erupt. A group of officers take power, form what they call a committee, a patriotic movement for the safeguard and restoration. They criticize the government's failure to defeat the rebels, but they don't kick the French out. There's actually a debate within the regime about whether they should actually turn to Russia or not. Damiba, the leader at that point, decided not. The situation continues to deteriorate. Local communities actually start arming themselves and forming defense committees, which the army actually tries to repress. A scandal erupts when 11 Burkinabe soldiers and 50 civilians are killed or kidnapped by Islamist forces in the north. And a group of even more junior officers led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré, who was based in the north, end up seizing power so we have a coup overturning another coup. What is driving all this? What's driving this, of course, is the crisis and collapse going on in Burkina Faso. But there's also there's a revolutionary process going on. These people are not necessarily conscious revolutionaries who see themselves as overthrowing capitalism. They haven't overthrown capitalism. But they are resting on a mood of anti-French imperialism and a recognition that they need a nationalist mood, if you like, that they need to take control of their own destiny. And the Damiba regime was overthrown precisely because it didn't satisfy that need. Now Traoré is coming out. The French military has been pushed out of Burkina Faso. French ambassador has been kicked out. And Traoré is deliberately, maybe honestly, I don't know the guy, but he is leaning on the tradition of Thomas Sankara. He's wearing a red beret. He's cut the wages of civil servants, state officials, and he gave a speech which is worth quoting. Now, Putin, in order to court the support of African nations, he held a summit in which he talked about the anti-colonial struggle. He talked about Western colonialism. He linked the war in Ukraine to the liberation struggle of African nations. He's trying to pose, by the way, like all new rival imperialist powers, he's trying to pose as a friend who's going to give him a better deal. You might not remember this, but the United States actually did the same thing in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Japanese imperialism, the Japanese empire talked about Asia for the Asiatics, all well and good. They didn't specify that the only Asiatics in charge of Asia would be the Japanese. The Russian imperialism is using the same language. But what I find particularly striking is in his speech, Captain Ibrahim Traoré says, "My generation also asked me to say that because of this poverty, they are forced to cross the ocean to try and reach Europe. They die in the ocean, but soon they will no longer have to cross because they will come to our palaces and seek their daily bread. We African heads of state must stop behaving like puppets who dance every time the imperialists pull the strings. Glory to our peoples, dignity to our peoples, victory to our peoples, homeland or death, we shall conquer." Now, whether he himself is a conscious revolutionary or not, he is clearly, I think it's quite clear that he is explicitly resting on the tradition of Sankara, the tradition of Che Guevara, and the liberation struggles of the post-war period. A nationalist, anti-imperialist mood. Why? Because he knows that he has the popular base. Both the regime in Burkina Faso and the regime in Mali have been met with popular protests of support. So not protests, demonstrations of support, waving Russian flags and burning French flags. These regimes, whether they necessarily mean to or not, are expressing a revolutionary process that's been going on, frankly, since the Arab Spring. The mole of revolution has been boiling away under the surface and is starting to come out. But this has accelerated things. There's a domino effect coming in. Because in Niger, for instance, it was a slightly different situation. A power struggle emerges at the top. Bazoum was going to sack the head of his presidential guard. The head of his presidential guard, who is a general, turns around and arrests him in his home and announces, "I'm the government." At the same time, you have popular demonstrations of support, again, waving Russian flags. Whether that was at all what Chayini intended or not, I have no idea. But he has run with it. And so now the French military has been pushed out of Niger. And the demonstrators surrounded the French embassy. When the French ambassador refused to leave, protesters surrounded the embassy and blockaded it, prevented food or water from getting in until they left. I would say that this movement is far out of control of anyone. It's not under the control of the French imperialists, certainly not under the control of Russia or China, and it's not even in control of their own state. We have to see where this goes. Gabon is a similar situation. I haven't seen any anti-French policies coming out of Gabon, but I am convinced that the reason that the presidential guard moved against Ali Bongo was because they were worried that if they didn't, an even bigger revolutionary movement would come and slip out of their hands. This is what we're talking about. What we're talking about is not simply, oh dear, the end of democracy in Africa, what's going to happen next? We're talking about a revolutionary process, an extremely complicated revolutionary process that we have to watch extremely closely. Finally, I want to talk about what's going to happen very briefly, and I apologize for going over time. It's difficult to deal with an entire region satisfactorily. What is going to happen? Following the Niger coup, ECOWAS, which is the regional body for West Africa, led by Nigeria, announced that it was going to intervene. It imposed sanctions, it blockaded Niger, it also said that it launched a military operation. Now, maybe one of you can come in and tell me where that military operation is. I can see no evidence that it's taken place whatsoever. There's a very good reason for that. Part of it is actually the Nigerian state has been so weakened that I don't think the Nigerian army could even reach Niger. One bourgeois politician, the former director of the Central Bank of Nigeria, said, if we declare war on Niger, we're declaring war on northern Nigeria because of the Hausa question. He also said, and I can't believe a bourgeois politician would admit this, our army is not equipped to fight a war in Niger. Niger is the poorest country on earth, according to the UN. And Nigeria considers itself a regional imperialist power, the natural leader of West Africa, and they are incapable of fighting a war in their closest neighbor. That shows the instability and the weakness of even the most powerful capitalist country in West Africa. But it's not just that, there's a social question here. You've had the End SARS movement, which was a huge insurrectionary movement in Nigeria in 2020. You had mass protests at a time when the government is carrying out cuts and austerity. They know they launch a war against their closest neighbor, against an anti-imperialist and a regime styling itself as anti-imperialist. They could easily provoke a revolution movement inside Nigeria. And a revolution in Nigeria completely blows the situation open. It will completely transform the situation because of the size and strength of the Nigerian working class. Senegal also, they've had their own mass demonstrations because of the arrest of opposition leaders and the same kind of constitutional jiggery-pokery that I've already explained. So I won't take up time going into that situation. All of the capitalist regimes in West Africa are terrified that they're next. And that's the worried side of it for the ruling class. But on the other hand, left-wing political parties, activists across the entire African continent are looking at this and also asking, what's next? Julius Malema, who is the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, basically a left-wing split from the ANC, so a sort of an African nationalist organization, but left-wing, issued a tweet in French saying, "Don't disappoint us, Cameroon, we're watching." Now, Julius Malema does not speak French. He's had that translated in order to say to the masses of Cameroon, do it, go on. Let's continue this process. So what's going to happen next? France still has, its economic interests are still intact in West Africa. Niger hasn't kicked out Orano or anything like that. But politically, it is finished. The whole of La France Afrique is based on the idea that the dictators or the rulers of these countries know if they get into trouble, France will come in and help them. Well, these regimes have been overturned. France has been able to do absolutely nothing. So the whole game just collapses as a result of that. So does that mean that Russia is going to become the dominant power? Now, this is a key question that I can't go into. Is Russia capable of stabilizing this situation? My own opinion is absolutely not capable of stabilizing this situation. The Wagner Company is not strong enough to stabilize the whole of the Sahel. It's also been weakened by the murder or the accidental death, whichever you prefer, of its head. At the same time, Russia is still fighting the Ukraine war, and it's not as powerful a capitalist economic weight as the likes of China or even France for that matter. China has the economic power, but does it have an interest at this stage in getting bogged down into a war in the Sahel? And also, does it have the military power? No. The point is that Western imperialism is actually still dominant in West Africa, but it's on the decline, it's on the retreat, it does not know what to do. The rising powers also don't know what to do and cannot implant their order on the situation. What that multipolarity means is not progress and development for Africa, I'm sorry to say. It means more disorder, more crisis, state collapse, barbarism, and revolution. And that's the perspective that we are looking at and working towards. What is the nature of this revolution going to be? I'd hope the one thing that's come apparent from my introduction is that not a single one of the tasks of the democratic, even the bourgeois revolution, have been carried out in West Africa. National unification, not carried out. The overthrow of these arbitrary imperialist borders, not carried out. Even the formation, even capitalist development in many parts of the countryside hasn't been carried out. Electoral democracy hasn't been carried out. Establishment of the rule of law hasn't been carried out. But the question I ask you is, what force in Africa is capable of carrying out any of these tasks? Can the African bourgeoisie, which barely exists, and where it exists is just a managerial class under foreign imperialism, can they carry out these democratic tasks of the revolution? I would say our perspective must rest on the answer no, it absolutely cannot. Who can then? The peasantry, which form the majority of the population in these countries. They will be a huge engine room. They will be the masses required that can carry out this revolution. But at no time in history has any peasantry been able to independently overthrow capitalism. The only class capable of leading this movement is the African working class. The African masses as a whole, in which I include the peasantry and the poor people sitting in living in the cities, but led by the working class. That is the key to the African revolution, a revolution which we are basically on the threshold of. Perhaps we'll look back and say it had already begun. I don't want to commit myself at this stage. That's why I'm saying watch it so closely. What we're looking at is a revolution, the task of which is to sweep away, not just to kick out the imperialists, but to sweep away all of the rotten, petty states of Africa, all of the artificial borders, and actually begin to develop the economy in a planned, rational, democratic way, led by the working class. And finally, what that means is we have to build the IMT and build the forces of revolution in this country, in France, in the United States, in Russia, in China, in the imperialist countries, because you cannot have African liberation without the overthrow of imperialism everywhere. So for that reason, I will conclude, build the IMT. Thank you.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm marvel out yourself, won't stop recording. They heat that they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sewer. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the end of business day for the Global Independence Square. We thank you for being with us. Some of you since 4:30 this morning, 5 o'clock. We've gone through the day. It's been 9 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds that I've been in this chair. I want to thank you all for being with me and for carrying me through. Mind you, I'm dragging a little because I went to bed late last night. I'm up early today, but God is good. And we will see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early. If it is 5 a.m., we will be at 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, ready to roll for the day. Take care, blessings, peace. See you tomorrow.